Hello friends, how are you all? I hope you are doing good. So what we'll learn inside this course, or maybe the question is why we here. So first please tighten your seatbelt because we are going to fly into the deep space of WordPress. And in that space, we will put our aircraft on WordPress plugin development planet and it will be approximately for 10 hours. So please be seated with some snacks, foods, maybe with 1 2 liters of water, notebook, even with laptop and a pen. So what next? Let's get started with some basic overview. So here, this is the course which is dedicated to WordPress plugin development. So the first question comes in our mind is that what is a plugin inside WordPress? So let me tell you a very basic definition about it. So a plugin inside WordPress is a piece of software that adds specific features or functionality to our WordPress website. It allows like to extend and customize some site functionality without writing any code. So plugins can do a wide range of things such as improving SEO of our website, adding contact forms, adding sliders, and much more security things. So what is a plugin? Plugin is just like a software. When we add inside our WordPress website, it enhances or adds some specific functionalities. Next, after this very basic definition, now the next question is that what is the prerequisite of this course? So let me tell you that this course will go totally from scratch. So only you should know like what is WordPress and how to work inside WordPress as a very basic beginner. Rest you can leave all the things for this course because this course is totally dedicated to WordPress plugin development. And also, you should have some idea about MySQL database queries like create statement, read statement, update statement, and delete statement. And at last, you know like a bit idea about jQuery and HTML. So that's it. This is the overall prerequisite of this course. So after getting some basic idea about this course, now let's jump into our plugin projects that will create inside this entire course. So overall, inside this complete course, we will create 12 number of different types of custom plugins of WordPress. Now let's discuss one by one about each project. So first, we'll create a plugin inside WordPress and it will be known as Hello World plugin. By the help of this first plugin, we will know about idea to write PHP comment lines so that our first plugin will be introduced inside WordPress. Additionally, we'll know the concept of admin dashboard widgets. Next, after this first plugin, then we'll go and learn about the complete concept of WordPress shortcodes. So by the help of second plugin, we'll know the concept that what is shortcode, types of shortcode, why we use shortcode inside WordPress, how to write our shortcode, and how to execute the functionalities of shortcode. So overall, the second plugin will be like an important plugin of this course. By the help of that, we'll know the deep concept of WordPress shortcodes. Next, after the second plugin, then we'll go and create our third plugin of this course, and that will be CSV Data Uploader. For example, let's say that we have a CSV file. Inside that CSV file, we have multiple of data. Now, what we want to insert those data into a table of WordPress. So inside this third plugin development, also we know the concept that how to create a dynamic database table. And once it will be created, so how to get the CSV data, how to parse, and how to save inside that table, we'll know and get all the concept inside this third plugin development. Next, after the CSV Data Uploader, then we'll create our fourth number plugin, and that is Table Data Backup to CSV. Exactly, inside our fourth plugin development, what we'll do, we'll create a plugin, and by the help of that plugin, we'll dump all the tables data into a CSV file. For example, let's say that we have an employees table, and inside that table, we have multiple employees data. Now, what we want to export all those data into a CSV file. So this fourth number plugin will go and help to take all the data backups into a CSV file. Now, next after this, then we'll go and learn about the complete concept of WordPress widget. It means by the help of fifth number plugin development, we'll know the concept that what is a widget, why we use widget inside WordPress, and what is the process that we have to follow to create a custom widget inside WordPress. What is the parent class of widget inside WordPress? What are the methods and how to use those methods to create a custom widget inside WordPress? So overall, by the help of fifth number plugin, we will know the complete concept of creating custom widget inside WordPress. Next, after this, then we'll see and learn the complete concept to create meta tags inside WordPress. By the help of sixth number plugin that will be known as like SEO meta tags, what I will do will create our custom meta boxes inside WordPress post type. So whenever we fill any information inside those boxes, how to save, how to render those values inside front end. So overall, all the concept of creating custom meta boxes, how to handle their datas, all we know inside sixth number plugin development. Next, after this, then we'll see an important concept inside this plugin development series, and that will be our admin login page customizer. Yes, friends, we'll create our seventh number plugin, and by the help of that, we know the concept of settings fields inside WordPress, and also we know that how to customize like logo, text color, something background color by the help of a custom plugin inside WordPress. So overall, by the help of seventh number plugin, we know the concept of settings field, like how to create a section, how to create our settings field, and by the help of those settings fields, how to control our login page of WordPress. Next, after this login page customizer, then we'll discuss one more important concept of WordPress, and that is about WordPress CRUD operations. Yes, friends, inside our eighth number plugin, we'll create a plugin, and by the help of that, we'll know the concept of CRUD operations like create a statement, read a statement, update a statement, and delete a statement. Additionally, much more things we'll know that what is an Ajax, how to use Ajax calls inside WordPress, how to upload an image inside WordPress by using Ajax request. So much more things we'll cover inside this eighth number plugin development. Next, after this CRUD operation, then we'll discuss one more important concept of WooCommerce, and that is how to create WooCommerce product from a custom plugin. Yes, friends, inside our ninth number plugin development, we'll create our custom plugin of WordPress, and by the help of that, we are able to create our WooCommerce product. So all the things that we have to know that what is the WooCommerce class that is responsible to create WooCommerce products, what are their methods. So all these important things we'll discuss inside this ninth number plugin development. Next, after this WooCommerce product creator, then we'll create one more plugin of WooCommerce, and that is how to import like multiple products using a CSV file. Yes, friends, inside our 10th number plugin, we'll create one more plugin, and that will be WooCommerce product importer using CSV file. For example, let's say we have 10 number of products, we have 20 number of products. So how to import those data into our database table? So all we know, all those concepts using our 10th number plugin development. Next, after all these plugins, then we'll see the concept of an online tool that will help to generate any plugin inside WordPress. Yes, friends, by the help of 11th number concept of this plugin development series, we know a concept of tool. By the help of that, we can generate some skeleton of plugin folders and files. By the help of that, we can easily manage and create WordPress plugins. So this tool is very important, very beneficial. So step by step about each folders and files we'll discuss inside this 11th number plugin development. And finally, inside this plugin development series, we'll discuss an interesting and amazing concept of WordPress, and that is about WordPress JSON REST APIs. Yes, friends, by the help of 12th number plugin, once we activate, so automatically it will create some REST APIs endpoints inside WordPress. And by the help of that plugin, we can perform all the CRUD operations like create data, read data, update data, and delete data. So by the help of 12th number plugin of this plugin development series, basically we know the concept of REST APIs and their endpoints that how to create, how to set up inside WordPress. So here friends, we had seen our step-by-step course overview that we have to follow to complete this WordPress plugin development series. And one more thing, as you can see that this complete course has taken my lots of time, lots of planning and much more efforts to create this A to Z complete course on WordPress plugin development. So friends, please like this video, share this video as much as you can with your friends, and also please do subscribe to motivate me. Now let's get started with our development series concept. All right, friends. So what we have to do, so before going further into this depth course, first thing first, we need to download a WordPress setup and install it into our local system. So to download and install, I will go to its official website, that is wordpress.org. Here we have a button called Get WordPress. So just click on it. Now we can see that into its download page, here we have a button called Download WordPress 6.6.1. This is the current version right now. So simply click here. So before making this video, I have already downloaded it here. So what I will do, let's go or move to folder structure. I'm using XAMPP server. So inside XAMPP, here we have a folder called htdocs. So what I will do, let's increase the font size of all these folders. So medium icons is okay. Now let's go into this htdocs folder. I have WP folder. I will go inside it and here we have our zip file. So simply what I will do, right click, extract all and let's make a folder that is WP underscore, let's say plugin course. So simply click here on extract button. Now we can see that the extract process is in progress. Simply, we have downloaded our zip file and extracting into our local system. One more thing, we are using XAMPP server. So let's start XAMPP server. So Apache needs to be started and MySQL also must be started. Okay friends, now here XAMPP server started and also our extraction process now completed. Now let's go into this folder called WP plugin course. Now here inside that we have one more folder called WordPress. Click here to go and here we have all these folders and all these important files. So what next? Simply I will select all these files and folders, but from here go one folder back and pasting it here. Now here, application URL will be something called inside WP folder. Here we have a folder called WP plugin course and this is folder, keep in mind, we have given while extraction. Now inside this folder, we have one more folder called WordPress. Simply just go and delete. Now here we have all these folders and all these important WordPress files. So I will go and increase the font size. Now it is okay. Now let's start the process of WordPress installation. Go to browser and also we need a database. So let's go and open phpMyAdmin. So localhost phpMyAdmin, click on databases. Now let's create a database that is yt underscore wp underscore yt underscore plugin course. Let's copy this db name, click on create button, database created. Let's start our installation process. So localhost WP folder, then we have to go WP underscore YT underscore plugin course. Press enter. Okay, there will be something like folder name mismatch, and this is something called WP plugin course. So it is WP plugin course. Now here our process now is starting. As we can see, setup configuration, click on continue button. This is step number 0. Here we need to provide all these informations. Click on Let's Go button. Now here, database name, username, password, database host, and table prefix. So in our case, the database name is something called WP underscore YT underscore plugin course. Put it here. This is the username and password of database. So in my case, this will be root and password is empty. Click on submit button. Step number 2, click on Run the installation. Now here we need to provide all these informations to set up our website. So here let's call it as WPYT and let's say plugin development. Here we can see that also we have the field of username and password and this is for WordPress administrator panel. So here username, let's keep it is very simple. So username is admin and password is also admin. Now confirm use of weak password. Let's provide an admin email. So I will call it as admin underscore example.net. This is a demo website. So that's why here we have a dummy admin email. Let's click on install WordPress button. Now successfully, all things now completed. If I go to our database. Let's reload this structure. Now we can see that here we have by default total 12 number of tables that WordPress has dynamically created inside this database. And here, friends, this is basically a very interesting and important question for an interview of any WordPress developers. That is, how many tables actually WordPress creates dynamically while activation or while installation. So the answer will be 12. Now let's go to our login page. So we need to provide the username and password of WordPress administrator. So let's pass admin and admin. Remember, these are the details we have passed while installation. Click on login button. So successfully, now we are logged in into this WordPress admin panel. Now let's here hover over this site title. We can see a link called Visit Site. Let's open link into a new tab. So this is our WordPress front end and this is our back end. All the things we can manage from this admin panel and we can see into this front end panel. So I hope that you all are familiar with all these menus and submenus. So inside this section, we'll focus mainly over plugins. So if I click on it, so inside this plugins, we can see that here we have two submenus, that is install plugins and add new plugin. So this submenu refers that what are the plugins installed into this WordPress website. So by default, WordPress has provided two plugins into the setup, that is a spam protection plugin and Hello Dolly. And here also we have a second submenu, that is add new plugin. So either we can click here add new plugin or here it will open the same page, that is add new plugin. So here we can see the bulk list of plugins and these plugins are coming from WordPress repository. So any plugin we want to install this WordPress setup, simply we need to go and search here like contact form. So once we type any keyword according to our needs, simply it will filter out all the plugins matching with this keyword from WordPress repository and all those now available. So simply, if I were interested on any of the plugins, simply we need to click on install now and activate into our WordPress setup. And the second alternative way, that here we have upload plugin button. If I click on it, it will open a upload panel. So simply, if suppose we have a zip folder of any plugin, simply we need to drag that zip file into here. And once we drag and drop, simply install now and activate. So this is the process that how to install any plugin into this WordPress setup. Okay friends, now we have the complete idea that how to download a WordPress setup and install step by step into our local system. Now let's go and create our first plugin development course of this course, and that will be a Hello World plugin. That plugin will give some basic idea that how to create our own plugin, a custom plugin into a WordPress setup. Now let's go and start into a very interesting manner. Alright friends, now let's start our first plugin development course of this interesting course, and that is Hello World plugin. So first thing first, let's open this WordPress setup into any of your favorite editor. So I will choose Visual Studio Code. So let's go into a folder structure. Now inside this folder structure, simply right click, open in terminal, and here inside this folder structure, simply I want to open the setup into a Visual Studio Code. So code dot, it means all folders and files I want to open into Visual Studio Code. Just hit enter. Now we can see that now here I have opened that setup into my Visual Studio Code. Now here we are interested to create our first plugin. So let's go into WP content folder, plugins, and inside this plugins folder, let's add a new folder and call it as Hello World plugin. Now let's hit enter. Now into this folder, I will create our first file. So let's add a new file into this folder. So first file, and here hello-world hyphen, let's call it as plugin.php. And one more thing, you can see that my Visual Studio Code, the appearance is of light color. If you want to switch from dark theme to light theme, simply here inside the settings icon, we can see themes here, color theme, and here we have multiple options. So right now in my case, this is enabled. If you have enabled this mode, so simply you can switch here. Now I will go here into this first file of this folder, php tag, And let's add our comment lines. So first, let's say plugin name, and I will call it as, let's say, hello world first plugin, or simply hello world is okay. Now next, let's say description. This is our first plugin which creates some information widget to admin dashboard as well as at admin notice. If I press Alt J to word wrap, so this is our description, this is our plugin name. Now let's here, I will add the third key called author. I am passing my name here. Let's pass the next key called version. This is the plugin version. Let's pass 1.0. Now next here, author URI. It means if suppose if any URL of my portfolio, if I want to attach with this plugin, simply author URI. Let's say https online web tutor blog.com. Also, we have in the same pattern, we have called plugin URI. If suppose we have any documentation of this plugin, simply we can put here. So HTTPS for the time being, I will put here, let's say example.com and hello world. So simply we can see that here we have some sort of comments what we have written inside this file, and these comment lines friends are very important, very important to introduce our custom plugin into our WordPress setup. So this is plugin name, description, author, version, plugin URI and author URI. Now next save all these changes. Let's go back to browser, click on plugins. Now you can see that inside this installed plugins list, here we have our third plugin that is Hello World. It is plugin name, plugin description. Here we have the version number, author name. And if I inspect this author name, so interestingly, we can see that here we have our author URI and also visit plugin site, inspect here. This is our plugin URI. So here, all the parameters of what we have passed inside this multi-line comment are very important to introduce any plugin into WordPress setup. So okay, here we have our Hello World plugin. So what basically we'll learn with this help of plugin. So here friends, we'll see two basic concept of plugin, that is how to create admin notices, and second, how to create admin dashboard widget. So these two basic concepts we'll discuss with this help of plugin. Okay, so here friends, first we'll discuss about the concept of admin notices. Admin notices inside WordPress is an action hook. By the help of that, we can control messages to show our admin. For example, in case of success, let's say we are saving our data. So in that case, the message will be data saved successfully. In case of any error, the message will be changed something like failed to save data. So I mean to say that for any activity, if we want to display some information to admin, these can be controlled by using admin notices. So let's see in action. So first thing first, I'll use a WordPress function called add action. Then we have to pass the first argument, our action name. And the action name will be something called admin underscore notices. And the second argument, which is very important because it is going to handle our callback activity. For example, we want to display some messages. So this is our action hook. Now this function is going to handle that. So let's call it as HW. It means hello world, the prefix of plugin underscore show message. Copy this callback function. Let's go here. Function name. Now inside this curly pairs, let's say that I want to display a success message. So simply echo. I will use either single quote or double quote. So let's wrap it inside single quote. Here I will use div. Inside this div, let's use a paragraph tag. And here, let's say data saved, or let's say that hello, I am a success message. Now, if I save these changes, let's go to browser, go and reload. Now we can see that here we can see a message something, hello, I am a success message. But right now there is no CSS is applied over this message. Now here, let's use some bootstrap classes. These are the by default classes what we'll use to give some CSS, some of the appearance, look and feel to this message. I will go here inside this div. Let's say class here, notice, notice hyphen success, and is dismissible. Now, if I save all these changes, if I go and reload, now we can see that the same message is now converted or is now coming with some CSS. And also here we have some dismissible icon. If I click on it, now we can see message disappear. Let's, now let's reload. Now here the message is coming. Now let's say that in some cases I want to display some error messages. So how to control the look and feel of that? Go to editor and here let's say that first I will change this message or let's add show. It will be let's say success message. The same code I will copy, paste it here. In that case, let's say error. And here, notice hyphen success. I will use the class called notice hyphen error, and I am an error message. Copy this function name and bind with this action hook. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload. Now we can see I'm an error message. Look at here, the color now changed of this admin notice message. Now let's say that apart from success and error, I want to display some information as well as warning messages, how to control. So simply in that case, let's copy this function two more times and here inside this, let's say I want to display some information and here some warning. So notice info and the class value for warning, it will be notice warning. So I am an informational message and here I am a warning message. So first, let's test this information message. I will copy, put it here, save this change, go and reload. Now we can see the border left is now changed. If I click on it to inspect to see the CSS changes, so here we can see that after adding this notice info, now we can see that the border left color now changed and this style sheet, the CSS, is now loading by default from internal WordPress. Now in that case, let's use our warning message, pasting it here, save this change, go and reload. Now we can see that once we change our class from notice info to notice warning, now in that case, we can see that again the color has changed of this border left color and again it is coming by default from WordPress. So successfully, this is the use of admin notices inside WordPress. Now let's see in action about this, the second concept of this plugin and that is about admin dashboard widget. Now here friends, whenever comes the concept of admin dashboard widget, it means we're going to use first an action hook and second a WordPress function. So first, what is an action hook that we have to use for this admin dashboard widget? And that is admin dashboard setup. So I will go here and let's use add action, a WordPress function, and here it will be admin dashboard setup. And in the second argument, we need to pass the callback function. So it will be HW, it means hello world, create, or let's say hello world dashboard widget. So this is only the callback function, which basically triggers whenever this action will get fired. So simply let's copy this function name and here function, function name. Now inside this function, which is very important, and here we need to write a code by using a WordPress function, which basically creates an admin widget. So first thing first, what is an admin widget? Already we have discussed. If I go to dashboard, so we can see that site health status, quick draft, at a glance, activity, WordPress events and news. These are known as WordPress admin dashboard widgets. So we want some kind of widget here. So for that, we need to use a WordPress function. Let's open a new tab and search here. That is WP underscore add underscore dashboard widget and WP. Let's open the official documentation of WordPress about this WordPress function. So simply click on it. Once we click, it will take some values, and on the basis of that, automatically it will create a dashboard widget by the help of that plugin. So we can see that first parameter we have to pass a widget ID, widget name, and the callback function. Apart from that, all these parameters are optional. So let's use only these parameters. So first, we need to pass widget ID. Let's copy the function name. I will go here, widget. So the first value we need to pass the widget ID, and the widget ID should be unique of all the widgets what we are storing inside our admin dashboard. So here, let's call it as HW underscore hello world. This is our widget ID. Second, we want to add like the widget name. As we can see here that at a glance, activity, WordPress events, these are known as our widget name. So simply, let's pass it here and I will call it as HW Hello World widget. And the third argument, which is the callback function, and callback function decides what activity, what messages, or what is the function of that widget. So simply, let's say that HW underscore custom underscore admin underscore widget. Now next, let's copy this callback function name. And as we know that this function is very important because it decides the functionality or the activity of this widget. So what I will do for the time being, let's say that I am interested to display only a static message. So echo, let's say this is hello world custom admin widget. Save these changes. If I go to browser, go and reload. So hopefully, and I think that we have some mistake here. Let's go and see first action hook. And okay, here we have the mistake, guys, because this is not admin. This is WP underscore dashboard setup. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see that at the footer of this admin dashboard, here we can see that HW Hello World widget, and here we have the static message. Now, finally, friends, we have two important concepts from this very basic plugin, and that is the first concept was admin notices, and second, how to create our admin dashboard widget. So as we can see that only we have this simple static message, but in your case, if you are interested to display some announcement, some more information, obviously you can do that. So finally friends, now we have completed our first plugin of this course and that is our Hello World plugin. Now let's do some formatting. So first I will go and cut this. This is for admin notices and thereafter here we have our admin dashboard widget. Now, from the next course, it means from the next plugin, we'll see the concept of shortcode of WordPress, from where we'll discuss the basic concept that how to create a shortcode, how to handle, how to create parameterized shortcode, and how to handle all those functions. So let's move to our second plugin of this course, and that is a shortcode plugin inside WordPress. All right, friends. Now let's start the concept of second plugin of this course, and that is our shortcode plugin. So inside this plugin, once we create, we'll understand the concept that what is a shortcode, why we use shortcode, and what are the functions behind using shortcode. All these concepts will be clear inside this second plugin development course. So let's go back to editor. Now inside this plugins folder, I'll create our second plugin folder. So let's click on plugins, add a new folder. Let's call it as shortcode-plugin. Now next I will go inside this folder and let's create our plugin file like main plugin file that is shortcode-plugin.php. Now let's add some piece of comment lines as we know from first plugin that these comment lines too much important to introduce our the second plugin to WordPress. So simply plugin name So here it will be plugin name. Let's call it as shortcode, shortcode plugin. Let's add a sample description. So this is second plugin of this course, which gives idea about shortcode basics. I am pressing Alt Z to word wrap. Now let's add something called version and let's say 1.0 author, my name. Now next let's say plugin URI, https example.com and here let's say that this is the URL of our plugin documentation. So shortcode-plugin author URI, let's say https and here our blog URL. So now inside the second plugin here we have the comment lines like plugin name, description, version, author, plugin URI, and author URI. Save all these changes. Let's go to browser, go to plugins here, and one more thing, let's deactivate our first plugin. So hello world, click on deactivated. Now plugin deactivated. Now inside this installed plugins list, now we can see our second plugin that is shortcode plugin. Let's click on activate. Now successfully plugin activated. Now what the functions we need inside this second plugin, all we have to do, all the code inside this PHP file of this shortcode-plugin.php. So first thing first, before working over this second plugin, the first question comes in our mind is that what is a shortcode? So shortcode is something like a shorthand operator, means a shorthand message, something let's say message. Now this is a shortcode. Once we use shortcode inside page, inside anywhere inside WordPress. So what the functions we need, what the functions we want to execute, simply by putting a callback function, we can define there. So this is something like a shorthand operator. By the help of that, we can render anything inside WordPress. So now let's start this concept by creating a very basic shortcode inside WordPress. And one more thing, once we create any shortcode inside WordPress, we will wrap that shortcode into a square bracket. It means, for example, our shortcode name is something like message. Now we want to use it as shortcode inside WordPress. We have to wrap inside a square bracket. Now let's create our first basic shortcode. So to create a shortcode inside WordPress, we have to use a WordPress function called add shortcode. So let's use that add shortcode. And one more thing, we can see that inside this Visual Studio Code, now we can see that we are getting some kind of IntelliSense once we type any function name of WordPress. So how it is possible? Because inside this VS Code, I have installed a plugin. Just go here, click on this extensions. Now we can see that here I have installed the simplest extension of PHP, that is PHP IntelliSense. Once we install successfully, so once we type any function of WordPress, something called add menu, now we can see that we are getting the function name as well as all about the parameter details. Now let's use a call our add shortcode. Now inside this function, we can see that we have to first pass a tag and a callback function. Tag is nothing, it's a shortcode name. So here, if I type, let's say message, now inside second, we have to define the callback function. So here, let's say shortcode plugin, the prefix will be sp underscore show static message. Let's copy this function name, define it here. So function name, and inside this function, we have to return for the time being, let's say static message. So hello, I am a simple shortcode message. Save these changes. Now let's go and copy this message shortcode. Remember, if we want to use this shortcode inside our WordPress, simply we have to wrap inside this square bracket. So I will just copy, go here, let's reload. Plugin is already activated. Now let's use that shortcode inside any of the page of this website. So I will click on this all pages, or even we can create a new page as well. So let's create our new page. Let's call it as basic sort code. And here forward slash. Now we can see that WordPress automatically suggesting that we want to use a sort code. Just click here. Now we can see that our area to put our sort code, put a square bracket. As you can see, I have used square bracket and inside that need to type message. This is a sort code what we have defined inside this second plugin, and this is the callback function. So once we use this sort code, automatically this callback function will be called and we'll get this output into our output. So save all these changes, go here, let's click on publish. Now page created, let's view into a new tab. Now we can see that hello, I am a simple sort code message. And let's do a mistake here. So instead of return, if I type echo here, save this change, go and reload. Now we can see that that message is not coming here, but here it is coming. So to write anything inside our callback function of sort code, simply keep in mind we have to return that. Save these changes, go and reload. Now working perfect. Now let's say that I want some HTML tag inside this message. It means we want some color, we want some padding, we want a background color as well as we want some font size. How to implement? So obviously we can do all kind of CSS by putting any of the HTML element. So let's define a p tag, put it here, go inside this p element. Let's add style attribute inside this single quotes because we already inside this double quote. So single quote, let's say color equals to red. We want something font size, let's say 36 pixel. We want something font weight, bold here. So save these three CSS properties. If I go and reload, now we can see that it is working. Now next, let's move to the second concept of this plugin, and that is what is a parameterized sort code and how to create, how to use inside application. Let's go back to editor. So here, first thing first, what is a parameterized sort code? So as we know that here we will have this basic sort code. So once we pass any parameter here, for example, let's say name here, inside this name, like an attribute, if we have any value, so this is a parameter of this sort code. Again, we have, let's say, some email. It is also attribute and also here we'll have the value of this email. So it means that when we pass any number of parameters to a sort code, it is known as parameterized sort code. Now the question is how to handle, how to get these parameters while defining any sort code inside WordPress. This is the concept what we'll start learning here. So simply, let's say that first I will use add sort code. Now next inside this add sort code, let's pass student as the sort code name and here the callback function. So sp underscore handle, let's say student data. Let's copy this function name. It means callback function name. So function name. And as we know that this student sort code will use something like this. Call a student. Let's say the name value space email value. It means that inside this student sort code, we are passing two parameters called name and email. So how to receive inside this callback function? So let's make comment of this line. So I will go inside this callback function and here I will define attributes. Any type of variable we can put it here. So by the help of these attributes, we'll receive all these parameter values. Now let's go here. Now inside this callback function, the most important thing here we'll discuss all about a WordPress function called shortcode ATTS. So shortcode ATTS, we can see that here we have to pass the pairs. It means the default values of those parameters what we are passing while calling that shortcode. And inside second here, that is ATTS. It means what the parameters we are receiving of that shortcode. And this is optional like the shortcode name. So here inside this shortcode ATTS, like inside this first argument, put an array here. As we can see that inside this sort code, we'll receive like name and email. So let's say that when we don't pass these values, so in that case, what will be the default value? So put the default values name and email. So the default value, let's say default student, and here default email. Now inside second value, as we know that these are the parameters we are receiving via this attributes variable. So just copy, put it here, and inside third value, we have to pass as an argument. That is our shortcode name. It is optional. So either we can pass or we can leave it as. So simply, I will just copy the shortcode name and put it here. Now after that, let's copy these attributes and here attributes. It means when we have the values of name and email, so in that case, these values will not get used. Otherwise, if we have no value like name and email, so in that case, it will pick the default value. So let's see in action. So return, let's say within S3 tag, and here let's say student data colon, and here we need to bind the values with name and email. So I will use either the curly pairs attributes, put it here, square bracket, inside single quote, name, put a semicolon here. Also, we want the email value, so comma here. Let's add name here, and inside second value, we want email, so email hyphen or dash, and here let's copy or curly pairs the attributes, put it here within single quotes. Let's email. So successfully, now let's use this shortcode into our page. So I will just copy, go here, go inside that same page and remove this message student. So right now we are not passing any parameters inside this shortcode. Click on save button, go and reload. Now we can see that student data name equals to default student and email equals to default email. Remember, these values are coming from this, the first argument of this function. Now let's pass the first name value. So I will go here and let's say name equals to, this is our name, means student name. Click on save button. I will go and reload. Now you can see that student data, this is the value what we passed and this is our default email. Now let's pass the second value called email, and here if I pass the email value of that student, click on save button, go and reload. Now we can see that all these values. So successfully, this is the very basic concept about how to create a parameterized shortcode inside WordPress. And if you are wondering about that, what the syntax here I have used, no issues. You can go and cut the syntax. And let's put double quotes. I will use concatenation here. Let's go and cut this email value, double quotes, and concatenate. The same output we can get here. Let's reload. Now we can see name here and the email value. If we want some kind of CSS to apply over this HTML, simply we need to wrap or add a style attribute here. Let's say style, single quotes. Let's say color equals to blue. If I save these changes, I will go and reload. Now we can see that color has been changed. And if you want to add some more parameters here, first of all, you have to go inside this WordPress function called shortcode atts. That parameter you have to first define inside that. And if that parameter have any default value, put it here. Otherwise, you need to pass inside this shortcode while passing that parameter. So successfully, this is the second shortcode what we have created inside this second plugin of this course. Now let's move to our third shortcode, and by the help of that shortcode, we'll render some dynamic data from database. All right, friends, now let's create our third shortcode. And before that, let's add some line of comment here. That is basic shortcode. Here we have the shortcode with params like parameters. And the third shortcode will create that will be some dynamic value from database. So here shortcode with db operation. So what the thing we want inside this third sort code? So let's say that we have some post here. Let's create it first. So we have only a single post. I will go and click on add new post. Let's say hello world 2, hello world 2. Let's say this is sample message of second post. Let's copy this content. Click on publish button. So successfully, if we go to the list, now here we have two posts. Now let's create few more posts. So this is hello world 3, third post. Click on publish button. Now successfully we can see we have three posts. Now let's create one more post here. And why we are creating these, actually we'll understand once we create our third sort code. So hello world 4, and this is our fourth post. Click on publish. So successfully now we have some dummy post inside this WordPress setup. Let's go to our editor. So what we want to create a sort code, and inside that sort code, inside that callback function, we'll call the global database object of WordPress, that is global WPDB. And by the help of that, we'll make a query to post table to fetch all the data of post what we have saved inside database. So as we know that these are the posts what the database saved inside WP underscore post table. Let's verify first. So I will open localhost phmi admin. Then we have to go inside our plugin course database table, and here WP post. And once we go inside descending order, now we can see that inside this post title here we have hello world 4. If I scroll a bit, we can see that post type, here we have the post type as revision and post and all those parameters. And one more thing, if I see post status equals to publish, so what we want to write a shortcode inside WordPress. By the help of that, we'll pick some post whose status equals to publish and post type equals to post, because by default inside WordPress all the things what we create, they goes inside this WP post table. For example, if I create any page from here, it will go into same table, but the post type equals to page. Once we create any media file, it will go inside that table as well. Once we create this post, this again will go inside that same table. Only thing is that we'll keep track of all relative data using this post type. So what we want, let's go here. Let's create our third sort code. So add sort code name. So let's say that post, or we can say list hyphen post callback function. So let's say sp underscore handle list post. Save these changes. Let's copy this callback function name. So function name. So we want to make a query inside our database. So let's first import global database object. So global WPDB. And this is the global database object inside WordPress. By the help of that, we can call many methods what we use inside database operations. So first we want something, the table name. So table name equals to WPDB. I'll use prefix property. So by using this prefix property, it will give WP underscore the table prefix what we have saved inside our database. We can see that in my case here, this is WP underscore. Maybe in your case, it will be different. So to pick the dynamic value according to this table prefix, we have to use a property called WPDB prefix. It will return the value called WP underscore. So the table name will be, let's call it as table prefix, and here the table name will be something called table name equals to table prefix concatenate with post table. So here it will return WP post table. Now here we want to fetch all the post. So get post whose post type post type equals to post and status equals to publish. So we want according to these conditions. Now let's first verify the column name. So this is post type, and for the status, if I again go into that same table, go to structure. So here post status is the column name. So it will be post status. Publish is okay. And for post type, if I again go here, so this is post type. Now we want to get the post title. Like once we use that sort code, we want to get the post title only. So what we have to do, let's go here, WPDB, it means global database object. I will use get results method. And inside here, I have to use select query. So select, we don't want to select all the data. Instead, we want only a single column, that is post title. So just go and copy post title from the table name. So the table name, we have something here inside this variable. Copy inside curly pairs table name where we want post type equals to post. Just copy, put it here, and post status equals to publish. And remember, these are string values, so just wrap inside single quotes. First, let's cut single quote, post here, single quote, and post here. Then after that, what we have to do, I have to go here, put a semicolon first, and for the time being, okay, now error has gone, so echo. Let's first print all these values. So print r, and before that, let's store into a variable called post here. So I will copy this variable, go here, print r, and put it here. Save these changes. Now let's copy this list hyphen post, the shortcode name, go to browser, go inside that page. Let's go inside this basic shortcode, edit page, and here I will remove this shortcode and instead I will use list hyphen post. Click on save button, and here I think some error we have. Okay, if I go into the source code of this page, let's press Ctrl Q, and as we can see that output of the sort code, like this callback function, outputted some data here, and these all data are printed behind the scene into the source code. So that's why I think we are not able to save this page. So what I will do instead of printer, if I type, let's say, return and post here, save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload. And I think our page has been saved. Let's open. So link here, click here. Now you can see that inside this basic sort code, and here we're getting an array of data. Obviously, because we have lots of posts what we had created. So instead of single data, it is returning an array of data. So how to print all these data? So simply, let's go here. I will use for each loop. So first let's check. So if count equals to post greater than 0, it means we have some data. Now next, let's use for each loop here. So post here, and next the set of curly pairs. So this is all about the post what we are getting here, and this is about each post what we are iterating over this post array. Now here what I will do, let's create output HTML, a variable. First it will be empty, not empty. Let's add UL tag, and after for each, let's say output HTML, concatenate and close with this eval tag. Now in between this for each, what we'll do, we will get all the post title and bind with li tag. So here, let's say output HTML, concatenate, and here, let's say single quote, I will use li tag, and within this li tag, as we know that inside this post, if I go, let's go to the source code. So we can see that we are getting an array of object, and inside each object, here we have post title. Why only post title? Because we have query here to get only the post title. So let's copy, we go here, single quotes, concatenate, post, arrow operator, and post title. Now everything is okay. So let's go here and finally I will copy this output HTML and let's say return output HTML. Otherwise, if suppose this query does not return any data, so in that case return and let's say here no post found. Save these changes. Let's go to browser and if I reload, now we can see that Hello World 2, Hello World 3 and Hello World 4. And one more thing we can see that here we are getting an empty li and why we are getting, let's inspect. Here inside the second li, we can see that it is totally empty. Inside its first li, here we have some data. So I think that we'll have some mistake inside our li tag. So output HTML, this is our opening li and here actually we don't have any closing li tag. So just add a forward slash, save these changes, go and reload. Now we can see that everything is okay. We have four LIs with four different posts. So here what we don't want to use this concept to get all the posts from database. So is there any alternative option to get the same data set? Yes, friends, we have a WordPress class called WP Query. So by using WP Query and some argument as parameters, we can get all about our post data. So let's see in action that how to use that class to get same data set. So let's create one more function. So function, let's say sp handle list post using WP class, or we may say WP query class. Now, once we define this function, let's copy and put the callback function of this shortcode. Now, inside this callback function, I will create our parameterized routing. So attributes, go here, attributes equals to shortcode ATTS. Let's pass an array. We have to define our default values. So let's say number. It means we want 5 default posts. It means total number of 5 default posts we want per page inside our output data set. And here inside the second argument, let's copy these attributes, put it here. And inside third value, we have to pass our shortcode name. So it will be list-post. Now next, as we know that this time we want to get all the posts from database by using WP query class. So here query means it's an object. We can give any name. So query equals to new WP underscore query. We can see that it's a class and inside this class we want to pass some parameters as the default parameters of constructor. So let's define an array here and the first value we pass post per page. It means how many posts we want per page. So let's put this attributes, and we want, let's say number. And here, let's say post status equals to publish. So by the help of these queries, actually we are instructing our WP query class that okay, we want 5 posts. It means if we are talking about the by default value, 5 posts per page we want whose post status equals to publish. Otherwise, while using this list post, let's use list post and if you pass number equals to 10. Now this line simply means that this time we want post per page equals to 10 whose post status equals to publish. Now next what we have to do, query is not a simple variable. This time it's an object which contains lots of data of post according to these condition. So let's use first if block and here query I will call a method called post which returns our post data. Now let's use while loop and inside here we need to iterate over each post. So query post. Let's go inside that and let's add one more line that is our while loop query incrementer and that is query and the post. So before while loop, what I will do, I will add output HTML where we want to store all the post data and finally at the end we have to return that. So inside single quote, let's say UL tag, this is opening UL tag. After this while loop, let's say output HTML concatenate inside this single quote, let's say our closing UL tag. Now let's go here. After this the post, let's use output HTML concatenate. I'll use li tag, and inside this li tag, first we want to get all about the post title. So get the post title, we have to use another WordPress function, and that is get the title. So I will concatenate single quote, and I will use one more function, and this is get the title. And also we want, for example, this will output something like hello world, hello world 234, and so on. So if we want something like a permalink of that post, also we have the another WordPress function, and that is get the permalink. So for the time being, it is okay. So what I will do, let's return output HTML. Otherwise, in case if we have no data, so in that case, return, let's say no post found. Save these changes. We have the same concept. If I will go, this is our page called list post. So obviously, without any parameter, it will work with the default number that is equals to 5, which is okay. And according to that, it will fetch all the posts, iterate over that, and it will create a final HTML. So save all these changes. If I go and reload, so we can see that we are getting the same output. Let's change something like that. If we want a permalink over this title, or let's add a ID attribute, or let's say class here, double quotes, let's say my underscore class. If I save, go and reload, and let's inspect this, each of the li. Now we can see my class. Now let's say that we want a permalink with each post, so that once we click on this Hello World 4, it will go to Hello World 4 page. Once we click on this Hello World 3, it will go to its associated page. So how to do that? It is very simple. Let's go to editor. Now this time this is only a text. Now we want to wrap inside anchor tag. So let's use inside this li tag an anchor tag here, closing anchor tag, and inside this anchor tag I'll use href, and inside this href concatenate with the value called get the permalink. Now simply once we save this change, if I go and reload, now we can see that each post now appears as a link. Let's inspect here. So we can see that for Hello World 4, this is the link. For Hello World 2, and this is the link. Now let's click on any of the posts, for example this Hello World 3. Now we can see that this is the Hello World 3 page. So successfully, now friends, we can see that now we have the complete idea about shortcode, what is the purpose of shortcode inside WordPress, and how to define and how to use inside WordPress. So successfully, now we have completed one more plugin inside this course, and that was our shortcode plugin. Now let's move to our third plugin of this course, and that will be CSV Data Uploader. Yes, friends, we'll create a shortcode. By the help of that shortcode, we'll render a form from where we'll upload a CSV data file. So once we upload a CSV data file, simply we need to parse all the data and save all those data inside a custom created dynamic database table. So let's see in action all these things inside our third plugin development course. Alright friends, now let's discuss the concept of third plugin of this course, and that is CSV Data Uploader. So inside this third plugin development, what we'll do, simply we'll create a very basic shortcode, and whenever we paste that shortcode wherever inside any of the page or any of the post, simply instead of displaying a static message, this time we'll create a form. Inside that form, we'll have upload button, and by the help of that upload button, we'll upload a CSV file. So once we upload a CSV file, simply we need to parse all the data, and also we need to create a dynamic table to save all those data inside that table. So let's get started. So first I will go inside editor. Let's go inside plugins folder, inside this WP content, and inside this let's create our third folder that is called CSV-data uploader. Now inside this folder, let's create our main file of this plugin, that is CSV data uploader.php, and here let's write some comment lines which are very important, as we know that. So here, plugin name equals to CSV Data Uploader description. So this plugin will upload CSV data to database table author. Then we have to pass the plugin version, let's say 1.0, plugin URI, example.com, example.com/, let's say CSV Data Uploader, and here author URI, and this is author portfolio URL. So successfully, if we save all these changes, let's go to our plugins menu, and here we can see that CSV Data Uploader. This is plugin name, description, plugin version, author, and behind the scene we have author URI and plugin URI. Now let's deactivate the shortcode plugin. So what I will do inside this third plugin, so first we need to create a shortcode. So already we know about the concept that how to create a shortcode from second plugin development. So add shortcode, and here let's say CSV Data Uploader. Now this is our shortcode name, and inside this the second parameter, which is really very important because it's a callback function. So here let's say CSV Data Uploader CDU is the prefix of this plugin, underscore, let's say handle form data, or instead handle, let's say display uploader form. Now let's copy this callback function, and here let's say function name. Now inside this function, what we have to do, we need to render a form, and inside that form we'll have a upload button. So for the time being, let's return within S3 tag. This is CSV Data Uploader. Let's copy this shortcode, go back to browser, let's go inside pages, let's add a new page and call it as CSV Data Uploader. Now here inside this description box, either we can click here, or simply /shortcode. Now here we have an area. Now as we know that all the shortcode will go inside square bracket, so just paste, click on publish button. Now successfully page has been published. Now let's open into a new tab, and here we can see that CSV Data Uploader. So what is our mistake? So here we can see that it seems all okay. Let's go to admin panel. I think plugin is not activated, and okay, let's click on activate. Plugin activated. If I go and reload, now we can see this is CSV Data Uploader. So what we have to do here, so instead of a static message, we want to display a form here. So let's define first a constant here. So define, and here this is a PHP function. By the help of that, we can define our constant. So here, let's say our plugin, that is CSV Data Uploader CDU, and here let's say plugin dir path. This is only a constant name, and here I will use a function called plugin dir path. Inside here, I will pass the magical constant of PHP, and that is double underscore file and double underscore. Now simply this is the constant what we'll use to link a different PHP file where we'll create our form to this callback function. So let's go inside our plugin folder, and here let's create a folder called views, or simply we can call it as view because we have to create only a single file, or instead let's call it as template. And here let's create a file that is cdu, it means CSV Data Uploader underscore form.php. Now here, for the time being, let's add a S3 tag, and here let's say form data. Now let's go to the plugin main file. So here we have to include this form layout into this callback function. So what I will do, actually there are multiple options to do that, but here I prefer using PHP buffer concept. So first thing first, let's go and see that what this constant actually contains. So echo CDU plugin dir path. Let's put a die here. And if I go and let's reload, now we can see that it is containing up to our WordPress startup plugins and up to our plugin folder. It means whenever if we want to include this file, something called CDU form, so after this plugin path, we need to pass the template folder like the template folder, and after this template folder we have to pass the file name. So let's go here, and what I will do, let's remove this die as well as equal statement. Now let's go inside this function. So let's start buffer, or we may say like start PHP buffer. So we have to use a function called ob start. Then we have to include this layout file. So I will use include once and the constant. So let's copy the constant name, put it here. Then we have to go inside template folder because this layout is coming from template folder. So template cdu underscore form dot php. So successfully, we have started our buffer. Then we have put all the contents, all contents into buffer. Now next, read buffer. So here, let's say template equals to obgate contents. And finally, let's clean our buffer. So here, let's say ob int clean. Now, instead of returning a static message, we want to render this template. So let's copy this variable and put it here. Save these changes. Let's go back to browser. Let's reload first this admin panel, which is okay. Let's go here. Let's reload. Now we can see form data. Now this time to render this layout, we have used the concept of PHP buffer. Now let's go here, and instead of this form data, let's create a form tag. And inside this form tag, let's add a p tag label. Let's say upload CSV file, upload CSV file, and here let's say input type button or input type file. So input type file, and here let's say CSV data file. Let's put an ID here. So I will copy this name attribute and pasting it here. So this is all about our first p tag. And here let's copy this name attribute and put it here inside this for attribute. Now next I will upload or create a button here so that we will upload this file. So button, let's say type equals to submit, and here let's say upload CSV file or simply upload CSV. If I save all these changes, let's go and reload. Now we can see that here we have form data which is inside S3 tag. Here we have form, here we have the label and choose file button, and here we have our submit button. So obviously we can add some CSS to create some eye-catching like form here, but this is not the CSS class. Actually, we are focusing that how to handle functionalities inside plugin development inside WordPress. Now next, what we have to do, we have to create a dynamic database table on plugin activation. Why we need to do that? Because as we know that by the help of this form, we are trying to upload a CSV file, and by using our code, we have to read all the data and finally save inside that table. So before uploading any data, first we want a table inside our database. So let's go first inside our phpMyAdmin. I will go inside database, click on database. So first thing first, let's create a table in manual way. So let's pass the table name called WP underscore students data. Anything inside table name. Let's say number of columns equals to 6 here or something 7. Click on create button. So let's say ID, name, email, age here, then phone number, and profile photo. So these are the column names what we'll take from CSV file and upload inside this table. So let's go inside, select data type. So ID is int, it is okay. Name it is varchar. Email is varchar. Age is int. Phone number should be varchar and profile photo is also varchar. Let's put the length of these types. So 50 characters is okay. 50 characters is okay. Age, let's say 5 characters, phone number, let's say 30 characters, and profile photo, let's say 120 characters. Now let's go and choose like this ID column is auto increment, which means that whenever we do any entry inside this table, automatically the ID value will be auto generated. Now let's go for all these fields. So let's say that all these fields will accept the null value. So simply I will check this null checkbox. And finally, after doing all these things, let's click on save button. So successfully, as we can see that in the manual way, now we have created a table called WP underscore students data. But our concern is that this table we want to create dynamically when plugin activates. So what we have to do, so I will copy the table name. Look at here, the table name I have copied. Go inside this SQL tab. Let's do some zoom here. Now here we want to generate the like like the create table statement from this MySQL. So that's why we have copied this table name and here let's say show create table and the table name. Now if I press enter, now we can see that here we have some like MySQL command. Let's go and click on extra options full text, click on go button. Now as we can see that here we have the complete create statement of this table. So this is the command what we'll use but in the dynamic way to create our dynamic database table on plugin activation. So let's copy all these code. I have copied. Let's go to our editor, open a new tab, pasting it here. And now next, let's go and delete that table because we don't want this. Let's go and click on drop. Okay, now table deleted. Let's go to editor. Now this table we have to create in dynamic way. Let's go to plugin main file and here friends, we have to use a action hook of WordPress by using a WordPress function. So let's create a table. So table create db table on plugin activation and the function name is something called register activation hook and this is a WordPress function. As we can see that first we have to pass the file name of the plugin. So here I'll use the PHP magical constant that is file and second will be the most important and that is the callback. So here let's say CDU, it means like CSV Data Uploader underscore, let's say create underscore table. Now next, let's copy this callback function. So function name, let's go inside this callback function. And here we have to use this create statement command to create our dynamic database table. So what I will do, as we can see that here we need the table name as well as some collab information. So these things will be dynamic also. So let's go here. First, I will use global WPDB, let's say table prefix equals to WPDB. I will use prefix property, then table name, table name equals to table prefix, and I will concatenate, let's say student, but the table name is something called students data. Let's copy and put it here. And also, let's say SQL collage, or we can say table collage not collage, it's collage equals to, and we have to use wpdb and get set collage. Save these changes. Now finally here we have the table name and the table collage. Now we have to execute this complete command. So let's copy this MySQL command here. Let's say SQL command equals to within double quotes. Let's go here, put it here. Now first we need to replace this table name. So already we have the variable. I will copy this dynamic table. Let's get rid of this value and let's concatenate with this variable. Again, I will copy this table collage now. Let's remove this last line from here. Double quotes, concatenate with this table collage. So finally, here we have the create table command to create our dynamic table inside database. Now the thing is that how to execute. So to execute, we have to call a function that will be a WordPress function called dbDelta, and this function will comes from a file called upgrade.php. So if I press Ctrl P here and if I search, let's say upgrade.php, we can see that this file is coming, not update, it will be upgrade here. Now this file is coming from wp-admin and includes folder. So first we have to include this file, and once we include, so if I search for this function called dbDelta, now by using this function we can execute this query and create our dynamic database table. So let's include that file. So here, let's say require once or include once. Inside this parenthesis, I will use a WordPress constant called ABS path, which stands for absolute path. Then we have to go, then we have to go inside WP admin folder, includes folder. So WP admin includes folder, and then we have to include called upgrade.php. Now, once we include this file, now simply we can call this function called dbDelta, and simply let's copy this SQL command variable which contains our create statement and pass it here. And one more thing, that what the function we are using to write our code, this function we hooked up with this WordPress function, and this WordPress function will be called one plugin activation. So successfully when this function will be called, it means this callback function will be called, it will create a dynamic database table by the help of this code inside our database. Let's see in action, go back to browser, let's reload our admin panel, so we can see that currently our plugin is activated. Let's click on deactivate. If I go inside our database, let's reload this structure. So here we have 12 number of tables. Let's go and click on activate button. So successfully plugin activated. If I go and let's reload one more time, now we can see that here we have our new table called WP underscore students data. So successfully, now you have created a dynamic database table on plugin activation. So successfully, friend, inside this third phase of plugin development, what the things we have completed. So first we had seen that how to create a form using Shortcode. Second, we had seen that how to create a dynamic table, means dynamic debug table on plugin activation. Third, we have to see that how to add or use Ajax request in plugin. And finally, at fourth point, we have to upload CSV file, read all data using code, and save into DB table. All right, so what next? Now next we have to see that how to use and add Ajax request inside our custom plugin. So for that, let's create a JS file first. So I will go inside our third plugin, that is CSV Data Uploader. Let's create an assets folder, and inside this assets folder, let's create a new file called script.js. Now why we are creating? Because this time we want to save or upload our CSV file data using jQuery. So we have to use the concept of jQuery inside this script.js file. So this is the file. So for the time being, let's say console.log hi from CSV Data Uploader. Save these changes. This is only a simple console.log message. Now let's go inside our plugin main file. Now, if we want to attach this JS file to this plugin, we have to use two things. First is all about an action hook, and second, a WordPress function. So first, to add script file, first let's use an action hook, that is add action. And inside this add action, I will use WP enqueue enqueue underscore scripts. Now the most important argument we have called the callback here. So CSV data uploader, that is CDU add script file. Now let's copy this callback function name. So function name And inside this function, we have to use one more WordPress function, and that will be WP underscore enqueue underscore script. Don't be confused here because here you can see WP enqueue script as well as WP enqueue script. But this is an action hook and this is the function name. But here also we have a very minor difference that here we have scripts here, but here we don't have any extra as character. Now inside here we need to first pass all about our script ID. It means unique identifier of that file. So let's say that CSV Data Uploader underscore or hyphen we can use. So hyphen script js. Next, after this handle ID, we have to pass the source file path. So for that, I will use one more WordPress function that is called plugin dir URL. This WordPress function basically returns all about the path, means the URL path up to this plugin directory. Now next, I will pass the magical constant that is double underscore file and double underscore. Then we have to go inside assets folder and we have to attach script.js. So here, let's go inside assets folder and I will include this script.js. Now in the next argument, we can see that here we have to pass the dependencies. It means like this file script.js is dependent on which files. So as we know that inside this third plugin development, we will use the concept of jQuery Ajax. So to implement those concepts, this file is going to dependent on a jQuery file. So here, let's say array, and inside this array, we need to pass the dependent file called jQuery. Now this file is dependent on this jQuery, and this jQuery is going to be by default provided by WordPress. Now next we can see here we have the argument called version number. So by default, let's leave as empty. Now save these changes. Now let's copy this handle ID, go back to browser, let's reload. If I right click on view page source or control U to get the source code. And if I search for, now we can see that here we have the handle ID and perfect. Here we have the URL up to script.js file. So once we click on this URL, we can see that here we have localhost means up to our WP content folder, plugins, and CSV data uploader. Now this path is basically returned by using this function called plugin dir URL. And after this path, here we have the REST parameters or the REST path that is assets and script.js. So once we let's go and inspect here, so we can see that inside this console also we have message that is hi from CSV Data Uploader, and this is the message what we had written inside this script.js. Now let's start that how to implement our Ajax concept using this script.js. So what I will do, let's go here, jQuery document dot ready, and inside this let's pass the callback function. Next, inside this callback function, what I will do, as we know that once we upload any file from here, click on the submit button, this form must be submitted. Let's go to editor, go inside form here. First, I will pass an empty link inside this action attribute, so JavaScript void. Then I will add an ID to this form, something called frm-csv data, or instead, let's call it as upload. So let's copy this ID of this form, go inside script.js, put jQuery, inside this form ID, on method, submit function, and this function will provide an event object. So event here, and one more thing, as we know that once we click on the submit button, this form is going to submit on the basis of this action URL. But as we know that we'll submit our form using our Ajax request, so we need to must prevent the default behavior. So to prevent the default behavior, simply event dot, it means that object what we passed here. So event dot prevent default. And after that, let's use the concept of Ajax here. So jQuery dot Ajax, and inside this method, we need to pass few properties. Like the properties are URL, data, data type, method, let's say success, a callback function block, and here also process data, some value will be here, and something called content type. So these are the parameters what we have to pass before working over this Ajax method. So first, let's get all about this Ajax URL. It means once we submit our form here, so this form will go to this URL. So to get that URL, let's go to our plugin main file and here inside this callback function block of this WP enqueue script, let's use one more function that is WP localize script. So WP underscore localize script. Now here, what I will do, I will create an Ajax URL so that will hit that URL to submit our form data. So here, this will be something we need to pass our same handle ID. Let's pass it here and inside second parameter, let's pass the plugin prefix that is CDU underscore object. And inside third argument, we need to pass the value. So let's pass an array here. And inside this array, let's say Ajax URL, Ajax underscore URL equals to, I will use a WordPress function called admin URL. And here I will pass admin hyphen ajax.php, not semicolon dot php. So just copy this handle ID or simply let's cdu object. I will copy, let's put the comment lines here, save these changes, go to browser, and if I press Ctrl U to get the source code, if I search for cdu object, now we can see that here we have a script tag, and inside this script tag, here we have an object of var type, and inside this object, look at here, we have an object, and here we have Ajax URL as a property. So what I will do, I will simply copy this Ajax URL and we can access this value by using this CDU object. So let's copy this CDU object. I will go inside the script.js. Let's uncomment all these lines and inside in front of this URL, CDU object dot Ajax URL. Now next we have to pass data here. So all the data we have to read from our form. So simply where form data equals to, I will create an object of form data method. So let's pass form data and I will pass this here. So once we do that, simply let's copy this form data variable and pass it here. Now next here we have data type and this property means that in which format we want response from server. So if I pass, let's say JSON, it means after successful save data or in case of any error, we want our response in JSON format. Now next we have called method type. So let's say we want to submit this request using post request type. Process data equals to false and content type is also equals to false, and the success block is also important because whatever we get response from server we read using this success block. So for the time being, let's say console.log and response here. So successfully, now we have completed all the logical concept of this script.js. Now the most important thing is that how to capture this Ajax request to our server-side file to this PHP side file. So how to capture? So for that, I will use one more action hook of WordPress called WP underscore Ajax. So here, let's say capture Ajax request and here add action and I will use WP underscore Ajax underscore, we need to pass an action name. So here, what will be the action name? So to pass the action name, let's go to our form layout and here, let's add input type hidden field. So input type hidden field, I will call it as action, and the value will be something called, let's say CDU, which stands for CSV Data Uploader underscore submit form data. So this is the action name. So simply let's copy the value of this action attribute of this hidden field. I'll just copy, go here. So WP underscore Ajax underscore, and this is our action name. So it means that we are telling our application. So whenever if you submit any form with this action attribute value, simply you will capture that request, and by the help of this second argument of that callback function, simply you need to handle that. So what I will do, put a comma here, and it will be something called CDU underscore Ajax handler. So simply by the help of this line, we are instructing that okay, if we have any Ajax request with this action attribute, simply this callback function will work. What I mean, if I go to browser, we can see that here we have the form data. By the help of that, we'll upload our file by using Ajax request. So inside that case, this line of code is going to work to handle that Ajax request with the action value as well as with this handler function. But here, friends, we have an issue here. What is the issue? This line of code is going to work only if and only if the user is logged in. I mean to say that we can see that okay, here we have the form. By the help of that form, we'll upload a CSV file. But you can see that currently user is logged in. So it means this line of code is going to work whenever the user will be logged in. But in some cases, if user is logged out and if user will try after logout to upload any CSV file, this code is not going to work. So how to fix this issue? So simply let's add one more line code here, that is add action WP underscore Ajax underscore no privileges, like in short form, that is no priv underscore the action name. So here we have the action value as CDU submit form data. Let's copy and put it here, and the same handler function we can use also with this line of code. So simply now this time when user is logged in and when user is logged out. All right, friends, now we have the complete idea that how to submit an Ajax request when user will be logged in or the user will be logged out. Let's see in action. So I will copy this handler function. Let's say function name. Now for the time being, let's echo JSON encode, and inside this, let's say status equals to one, message equals to, let's say, hello from CSV Data Uploader, and finally let's exit here. So save these changes, go back to browser, let's reload, and if I inspect before clicking on upload CSV button, let's go to network tab. So let's click on this submit button. Now we can see that inside this network tab of console browser, we can see admin.ajax.php. Remember, this is our Ajax URL. Let's click on it. Now we can see that inside this payload, here we have the first key called CSV data file, and this is the name attribute of this input type file button. And also here we have the action attribute. So this value is also sending, we can see inside this payload. And if I go to this preview tab, now we can see that successfully we are able to receive our response from our server. Now next what we have to do simply, now in the same way, we have to upload a CSV file with some dummy data, and then inside this callback function block we have to parse all those data and insert into our dynamic created database table. Okay friends, so behind the scene what I did, I have created a .csv file. We can see that students underscore data.csv, and inside this file we have some piece of dummy data. Let's open into VS Code editor. So I will simply drag and drop it here. Now, as we can see that inside this .csv file, we have the same columns what we have inside our table called ID, name, email, age, phone, and photo. And also, we have some dummy data. We can see that student name, student email, student age, phone number, and something a dummy profile photo. So what we want to upload this .csv file from our form. And this file we have to read inside our callback function. We have to parse all the data and upload inside our database table. So what I will do, if I will go here, let's drag that file, means students underscore data.csv, put it here. We can see that we are uploading that file. Let's go here, click on upload CSV. Now, once we click, we can see our second Ajax request payload. And now this time inside this binary information, which is nothing like form data. Now inside this binary information, we have our form data. So how to read that? So simply let's copy. So after copy, let's go to editor. And one more thing, as we know that by the help of this form, we are uploading our file. So let's add one more attribute, and that is ink type multipart form data. Save these changes. Let's go to our plugin main file inside this callback method. So first we need to check that if any file is uploaded. So if I will use the constant of PHP, that is dollar underscore files, and here I will pass the name attribute of that input type file button. So if it is checked, otherwise we need to go inside this else block, and in this case, let's go and cut this response from here, put it here, status equals to 0, and this time let's say no file found. Let's go inside if block, it means file has been uploaded. So inside that case, let's say CSV file. First of all, I have to find that file from its temporary location. So CSV file, I will use files here. Let's copy the name attribute, and we have to find from its temp location. So tmp underscore name, and once file will be available, so what I will do, I have to use one more PHP function, that is fopen, so that I will open that file into read mode. So here let's say handle equals to fopen, and let's CSV file and into read mode, means R here. So simply everything is now completed. Now next what we have to do, let's if handle, it means successfully we are able to open that file. Now next what we have to do, let's go inside this if block to iterate and read each data of CSV file. Let's go here and I will use while loop. Inside this parenthesis, I will again use a parenthesis. Let's call data. We have to use one more PHP function, that is fget csv. And here, look at here, the first argument we have to pass the stream here. So it is nothing, the opened mode of that file, that is handle. Now the next argument, that is the maximum length of each row. So let's say that 1000, as we know that we have 5 to 6 columns, but I am passing like the maximum length, so 1000, and here all the values will be separated using comma, and here after this parenthesis, let's say is not equal to false. Now just go inside this while loop, and one more thing, let's first open our CSV file. So I will drag and drop it here, so we can see that at first row we have our CSV header. So obviously we don't want to read this first row, means from the second row we have the data. So that's why we want like from this second row, like second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, these rows will be inserted into our table only. So what we want to skip this first row. So what we have to do here, let's define a row variable. So row equals to 0, row equals to 0, put a semicolon here. Let's go here and if row equals to equals to 0, so in that case, first let's increment this value. So row plus plus and put continue here. Now next, if I will go here, it means like once the row will be incremented to 1. So in that case, this block will not execute. It will go here, and here we'll insert our data into insert data into table. So what I will do, first let's go here and let's say global wpdb table name equals to wpdb prefix here. Let's concatenate with our table name. So let's copy the table name and it will be something called WP students data. So simply I will copy and put it here. So what I will do, let's copy the table name and by the help of this global database object, we'll call the insert method. So here, WPDB insert method, the first argument we have to pass the table name and second, in an array format, we have to pass the key value pairs and this is nothing, the column and the data value. So the key value, it means the first value of this array. It will be the column name and the column name we have called name here. So let's copy. So name here. Next we have the email, age, phone number, and finally photo. Let's verify all these columns with our table columns. So I think all is okay. Now here for the name value. So data, let's copy and the name value we get if I go into the CSV file. So this will be at the 0th index, first index, second index and so on. So the name value we can get from this first index. So what I will do, data 1. Let's copy for this email value we can get from the second index like 0, 1 and 2 here. So simply I will pass 2 here. So in the same pattern, let's copy for this age value, phone number and profile photo. So if I confirm with the age value, so 0, 1, 2 and 3 index. So here it will be 3, phone number, it will be 4, and for the profile photo, it will be 5. So successfully, by looping through each data of CSV file by using this while loop, now we are able to insert all the data into a dynamic database table. Now next, let's go after this while loop. First of all, we have to close our file. So I will use PHP function called fclose and here simply pass our handle ID and simply we have closed that. And here let's echo JSON encode, pass an array here, put a semicolon. So it will be status equals to 1, message equal to data uploaded successfully. So if I save all these changes, let's go here. If I reload and if I go to table, let's browse here. We don't have any rows. So what I will do, I will go and drag this file and drop here. So let's drag and drop here. Click on upload CSV file. We can see that file has been selected. Let's click here. So Ajax request fired. And inside this response here, we can see data uploaded successfully. Let's confirm by the help of this table. Go and browse. And here we don't have any rows, I think. We have some mistake. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to find the cause that why it is not inserting those data inside DB table. And I also know that you are seeing that error. But let's find together. So let's start from top of this callback function. So first, we are reading that file open into read mode. This is what the table name where we are inserting. And here comes the mistake that is the prefix here we have added, but also we have statically mentioned. So just remove, save these changes. And I think that now it is looking all good. Save these changes. If I go to browser, let's reload one more time and I will go to the folder structure. Let's drag and drop it here. Click on upload CSV. So if I go and data uploaded, if I go and reload, now we can see that successfully we are able to upload our data into this database table. Now one more thing we want to do, like after upload, we want to display a success message so that user will be notified that data has been uploaded. So how to do? Simply, let's go inside this form tag and I will add a ID here or let's say P tag. Let's say inside this P tag ID attribute, let's say show upload message. Now simply let's copy this ID attribute value, go inside this script.js. Now here console.log, as we know that inside this response we are receiving like status equals to 1, which means that our operation has been completed. And also here we have the message variable. So what I will do, I'll go inside the success block. Let's say if response dot status, if it is 1, it means all okay. So in that case, let's say jQuery id, it means p tag id dot, I will add text here, and inside here let's response dot message. Save these changes, and additionally if we want to add some css also we can add here. Let's say css, and let's say color equals to, if I add let's say green color. Let's save all these changes, go to browser, reload here, and let's hard reload, so control F5. If I go to the source code of this page, so view page source, let's verify. So I will search for script.js, and here it is. Let's click on it. So successfully, as we can see that our updated code now reflected here. So I will go, let's select that file. So let's go to folder structure, drag that file, drop it here, click on upload CSV. Now we can see data uploaded successfully. And if I go into our table, let's reload. Now we can see we have more number of dummy rows. So successfully, this is all about the concept of like third plugin of this course, where we have seen lots of concept like how to create a form using shortcode, how to create a table means dynamic database table on plugin activation, how to use Ajax request, and finally how to upload a CSV file, read inside code, and how to insert into our database. So finally, friends, this is all about the completion of third plugin. Now let's move into our fourth plugin, and that is how to take backup of all the data what we have inside this table to a CSV file. It means we are going to learn the inverse process, like how to import all the data of table into a CSV file. So let's move into our fourth plugin development. All right, friends, now we have to go into our fourth plugin of this course, and that is CSV Data Backup. Means that we'll have a plugin, and once we activate it will create a menu here, and inside that menu page we'll have a button called export CSV data. And once we click on it, simply all the data what we have inside this table, simply it will be exported into a .csv file. But before that, I need to do some more testing over the CSV data uploader. Let's reload one more time. So first, what we want that once we upload our data, so after upload, we want to reset our form. So for the time being, let's say that I will upload the same file, simply drag and drop it here, click on this button. Now as you can see, data uploaded, but here as we can see that still the file is coming. So what we have to do after upload, we have to reset this complete form. Go to editor, go inside script.js, and here inside this response status, simply jQuery, and let's copy the form ID. So this is our ID attribute of form. Now after this ID, just put the 0th index and simply use the reset method. All we have done, save these changes. Let's go to browser, and I will go and let's reload. So control F5. Well, let's upload that file one more time. So simply, this is our CSV file. I'm dragging it here. Click on this upload button. Now, as you can see, that uploaded as well as the form resetted. So this is like how to upload our form, means how to upload our data as well as how to reset that form. One more testing we want, as we know that inside our code, we have handled two cases, like once we upload our data, when user will be logged in and when user is logged out. So this is the case what we have tested. This is when user is logged in. Now let's copy the same URL, and I have opened a private window where we can see that admin is logged out. Now let's say that I'm going to upload this file here. Let's reload one more time and simply drag here, drop here. Let's go to database first, browse here. Now as we can see that we have 20 total records. Now let's upload. Click on Upload CSV. Now we can see data uploaded, form reset done. And if I go reload this structure, now as you can see, 25 total records. So successfully, these are the things what we missed inside our third phase of API development. Now let's get started all about our fourth plugin development, and here all the data what we have inside this table. For example, if we want to export into .csv, how to do using our plugin code. The manual way, simply I will go here like inside this phpMyAdmin, inside this database, inside this table, click on export. Now as you can see that here we have multiple format options. So simply we can see SQL, and also we have an option called .csv. So this is only the manual process that how to export data from table into a .csv file. But what we want to do the same function using our plugin code. Let's go to editor. So I will close all these files first. So close others. Now successfully all file now closed. Let's go inside our plugins folder. WP content plugins here. Let's create a new folder and something called table data CSV backup. Now inside this folder, let's create our plugin main file that is table-data-csv backup.php. Now let's quickly add some PHP comment lines here. So multi-line comment, plugin name, CSV data backup. Here, description, it will export table data into .csv file. Now here, let's say version number 1.0, author, plugin URI, author URI. Now finally, we have done some comment lines into this plugin. Let's go to our admin panel. So first I will close this private window. I will go here. Let's reload and I will close these two tabs. Database table is okay. Let's go inside it. So I will go inside this plugins. First I will deactivate this third plugin phase. Let's click on deactivate. And here we have our fourth plugin that is CSV data backup. Let's click on activate button. So plugin activated, and what we want that after activation of this plugin, we want to create a menu inside this admin. So first task that we have to create a plugin menu in admin. Second, we have to create a page. We have to create a page, and in that page also we'll have a button. Let's say something called export here. Once we click on export button, simply we want to export all table data into .csv file. So these are the things what we'll learn inside this fourth plugin. So simply let's remove all these comment lines. So first we want to add a menu. So I will use an action hook called add action, and inside this add action simply I will call it as admin underscore menus. Then we have to pass a callback function. So here, let's say table data CSV backup. This is our plugin prefix underscore create admin menu. Now let's copy this callback function name, and here let's say function name. Next, inside this callback function, I will use a WordPress function to create our admin menu, and that function will be add menu page. And we can see that here we have some parameters like page title, menu title, capability, menu slug, callback, icon URL, and position. Let's use all these parameters. So first page title, so I will call it as CSV data backup plugin. Now in the next argument we have to pass the menu title. So here let's say CSV data backup. inside third here, capability, it means the user role like the accessibility. So capability simply means that what the user label we want to display this plugin menu. So we want to show like for the admin. So I will pass manage options. Next, after this manage options, next we have to pass the menu slug. So let's call it as CSV data backup. Then we have to pass the most important parameter that is the callback. So here let's say table data CSV backup is our plugin prefix underscore let's say export form. Then we have to pass the icon URL. So what will be the icon URL? So simply we can see that inside this hint section or IntelliSense, it is suggesting pass the name of dash icon helpers class. So how to pass that? Let's go to browser and I will type here something called dash icons space WP. Simply press enter. We can see here we have the link of WordPress official documentation. Let's click on it. Now we can see that here we have multiple icons. So we need to decide that which icon we have to use for our plugin. So let's scroll. Now we can see that database export. So simply let's click on it. And here we have a class. So I will copy this class here, something called database icons, means dash icons, hyphen database, hyphen export. So once we copy, go here and pass it here. Now in the next here we have position here. So to understand the concept of position, simply let's copy this WordPress function. I will again go here and search it here. So at menu page, WP. Let's click on this official documentation and we can see the same parameters list here. Let's scroll down. We are interested to get idea of position. So here we can see that these are the position numbers like for the dashboard. If you're talking about this dashboard, position number equals to 2. Next, we have the post. So post is will go inside this fifth position. Now here we have 10th number, which is for media. So for example, if I will pass the value, let's say 8 here. So 8 means that after post and before media. So let's pass 8 here, 8 number. If I save this change, now let's copy this callback function first and function name. And for the time being, let's echo within S3 tag, let's say CSV data backup plugin. Save these changes. Once we save, let's go to browser, go and reload. And okay, plugin is activated, but we are not able to see and something like we did mistake inside action hook. And here it's not admin menus, it will be admin underscore menu. Save these changes. Let's go here. Now, as we can see that after post, here we have our plugin that is CSV data backup. And also we can see the position number as well as the icon here. It is very, very interesting. Now let's go and create our form here. So if I click on this menu, now we can see that CSV data backup plugin. But instead of this static message, we want some a form here. Inside that form, we'll have only a single button that is export data. Let's go here. Now inside this, or instead we can create a separate file. So let's go and create a view folder. Already we know the concept that how to link a file. So template, and inside this template, let's say that table data backup. So table underscore data underscore backup dot php. Let's go here. I will add a div class, means div tag. Let's add a class here. Call it as wrap here. Let's say form tag. Inside this form tag, add a p tag, label, and let's say not p tag and label. I will add only a s3 tag. Let's say CSV data backup. Next, after this S3 tag, let's add a submit button. So either we can create by using this button tag, or this time I'll use a WordPress function to create our submit button. So simply PHP tag, let's say submit underscore button. It's a WordPress function. And as we can see that after taking some of the parameters, it will automatically create a submit button. So first text. So this will be the button text. So let's call it as export data. Next, we have the type equals to primary, which is the by default value, or apart from primary, also we have the secondary option. So let's pass primary as the default value. Now here, this is all about the name attribute of that button. So I will call it as CSV, or simply let's pass first the plugin prefix, that is table data CSV backup underscore export button. Now simply I am passing only these three parameters, these three arguments of this function. Now let's add this file right here inside this callback function. So remember, from last plugin, we know the concept of PHP buffer. So simply ob start, and here let's include our template. So include once. Right now we don't have any constant to include this file. So what I will do, I will use a WordPress function, that is dir path. I will pass this magical constant. Then we have to concatenate after that inside this template folder. So template, then we have to go and add that file, that is table data backup dot php. So successfully, now we have read all the contents and stored inside our PHP buffer. Simply let's say layout equals to ob-get contents, and finally let's say ob and clean, and here let's say return layout. So if I save this change, let's go here, reload here, and we are not getting anything. Let's say instead of return, if I type echo here, save this change, let's go and reload. Now we can see that here we have the layout, that is CSV data backup, and here we have our export button. Now, if I inspect here, let's go to the source code. So we can see that here we have form tag. Inside this form tag, here we have S3 element, that is CSV data backup. And after S3, we can see P tag. So remember, this P tag we didn't create inside code. Only inside code, here we have only a WordPress function called submit underscore button. So on the basis of this function and some of the arguments, automatically it created this P tag, and here we have a submit button. So input type submit, here we have the name attribute, ID attribute, and the most interesting thing is that here we have class called button and button hyphen primary. Primary is the keyword what we have passed inside the second argument. So let's change here, called secondary. If I save and let's reload, now we can see that the field of this button now changed from button hyphen primary to only button. Now let's undo, save this change. So what next? We have to add few parameters, few attributes inside this form tag. So only we have action. Now after action, let's say method equals to post, and inside the submit button, here we have the name attribute, and this name attribute is going to be most important parameter, because as we know that once we click on this button, we want to export our table data into .csv file format. Now let's go to our plugin main file, and here let's say that this is our form layout, and here add admin menu. So what I will do after this form layout, let's use one more action hook called admin underscore init. So this action hook will be fired when admin panel initializes. So here let's say table data CSV backup underscore, let's say handle form export. So what I'm trying to do, simply as we know that this is a button, so what we want, once we click on this button, we want to export all those data of this table. So what I will do, I need to handle, so let's go and copy this callback function. So function name, and inside this function name, what we have to do, let's copy this name attribute of this submit button. I'll go here, let's say if each set. And as we know that we are submitting our form using post request type, so post here, let's check method equals to post. So post here, this is the name attribute of submit button. So if button will be clicked, so in that case, first we need to find or select all those data of student table. And finally, we have to download into .csv file format. So here, step by step, so global WPDB, and here let's say table name equals to WPDB prefix here, and let's concatenate with the table name. So what is the table name called? WP underscore students data. So WP underscore is okay, and here we have students data. Now next, let's say students equals to, I'll use WPDB global database object, and here get results method. Now inside this method, we need to select all those data. So select all from, we want table name, so curly pairs table name, and there's no condition because we want to get all data. So for the time being, let's echo pre tag. If I want to print simply into our output screen, so print r, let's say students. Let's save all these changes, and one more thing, let's put a die here. Now once we save, go back to browser, go and reload, close this inspect element here. So once we click on this button, it is a submit button. So on the basis of name attribute of this button, we have handled here. Now in this case, simply we are reading all the data and printing that. Let's go and see that how it is working. So if I click here, now as we can see that here we are getting array of object. We can see first object, it means first row data, second object, and so on. Now, if we want to convert this array of object into array of arrays, how to do that? It is pretty simple. So simply, let's go inside get results. This is the first argument of this method that is all about a query. And inside second argument, array underscore a, which stands for associative array. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. And now as we can see that the standard object now converted into each array of this parent array. So what we have to do now, it is very simple. Simply we have to read all the data, and after it simply we need to put inside a file and save into .csv extension. Let's do all these things. So I will go inside editor. So instead of echo, let's remove these two lines of code. And additionally, also we can put a condition here in case if we have no data. So let's say if empty students. So here we'll have some error message. So error message, but this time we have data. So what I will do, first let's create a file name. That file I will open into PHP output stream so that we have to read all those data of database table and put into it. So file name equals to, let's call the file name as students underscore data underscore, let's put a unique timestamp value, so time function of PHP, and concatenate with this .csv extension. So here we have the file name. Now next, I have to use some PHP header so that once we write all those content inside this file, also we have to download that. So here header is a PHP function. So let's say content type equals to text CSV semicolon space char set equals to UTF-8. And finally, let's add one more header. So header, it will be content hyphen disposition colon. It will be attachment here semicolon and the file name equals to, and the file name we have called like here the file name. So here we have the file name. Okay, here we have some error and that is semicolon missing. So here we have the file name, and here we have two headers. Now next, what we want, as we know that what the means data we are reading from tables. So while writing inside CSV, the first row we want inside CSV should be the header keys. It means if I go here, let's go inside our table. So we can see that here we have ID, name, email, age, phone, and photo. So these are the name what we want inside first row of our CSV header. So first, let's open our output stream. So output equals to, I'll use PHP function called fopen. So PHP colon double forward slash and output, and it will be open for write mode. After this output, what I will do, I'll use called fput CSV function, and here let's use output stream, and we have to use a function called array keys. And inside this, let's say students and 0th index. So what I did simply, let's copy first this value. Forget about all these things. Let's comment out. And if I go here, let's say print r value, let's put a die here. Save these changes. And if I go and reload, let's click on export button. So we can see that by using array keys and students 0, simply we are reading the first row value like ID, name, email, age, phone, and profile photo. And here are. So let's see also in a very clear way like echo, PRE tag, print r, and if I type students, let's go and reload. So we can see that here we have array of arrays data. So I have mentioned like students 0, it means the first index of this array like this one, and from this array we are like getting only the array keys values. We can see array keys, so that's why it is running like ID, name, email, age, phone, and profile photo. So that's it. By the help of this line of code, actually we are reading only the keys. And let's uncomment all these lines first. So after getting all those keys, simply we're writing inside this output stream. And here for the time being, let's see that what we are getting inside our CSV. So simply let's put a exit here. Save these changes. If I go, let's reload, click on export data. So once we click, this function will execute. It will read all the data. Then we'll create a file, open two headers, open PHP output stream, and inside this CSV file, the header keys will be written. Let's go and click on export data. Now as you can see that a file has been downloaded called admin.csv, and why admin? Let's first click on it, and now as we can see that inside this first row, which is .csv, and inside this first row, we are getting only the header keys. Now let's go and put all those contents. So here let's go inside it, and here I will use for each. I will iterate over students variable as single student. I will again use fput csv, and here output stream, and let's say student. So simply we iterated over all the students and each single student now available into this output stream. And finally, let's fclose, and here output. Save these changes. If I will go here, let's click one more time, export data. File has been downloaded. If I go here, now let's see admin1.csv, and this time, now as you can see that all those data, what we have inside our table, now all data exported into this .csv extension file. Now let's find the cause that why we are not getting the correct file name. Instead, we are getting admin and admin1. So let's go here. And if I check the issue, that is file name, it is okay. We have concatenated. So I think there will be some problem inside this header. So header content type text CSV, charset, content disposition. Okay, here. Actually, this is not dispositions, it is content hyphen disposition. Let's save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload. Now I will click on this export data button. Now, as you can see, file downloaded, and we can see that students-data underscore timestamp.csv. Let's open that. Now, as you can see that this time we have the same data set what we have inside this admin one. So successfully, this is the way that how to export our data into .csv file format. So successfully friend, now inside this video we have completed our fourth plugin of this course, and that is how to export our table data into a .csv file extension. And additionally, I want to discuss few things here. Let's close here. So as we know that inside this fourth plugin, here we have used the concept of two action hooks, that is admin menu and admin underscore init. If you are wondering that what is the purpose and what is the use of this action hook and this action hook, so let me explain that the name itself clears that admin underscore menu. It means this function is going to call whenever the menu of admin panel will be initialized. So this is the action hook. which will be fired when the menu of admin panel will be initializes. And here also admin underscore init also clears that when the admin panel initializes. So I hooked up this function with this action hook, which means that this callback function will be executed when the admin panel first time initializes. So successfully, these are the points inside WordPress, and obviously friends, this will come from lots of practice if you work over theme development, plugin development like creating small plugins. So after getting all these basic concepts, obviously you can create an advanced level plugin inside WordPress. So here, now we have successfully completed our fourth plugin. Now let's move to our fifth plugin, and that will be our widget plugin. So what that means, simply I'll create a plugin, and once we execute, after execution of that plugin, it will create a widget. Widget is nothing, it's like a informational area, information widget section. By the help of that, we can put some information like some announcement for site users. Now in the next plugin, we'll see that how to create a widget by using custom plugin inside WordPress. Alright friends, now inside this fifth plugin development, we'll understand the complete concept that basically widget is, how it is useful, and how to create our custom widget inside WordPress. So first thing first, before going into the development part, first thing we need to understand that what is widget and how it is useful. So what I will do, let's go inside appearance. Let's do some zoom here. So appearance, let's say themes. So we can see that currently we have the default WordPress theme that is 2024, 23 and 22. So let's install a new theme of WordPress and I will search for, let's say, generate press. Now if I will search, we can see here, let's click on install. Now successfully, as we can see that this generate press theme now successfully installed into our WordPress setup. Now let's click on activate. So successfully, as we can see that now inside this WordPress setup, now this theme is the default activated theme of this setup. Now what I will do, let's hover over the site title, click on visit site. I am pressing Ctrl to open a new tab. So we can see that this is our front end landing page, and here inside this right hand sidebar, here we have a search box. Here we have recent post, recent comments. So these are nothing, these are known as widgets. So if we want to add any new information section, what we have to do, let's go here inside this appearance. So according to theme features, now this theme actually provides the feature of widget customization. So that's why we can see that a widgets option here. If suppose if any theme does not provide any kind of widgets option, so in that case, you will not able to see any widgets option. So let's click here. Now, as you can see that right sidebar, this is all about the placement of widget inside right hand sidebar. Here we have some customization of left sidebar and so on. So we can see that inside this right hand sidebar, here we have search box, recent post and recent comments. Now, if we want to add any section like any widget inside left sidebar, simply need to go drag and drop and add inside this left sidebar. And one more thing, nowadays WordPress is coming with block-based layout. So what we are seeing here inside this widget section, this is block-based layout. But if we are talking about the older versions of WordPress, so in that case, we don't have any concept of block-based. Instead, we have a classic layout to set all about these widget settings. So how to roll back or how to get the classic view? So for that, let's go inside plugins, go inside and add on, add new plugin. And here I will search for classic widgets. This is a plugin which is freely available once we install and activate. So automatically the layout what we had seen will be converted from block-based layout to classic layout. So let's click on install now. We can see 2 plus million active installations. So plugin is now installed. Click on activate button. So successfully plugin activated. Now if I go again appearance widgets, now we can see that our layout to manage widgets now changed from block based to classic layout. Now this is really very useful because this layout I personally prefer because to manage widgets it is too much easy. Now here let's say that I want to add some widgets inside this right sidebar, something like a text here. So what I will do, I will simply scroll, let's add a calendar here. So drag here. and drop into the last section of this right sidebar. And here, let's call it as my calendar. If I save these changes, let's click on save, widget save. If I go and reload, now we can see that here we are getting our new widget, that is my calendar. So widget is nothing. It's like a information section, we can say, in type of announcement to our site users what basically we can manage from WordPress admin. So this is the same concept we'll see inside this fifth plugin development, that is how to create custom widget inside WordPress using our own custom plugin. So this is all about the concept that what is widget and how it is useful for WordPress site users. All right, friends, now we have a basic idea about widget of WordPress. Now let's see in action about the development step that how to create a custom widget inside WordPress. And these all things we'll discuss by using our own custom plugin. So let's go to our editor. I will go inside WP content folder, plugins folder, and here let's create a new folder and something called my hyphen custom widget. Now inside this plugin folder, let's create our plugin main file, that is my custom widget.php. Now quickly, let's add some comment lines. So here, this will be something called plugin name, my custom widget, description. This widget will provide options to display a static message as well as recent post over website. Now after this description, let's say version number 1.0, author, and here let's say author URI, author URI, then we have called plugin URI, example.com, and let's say my custom widget. Now successfully, these are the comment lines of this fifth plugin. Now let's go inside WordPress admin, click on plugins. Now hopefully inside our installed plugins list, we'll see our plugin, that is my custom widget. Now let's click on activate. No activity. So what we have to do, we have to write a code, and by the help of that code on plugin activation, we have to generate a custom widget inside our WordPress setup. And one more thing, as we know that inside our first plugin, what we had created inside second plugin, now we are going step by step to advanced level. So here I will add some more extra code. By the help of that, we can get the easiest concept or the advanced concept of WordPress so that we can improve the coding standard of plugin development. So what I will do, I will add one more line of code here, and that is if not defined. Not defined means this defined is a page function, and inside here I will pass the WordPress constant called ABS path. So it means that if this is a PHP file, so this PHP file will only gets executed if this constant will be available. And this is a WordPress constant, so make sure that this plugin will be installed inside WordPress, otherwise it will not execute. Now, after that, I will add an action hook, that is add action. Let's call it as widgets init. And here, let's say my custom widget. This is our plugin prefix underscore register widget. And here we can see that here we have used an action hook called widgets init. It simply means that when the widgets initializes of WordPress admin panel. So once widgets will be initializes, so in that case, this callback function will gets executed. So let's copy and I will go here. Let's say function name. And here inside this callback function, I will use a WordPress function called register widget. So here, let's say register widget. And inside this function, we need to pass the class name because by the help of that class, we will create our widget and manage each and everything like how to display inside admin panel, how to save, and how to display all those settings to front end. So here, let's pass our class name. This is our own created class. So let's pass something called my here custom widget. Any name you can specify here, so my custom widget. Now next, what we have to do, let's create a class file inside this plugin folder. So I will go here. Let's add one more file. Either we can create a separate folder or it is okay that let's create a root. So I will call it as my underscore custom widget dot php. Now here, let's add PHP tag. So class my custom widget and it will extends from widget, widget of WordPress. Now next, let's define our constructor. So public function and here governance co construct and inside this constructor, first we have to reinitialize our parent constructor. So here parent, it means by the help of this parent keyword, we are simply calling constructor of this parent class and this parent class is a WordPress class. If I click on it, now we can see that this WP widget is coming from WP includes folder and this is a class file of WordPress. Now here, why we are extending? So, and one more thing that this extends keyword is nothing like we are inheriting this class to this class. Which means this is the child class and this is the parent class. So here, let's use parent construct and here we have to pass some parameters inside this construct here and remember this is the construct method, this one is the construct method of this child class and here inside here what we are calling using parent keyword, this is the construct method of this parent class. Now here, so the first argument we have to pass like the widget id. So each widget inside WordPress will have a unique identifier, so let's call it as my underscore widget or we may add something my custom widget. Now next we have to pass the widget title as we can see like the IntelliSense like we have to pass the widget title. So let's call it as my custom widget and then we have to define an array of options and inside this array the first option I will use that is called description. So description and here this is a custom widget or simply let's say display recent posts and or static message. So simply, this is the first task what we have completed for this construct method. Now, once we inherit this WP widget, so now we have available few methods that we have to use inside this child class so that we can override those methods and work according to widget's standard. So what are those methods? So first I will go inside this WP widget class, which is coming from WP includes folder. This is the class file. Remember, we are inheriting this parent class because we want to override few of the methods of this parent class like form method, widget method, and update method. So first, if we want to work with like the widget appearance, widget look and feel, widget display, for admin panel, so I will go here and search for form method. Now you can see that this is the syntax. So what I will do simply let's copy the signature of this function, go inside this child class, and here this will be responsible to display widget to admin panel. Now here, pasting it here. So public function form, and here we have instance. What is instance? We'll understand in a bit. So for the time being, this method is coming from this WP widget class, and we need to override to display our widget inside admin panel. So what I will do here, simply let's create a form. So PHP tag, and here let's add p tag label and we want to show like widget title, so let's call it as title. Here we'll have a input type text box, let's pass name attribute, then we'll have id attribute, class attribute, and value attribute. Now next let's create another p tag and let's call it as something like display type. So label, let's say display type, and here let's pass a select drop down. And inside the select dropdown, we'll have the option that what the value we want to display to front end, like recent posts, or we want to display a static message. Now let's go and create two more fields, that is p tag. Let's create an ID or provide an ID here. So ID equals to, let's say, display underscore recent underscore post, and let's add our plugin prefix here that will be unique for all. So here my custom widget underscore display recent post. So now inside this first p tag, which have this ID, it means that when we select this option called recent post, then this p tag will be available. So what I will do here, simply let's put a drop down here, or simply say label number of posts, and here let's say input type. I can provide input type number, name attribute, then we have ID attribute, value attribute, and class attribute. Now next, let's add another p tag, and for this p tag, ID will be, let's say, my custom widget underscore display underscore static underscore message. Now in this case, what we'll have, so first, let's say message, or let's call it as your message, and here let's input type text, or also we can take like text area, but input type text is okay. Let's say name here, it means the name of the field, ID, plus here, and value. Now, once we save all these changes, now let's see in action. And for the time being, let's go and override those two methods. Like first, I will search for update. So, update method, if I search, now you can see that this is the syntax. So, simply I will copy, go here. Let's remove the body of this method, and here save widget settings to WordPress. And the last method, which is responsible to display our widget to front end, and this will be something called widget, and here it is. So let's copy, go here, so display widget to front end. Now let's remove this die here, save these changes. So if I go to admin panel, now we can see that go to appearance widgets, and here we have some error, that is unknown class. And yes, because inside this main plugin file we have attached, but this file must be included here. So what I will do, let's say include once, and here let's say plugin dir path pass magical constant, and here we need to call this file something called my underscore custom underscore widget.php. Let's put a forward slash, save these changes. If I go and reload, now you can see it is working. So here, what the form we are seeing, this is the admin view of this widget. And once we pass any value, save inside our database table. So in that case, this update method will work. And once all the data will be saved, so at last we want this output to this front end. So this will be responsible using our widget method. So those three methods are too much important. First, like here, we have the form method, which is responsible to handle or display our widget to this admin view. And second, like update to save our data into our database table. And third, like how to display a widget to front end, this will be using our widget method. And also the construct method, what we have used here, this will be responsible to introduce our widget to our admin so that we'll know like widget ID, widget name, and some type of description. So if we save all these changes, let's go here. And if I go to, let's say, widgets, reload this page. Now, if I scroll down, now we can see that here we have my custom widget. Now let's go and inspect here. So we can see that here we'll have some widget ID. We can see my custom widget. This is our widget ID. So widget hyphen temp. This is like dynamically added by WordPress. But here we can see my custom widget is the widget ID what we have provided. Now next, if we compare with other parameters, we can see my custom widget. This is the title, like widget title of this argument value. And here we have description. So also we can see the description, display recent post, and a static message. So successfully. So what we want next, simply let's go inside right sidebar. I will go and let's add this my custom widget to right sidebar. Click on add widget. Now we can see that here we have some form input fields like title, display type, like number of posts and your message. And this look and feel and the form elements is coming by using this form method. Now let's quickly add some class. So here, if I go here, let's open this my calendar and if I inspect this like input field, so we can see that by default, WordPress provides a class called WideFat, what we can use with our input fields as well. So let's copy this class name, close this. I will go here. So for this title, let's say class equals to WideFat. Here, let's add class here, WideFat, WideFat, and WideFat. Save these changes. If I will go here, let's reload. Now, if I go into a right sidebar, click here. Now we can see that now this time the layout is properly okay. So what next? Let's go and open my calendar widget. Let's inspect this input text. Now we can see that this input text box has an ID attribute value as well as the name attribute value. But if I go and inspect our custom input fields of our custom widget, we can see that we don't have any name attribute value as well as ID attribute value. So how to get these values and what is the pattern of that? So let me tell you, this will be the super easiest concept inside WordPress widget development. So how to get these values? Let's go to editor. So let's say that we want to generate the name attribute value and ID attribute value of this title. So simply we have to use two methods, one for the name method and other for the ID. And these two methods will be provided by our parent class called WP widget. So simply if I search, let's say get underscore fill underscore ID, we can see that by the help of this method, we can generate ID value of our custom field. So simply let's copy. I'll go here inside this ID attribute, PHP tag. Let's echo and I will call by using this keyword because this method is coming from parent class. And here let's pass something called title because this is the title field of this form. So this is field ID and for the name attribute, if I search get underscore field underscore name. So this is the method. Let's copy. I will go here. Let's go inside name field. So PHP echo this here get field name and here let's pass the field name called title. So if we save these changes, let's go and reload. Let's go and inspect this my custom widget input type title. Now we can see that once we added those two methods, so automatically it has generated a dynamic name attribute value as well as ID attribute value. Now same thing we need to do for all those input fields. Let's go inside this, like for this select here. So for this name, let's say PHP echo this here get field name and I will call it as let's say display option. Now go inside this ID attribute PHP echo let's say this here get field ID and here let's say display option. Now next I will go for this number of posts. So for this name attribute value, it will be echo this field name and here it will be let's say number of post. Let's pass plugin prefix as well for each input. So it will be my custom widget. Let's copy. Why we are adding because this will make the unique field throughout application, no confliction with other plugins. Let's copy, pasting it here for title and for title here. So we have done here and for here, this is okay for the name attribute. Let's say for ID, it will be something called echo get field ID and I will go and pass, let's say MCW and let's copy the same field and pasting it here. So my custom widget number of posts. Now let's go for your message And one more thing actually we are missing that also we need to provide here the for attribute value. So let's copy this name attribute and paste here for this for attribute. Now let's copy the name attribute of this drop down, put it here. Let's copy the name attribute of this number of post, put here for this for attribute. Now finally put it here. So get field name and it will be, let's say, not number of post this time. It's your message. What I will do, I will copy the same code of this for attribute and put it here for this name attribute. Now let's go inside this ID. So PHP, put it here, and instead we have to use called get field ID. So successfully, and here we have some error. Okay, two times PHP tag. So let's remove the first one, and here we have the second one. So if I save these changes, if I will go here, let's reload. Now, in a very standard way, we can see that our input fields like here we have the for attribute, name attribute, and ID attribute of each field. So successfully, we can see that this is the proper way to write of this form method to display our widget form to admin. So now next, what we have to do simply we have to go inside this update method so that whenever we pass any value to this input, automatically we have to save inside our admin panel. And one more thing, also we can see that here we have the display option like recent post. So what we want if we select let's say static message, this field like your message is only visible and means at one time, like if I select recent post, so at that time this field is only visible. This should be hidden. So how to do? This is using a JavaScript code. So I will go here, let's create a JS file. So I will go inside this plugin and here let's create script.js. Let's go to plugin main file and here add admin panel script. So remember, inside our last plugin, we have seen the concept of action hook called WP in QA script. What I mean, so add action and the action hook we have used to attach our JS file inside our previous plugin that is called WP underscore NQ underscore scripts. So this action hook will be useful when we want to attach our JS file to front end. But this time we want to attach our script.js file, it means JS file admin panel. So in that case, what we have to do simply we need to remove this WP and add admin in QA scripts. Again, we have to pass the callback function. So it will be my custom widget underscore add admin script. Now let's copy this callback function. I will go here, let's say function name, and here we have some spelling mistakes. So function name, I will go here and the same function we need to call WP underscore in Q script. And here let's pass handle ID. So it will be admin, let's say script here. Now in next we have to pass the source file path. So I will use plugin dir URL. Let's pass magical constant and here then we have to concatenate and it will be called script.js. Now in the next, any dependencies, obviously we want to use some the concept of toggle method, which is coming from jQuery plugin. So obviously we have our dependencies like jQuery. Next, after this jQuery, we have two more arguments. That is the first one is called version number. Either we can specify the version number of this plugin script or let's place the null value. And finally here we have the last argument as the optional parameter. So if I pass the true value, it means that we want to attach this script.js file at the head tag of source code. And if I pass the default value of this function that is false here, so when we try to add script.js, so automatically this file will be added at the last of our body. So let's remove or leave it as the empty value. Let's remove it also. Next, I will save all these changes. Let's copy this handle ID. And one more thing, let's go to script.js and write some piece of code that is jQuery document ready. And here let's pass the callback function. And for the time being, if I write, let's say log means console.log, welcome to custom widget development. Save these changes. Now successfully this file is linked with this plugin. So hopefully when we execute, this message will be logged inside console. So save these changes. If I go and let's reload here, go to console. Now we can see that inside this console, welcome to custom widget development. So what I will do if I search for Control U to see our like admin script file, now we can see that here we have our file. So what we have to do inside this file, simply we want like show hide feature. For example, if we select this recent post, then this field is only visible. And if I select this static message, this field should be visible only. So what we have to do, and also as we know that for these field, we have a p tag, and inside this p tag, here we have the unique ID. So if we select this, let's say display type, let's go here and what I will do, let's add a class inside this select drop down. If I will go here, let's go inside this class and here, let's say mcw underscore dd options. Let's copy this class, go inside the script.js and here, let's say jQuery and here, let's say the class of field, I will add on change event function. And if I go inside this callback function, first let's log that what we are getting inside that. So console.log. And if I let's say jQuery this dot value. Now if I save all these changes, let's go to browser and here my custom widget. Let's reload first. And if I select go to console, welcome message. Now let's select display type equals to static message and I can see that it is coming empty. And why it is empty? I think values are missing inside options. And here it is. Let's go to editor inside my widget class. So for this recent post, let's say recent underscore post. And for static message, it will be static underscore message. Now save these changes. Let's go and reload one more time. Go to console. And if I select, let's say recent post like a static message, here we have the static message. And here we have recent post. Now what next? So on the basis of this display type selected value, we need to apply like to hide condition for this number of posts and your message. So if we select this option like recent post, so in that case, this field will be only visible, this will be hidden. And if I select a static message, so in that case, this field will be visible and this should be hidden. So inside jQuery, we have multiple options to do this task like by using our toggle method, but I will keep each concept of this course in a very simple way. So simply we can achieve this task by using a CSS property called display none. So what I will do, let's go here and for that, let's go inside our plugin folder. Inside plugin folder, I will add a CSS file so that also will understand that how to add a style sheet file inside any of the custom plugin. So let's go inside plugin folder and I will create a file that is called style.css and let's go inside our plugin main file. Now, this file we want to include with our plugins, so the same concept we have to use. This action hook also will work. Now, next inside callback function, let's add some code for CSS because this is the code for to attach JS plugin files. So here I'll use wp underscore enq enq underscore style. This style function is for CSS file and this script function is for JS plugin files. Now here we need to provide the handle ID, the same pattern of parameters like handle ID. So let's call it as my custom widget underscore style. Now in the next argument, we have to pass the source file path. So same plugin dir URL, magical constant, and then we have to attach like style.css. So let's copy this file name called style.css. If I go to the source code to confirm and see, let's reload Control U to get the source code. And if I search for style.css, now we can see that this file is coming from this custom widget plugin. Now let's go here and inside this file, let's create our class that is called hide element. And I will add a CSS property, something called display none. Now, by the help of this class, we will apply the condition like to show our p tag or our hide our p tag. So simply let's copy, go inside script.js. Now, if I copy the ID of both p tags, let's go inside our my custom widget number of post. So first I will copy the ID of this p tag. So this is the ID of p tag, and the second we will have, if I go for this static message, let's copy this ID and put it here. And also this value should be placed or stored inside a variable. So let's say let here mcw option value equals to, and this is the value. So if this will be, let's say if this is equals to, and the first value we have called recent post, let's copy, put it here. So if this will value equals to recent post, so inside that case, this p tag of ID will be visible and this should be hidden. So what I will do, let's copy this ID. So jQuery, and here ID of this p tag, if it contains any class like hide element, so simply we have to remove that. Otherwise, if this exists, so simply for this p tag, we need to add a class called hide element. Save these changes. Now let's copy the same piece of code, and if I write here, or we can make like a else if here, else if. Now in the second option, we have called static message. Let's copy, go here, put it here. So if static message option will be selected, so inside that case, we need to remove if this class exists with this p tag. So simply we need to remove from this second p tag and add inside this first p tag. Next, I will save all these changes. Let's go back to browser. Let's reload. And also, I would like to discuss an issue here, but before that, let's see that what is issue here and how to fix that. So as we know that this code is well written, it will work without any error. So let's go and see. So if I go inside my custom widget, go inside console first. And here, as expected, when we select this static message, so this field should be visible and this should be hidden. Now let's go and select. We can see no activity, and here no activity. So it means that the code what we had written is not going to work. So let's go and see that. Let's add console.log first. And let's verify that all the code what we had written is okay or not. So I will add here one and here two. Save these changes. If I go and reload, let's go inside my custom widget, clear console first. So static message we can see here two and here one. So it means all the code of this script.js is well written and it is working. So why we are getting this issue that these two fields are not listing all about the properties like display none or any of the changes. So here comes the concept of issue. So as we know that inside this widget code, as we know WordPress by default auto-generated some IDs as well as name attributes. If I go to the code part, so we can see that for the name value here we have used a WordPress method. Here for the ID we have used another WordPress method. So by default automatically it has manipulated, it has modified the number of like name attributes as well as ID attributes. So here inside this code, actually, we need to write the element tag as well. For example, this is an ID of p tag. So we need to add p here. We need to inform our code that, okay, this is an ID, but this is an ID of p tag. Let's add here in the same way p tag and p tag. Now this time, this code will work over our widget. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Now here, my custom widget. Let's go static message. Now we can see only we have the static message, recent post. Now we have only the recent post. So this is how to fix inside widget. This code is separated from this our main class file, like from this form method. So that's why we need to inform our code that okay, this is the ID, but this ID is of a p tag. If you have used some kind of div or some another element, simply we have to attach that. So all is okay. Now next what we have to do, we to work over our update method. So go here, and one more thing also we want, if I go and reload our page, so at first time, we want that inside our My Custom widget, this should be selected and this should be hidden. So what I will do, I will go inside our code and inside this static message simply, I will add our CSS class that is called not inside here. Let's add a class attribute and hide element. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. So at first, we'll see that recent post and it is okay like number of posts. If I select the static message, now it is working. Now next, we have to work over functions like when we pass the value of this title, display type and message. So we need to store these values inside our WordPress database. So how to handle this is also the super easy to manage. Let's go inside our code inside this update method. So simply as we know that this is the signature of our parent class called WP widget. So simply instance equals to an empty array, and here instance we want to save the keys. Like here we have the form keys as for the title. Let's copy title here and I will add some comment line here. So this is for title. Next we have for the display option. So let's copy, put it here. Next for number of post, put it here, and finally of your message. So these four input fields inside our custom widget. Now we want to save all these values, all these options inside our database. So here we have an instance array which is an empty. Now the first key we have, let's say title. So I will just copy this title, put it here. We can change the name, but I want to keep as it is here. Now here and here it will be, let's say not empty. I will put new instance. It means we have some value. Let's go to editor. So when we pass any value, click on save button. So those values what we are passing, those will go inside this new instance. So here, first we are checking that if we have any value inside this key. So simply, if we have any value, let's copy and I will use strip tags. It means we have invalid value like we are passing some value with some HTML tags. So please remove that. Otherwise, we'll have our empty value. Now next, we have to repeat the same pattern of code for all these options. So instance, and here we have the key called display option. Next, let's say not empty. If we have the value inside this key, let's say new instance, I will copy and here, or instead of using strip tags, also we can use a WordPress function called sanitize text field. So here, let's use sanitize text field and here let's pass this value, otherwise it will have the empty value. Now next here we have a number of posts, so let's say instance, this will be the key, not empty, it means we have some value, so empty, new instance, put it here. If it contains any value like any changes, so inside that case let's say sanitize underscore text field, put it here, otherwise empty value. And finally, let's copy this your message key instance, put it here, not empty, and here let's say new instance, sanitize text field, put it here, otherwise empty value. Now finally, okay, here we have some error and this is because actually this should be something called new instance and here it is. Now finally, we have stored all these values inside each key of this instance array. Let's copy and just return from here. So return instance, save these changes. If I go here, let's reload. Now let's pass some value here. So go to my custom widget. Let's say my simple custom widget. I will go and first prefer, let's say, static message. So this is my static message from widget. Click on save button. So successfully, all the values now saved. But here comes the issue like, as we can see that after save, still we are getting our values, but in this case, values are missing. And that's why, because we need to go inside our form method and also we need to update like to get all the data what we have saved and render after execution of save function. So here, let's go inside this form and here we have the instance, let's say title, or we can pass the same key like title equals to new instance, not new instance, it will be instance because we are taking from here and inside it, this is the key value. So let's copy first. I will check it's not empty. Then we have the value, otherwise we'll have the empty value. Now let's copy this title, go inside this value attribute and put it here. So PHP echo, and this is the value. If I save this change, go and reload. Now, as you can see that inside this my custom widget, now we are getting the title value. So in the same way, we have to write for this display type, number of post as well as your message. So what I will do, let's go and copy three more times. Let's copy this display option instance, put it here inside this. Next, we have number of post. So I will copy, put it here, put it here, and finally for your message. So successfully, once we save our data by using this update method automatically as per the signature of this form method, let's copy and see one more time the signature of so form here, and okay, so we can see that here according to signature, here we have the instance variable, and by the help of instance variable, we can access all those values what we have saved inside our database. So that's why we are taking like these are the keys, remember, we have saved inside our update method. Now here, let's copy this display option. I will go inside this select drop down and here, let's say if use PHP tag, if here, so if this value equals to recent posts, so inside that case, it will be selected. So echo, and here it will be selected. Otherwise, I will copy the same code, go here inside for this static message. Now in this case, if this display option equals to static message, so in that case, it will be selected. Save these changes. If I go and reload one more time, now we can see that display type equals to static message because last time we have saved that value. Now, according to this display option, also we have to handle the case or the visibility of number of posts as well as like a static message field. Let's go here. So I will just copy or let's go inside this first p tag and here if I copy the variable where we are getting our display option value. So if this is equals to recent post, it means in that case, we don't have any class attribute. Otherwise, inside this else block, we'll have a class attribute. And inside this, let's say echo single quote and here class attribute. And inside this class attribute, it will be height element of CSS class. Save these changes. Now, next I will copy the same pattern of code, go inside this static message. And instead here, let's go and remove. So if display option equals to static message, so in that case, there will not be any class attribute. Otherwise, if we have number of posts as the display option value selected, so in that case, it is containing height element class. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now let's open. Now we can see that this is selected and here we have your message field. Awesome. So let's go and select this recent post. We can see number of posts. Click here, pass a value 6 here, click on save. And once we save, now we can see display option as recent post, and here we have number of post value. Now next what we have to do, we have to also keep the value of this field like inside for dsp tag. So what I will do for this field, let's go here and let's copy this variable called number of post. I'll just copy, go here for this p tag, and inside this value attribute, let's go php echo, and this is the value for a static message. Let's copy this variable. I will go here inside this value attribute, php tag echo, and this is the value. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Now my custom widget, we can see widget title, recent post, and number of post equals to 6. Let's select this static message, and here, let's say my second static message. If I go and click on save button successfully, message saved, and also we are not getting this message here, and why it is not coming? Let's go and see that what is the mistake here. Message instance message here. If I copy this variable and this is available here, let's see that in which key we have saved, and here we have some error that is okay. This will be something called new instance, and this is the key here. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. We have some mistake inside our update method. So let's say that my third message, and keep in mind we have selected display type equals to static message. Click on save button successfully. Now we have saved all the data and also rendered all saved data. Now next, we have to work over third part, and that is the widget method to display all these data to our front-end layout. All right, friends. So what to do next? Simply, we have completed two phases. First phase is to display our custom widget to admin, which is completed. Second phase to save all these data to DB table, also completed. Now in third phase, we to display all these informations right here inside this front end. So for that, this is also a very easiest task. If I go inside code, we can see that here we have the widget method. So by the help of this widget method, we can display all those informations in a very easier way to front end. So first thing first, we want to display our widget title like this title field. So let's go here. Now let's say title, widget title, and here I will use apply filters. If suppose we have done any customizations over widget title, so apply filters and I will use a WordPress filter called widget title. Now here, let's instance, and by using this instance and the key of title that is called MCW title. So just copy and put it here. What is the meaning of this line? So simply, this is our value. And if we have done any customization, so simply by using this WordPress filter, we are applying all those filters to this title value. And here we have this title. So if we want to print this title, so simply echo args here, like this is the key what we have passed, and keep in mind this is the signature what we have copied from WP widget class. Now args here, and inside this args simply let's say before title, and here echo args, and it will be after title. Now in between these two, let's go and copy this title here, and let's echo title. Save these changes, and if I go and reload, remember this is the widget we have added inside right hand sidebar after this calendar. So save that, go and reload. Now we can see that after this calendar here we have my simple custom widget. Now let's go here, and one more thing, that before widget like before title and after title, but before that also we have a class that we have to use like echo args here, and this will be something called before widget, and here it will be something called echo args, and this will be after widget. Save these changes. If I do some code indent, now you can see that something like HTML element, this is our before widget, after widget, before title, after title, and here we have the title value. If I save, go and reload, Now we can see that now this is well oriented, and here we can see my calendar and my simple custom widget. Now into display next informations like if this display type equals to static message, then we have to display this static message value. So I will go here, let's copy this instance, and here let's say after title, what we want, check for display type. So if instance, and for the display option, the key we have called display option. So I will just copy, put it here. If it is equals to static message, so in that case, let's go inside this if block, echo, we're going to display instance, and the key we have for the static message as mcw message. So just copy and paste it here. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. Now we can see that after this widget title, and here we have our message. Now what next? As we know that display option is selected static message. Now let's go and change something called recent post. Number of post equals to 6, which means that we have to fetch all the posts from database where per page post equals to 6. Let's go here and click on save changes. Now successfully as we can see, recent post and number of post equals to 6. If I go and reload, now here we have our widget title, but here we don't have any data. So to print or get all those values like according to display option equals to recent post, what we have to do, let's go and create another else if block. And here instance, this time display option equals to recent posts. So in that case, I will use the concept of WP query class. Remember, we have seen this concept inside our previous plugin as well. So what I will do, let's create a query object of WP query class, new WP underscore query, WP underscore query. Let's pass an array here. And inside this array, we have to pass few arguments like in terms of key value pairs, something first, post per page equals to, it will take a numeric value and that numeric value will get from this instance. Let's copy, put it here, and the key value we have here inside this MCW number of post. So just go and put it here, and also post type equals to publish. Save these changes. Now let's go after this query object. First we have to check that if we have any post. So if we have query, I'll use have post method. And if suppose we don't have any post, so in that case, let's say echo no post found. Let's go inside if block. Now I have to use the concept of while loop to iterate over each post. So while here and inside this while loop, let's say query have post. Let's go inside this while loop and I will have to use a query incrementer, that is query and the post. Now after that, let's go here and what I will do simply I will print the post title as well as also I would like to attach with the permalink. So echo and let's create a ULLI. So for that let's say echo UL. After this while let's say echo closing UL tag. Let's go inside and single quotes, let's say li, close this li, and here we need to print our post title. So we have to use a WordPress function and that will be something called get the title. Now by using this, we can get the title value of post. Save these changes. Let's see first, go and reload. And here we can see that no post found and why it is coming. I think that inside our post, we have some post created and here we have, so why it is coming no post. Let's go and see like, so query object, it is going inside this else block. No post found, and this is because actually here we have the mistake. Instead of post status, we have attached post type. So this was our mistake. Save these changes, go and reload. Now, as you can see that this is our widget title and here we have all the posts. Now, also we want some permalink here like here for the permalink of Hello World 4, Hello World 3 and so on. So this is also the very easiest task already we have seen. So let's add an anchor tag, closing anchor tag. I will go inside this attribute called href, double quotes, single quote to concatenate, and I will use one more function called get the permalink. So once we save that, let's go and reload. And now we can see that here we have the title as well as if I go and inspect here, hopefully we'll see the permalink of that title. And one more thing, let's go into code. So as we can see here, we have used if block and inside this if block, here we have while loop. We have used while loop to iterate over each post what we are getting inside this query object. But behind the scene, WordPress is working with a global object of WordPress and that is post object to get the post information. So after this UL tag, we have to use one more function of PHP to reset all the data. So by using this WordPress function, simply we are resetting our global post object. So finally friends, now we have completed one more plugin and that is our custom widget inside WordPress. I think that this fifth number plugin has given lots of idea, lots of concept to work with WordPress widget development inside a very easiest way. Now let's move to our sixth plugin where we'll discuss the complete idea, complete concept to work with meta boxes. Yes, friends, inside sixth plugin, we'll create some concept that while activation of plugin will create some meta boxes which automatically gets added with post or pages. So let's move to our sixth plugin development. All right, friends, now successfully we have completed our five plugins inside this course. Now let's see our sixth plugin of this course where we'll discuss the complete concept, complete idea about meta boxes inside WordPress. So if I go to editor, now let's open our editor so that we can go with our checklist. So first, inside this plugin development, we'll understand the concept of meta boxes. It means what is a meta box and what is the use of it. Now here, we'll see that how to create a meta box in WordPress. Next, we'll see that if we have the meta boxes, so how to save the data of meta boxes inside database. It means save meta box data to DB table. And finally, at last, we'll see that if we have meta box, we have data inside database. So how to render our meta box data to front end. So here, display meta box data to front end. So friends, these are our checklist what we'll cover inside this sixth phase of plugin development. Now let's get started. So first thing first, what is a metabox? So simply, metabox is an area or let's say it will contain some input fields where we'll provide some data and by the help of that data, we'll display some additional information with our post or with our page. What I mean, let's go to our browser and here, let's open this pages section here. Let's do some zoom and I will create a page. So let's click on this add new page. And here we can see that inside this right hand sidebar, we have some additional widgets. Now what I mean, I'll create a plugin. By the help of that plugin, we'll create a Metabox. Metabox, what is Metabox? So Metabox is like a widget, is like an informational area which will contain some input fields. So here, like at footer of this add new page section, we will have a Metabox so that if we want to pass some additional information, obviously we can provide that. And once we save, so by the help of that, we can render that saved data with this page section to front end. Now let's go to our editor. I will go inside WP content, plugins folder. Let's create a plugin folder and I will call it as my Metabox plugin. And inside this folder, let's create our plugin main file that is my Metabox plugin.php. Now here, what I will do, I will write some basic PHP code, means basic PHP comment lines of plugin. That is first plugin name. Let's say my custom Metabox description. This will be the Metabox for WordPress pages. And one more thing, once we create any meta box, so while registration of that, we'll have the option that where we want to actually put that meta box inside WordPress. So we have the option like we can create a meta box for post section. We have a option to create our meta box for pages section. So I'll prefer pages because as we know that while creating pages, if we want to put our, let's say, meta title and description, so by using this concept, simply we can put that. But additionally, if you learn this concept from here, so obviously you can use this concept to create meta boxes for post module as well. So here, let's say version 1.0 author. So for the time being, all these informations are okay. Now here, I'll use one more line of code and remember this same code we have used inside our existing plugin. So not defined, I'll use a WordPress constant that is AVS path if it is not defined. So in that case, we have to simply exit here. So now what next? So simply here, I will call an action hook of WordPress to register our meta box. So here, let's add action and I will pass an action hook of WordPress and that will be add meta boxes. And simply, as we can see that inside this second argument, we have to pass the callback function and inside that callback function, we'll use a WordPress function to create or register our meta box. So simply mmp, it means my metabox plugin underscore register underscore page metabox. Now next, let's copy this callback function name. I will go here and let's add a comment line that is register metabox and this metabox is for pages. So register page metabox. I will go here, let's say function name, and inside this callback function, I will call a WordPress function that will be add metabox. And by using this function, we need to first pass some arguments, some parameters, and on the basis of that, hopefully we'll create our first metabox inside pages. So first we can see that we have to pass ID and this is the unique ID of Metabox. So I will pass, let's say that MMP stands for my Metabox plugin underscore Metabox underscore ID. Now next here we have the Metabox title. So I will call it as, let's say, my custom Metabox. And let's say for the SEO. And here the most important parameter that will be a callback function. So what I will do simply mmp underscore, let's say, create underscore page metabox and rest all those parameters are optional. So simply I will copy this callback function, go here and let's create layout, create layout for page metabox. Now here it will be function and the callback function name. Now by the help of this callback function, simply we can create a layout of this meta box. So as we know that here we are creating for SEO perspective, it means let's say that we want something meta title and meta description input types inside this meta box. So what I will do, instead of creating all HTML layout here inside this callback function, I will prefer to create a separate file. So let's go inside plugins folder and inside here, actually, we have done multiple times to create separate file to create our HTML layout. So let's go inside template and I will create, let's say, page underscore metabox dot php. Now let's go inside the separate file. I will first create a p tag and inside this p tag, let's say label tag, and I will call it as meta title. This will be our first input. Let's say input type text box. Name equals to, let's say, p meta underscore title placeholder, something called p meta, not p meta, let's say meta title, three dots, id, let's say p meta underscore title. Now this is our first input inside our meta box. Now let's create our second input and this will be for meta description. So meta description, I will go here, let's say input type text or we may add like text area, but for the time being, let's say input type text name equals to p meta description id p meta description and finally let's add a placeholder something called meta description. So I will press alt j together for word wrap. Now here we can see that inside this separate layout here we have two input fields. Now let's copy put it here inside this for attribute. Now all good. Let's go inside our plugin main file. So here to attach this template file, I'll use the concept of PHP buffer. So already we have seen multiple times inside this series. So here let's include template file. It's ob start. Then we have to include our template file. So I will use include once. Then we have to call plugin dir path. Inside it, I will pass the magical constant and here concatenate with template folder because this file exists inside template folder. So template and after that page underscore metabox dot php. And finally, we have to read all the contents of this file into a PHP variable. So what I will do, let's say template or any specific name of that variable. So template equals to, and I will use ob-get contents. And finally, let's clean our buffer first. So ob and clean, and here let's echo template. So successfully, this is the overall logic to create a metabox. We can see that. Let's summarize one more time. So first, we have used an action hook. We can see here, this action hook will be triggered when we want to add any metaboxes. This is the callback function. By the help of that, we are creating our this metabox. And one more thing that this metabox will be available for any post type inside WordPress. Either it will be post and pages. But after that, we'll see that how to add specifically for pages. Now here, we can see that here we have the callback function and inside this callback function, we have decided the layout of Metabox. Save all these changes. Let's do a quick unit testing. So right now we can see that we don't have any Metabox inside these pages. Let's open like post, add new post. So also we can see that we don't have any Metabox inside this post module as well as inside this pages module. So let's go inside our plugin here. So plugins, install plugins. And here we can see my custom Metabox. Now let's click on this activate link. So successfully plugin activated. Now if I go first inside this post section, let's reload. Now we can see that here we have the Metabox. We can see at footer, my custom Metabox SEO. Here we have the meta title and meta description. If I go inside pages, let's reload here. So successfully, now we can see that that Metabox is now also available inside this add new page section, like here, meta title and meta description. Now let's see that we want to put a restriction here. That is, this Metabox should be available only for the pages. This will not be available for this post. So how to do that? Simply, I'll go here and inside this add metabox, inside this fourth argument, simply we need to pass the screen option. So simply we want inside pages. So here only we have to pass post type that is equals to page. If we want for the post module, so it will be like post here. So let's go and do page here. If I save this change, let's go and reload. Now we can see that inside this add new post section, we don't have any metabox. But if I go inside this pages section, let's go and reload. Now we can see that this Metabox is only available for this pages module. It is really amazing. Now what next? So the next task is that we want to save all these data like meta title and meta description along with all these page values. Like when we click on this publish button, it will save the data like page title, page description from here, and all these page attribute values. So along with all these values, also we want to save these two data like meta title and description along with on the click event of this publish button. So how to trigger, how to save these values? Let's go to editor. Now to save our value, we have to call one more action hook that is called save underscore post. So here, let's say save data of custom metabox and I will add an action hook that is add action save post. It means we are saving our data and here we can see that we have to pass the callback function. So mmp stands for my metabox plugin underscore save, let's say page metabox data. Now let's copy this callback function name and here let's say function name, and while defining this function it will take a value and that will be post id. And as we know that in our case, this Metabox is only visible inside pages module. So post ID is nothing. It will be page ID. So what next? I will go inside this callback function and I will call a function of WordPress to save our data like meta title and meta description. So what I will do, let's call update post meta. And here we can see that we have to first pass the post ID, meta key and meta value. So post ID already we are getting here. So let's copy post ID. Then we have to pass the meta key and this is the unique name of that value. So we can pass any name, but I will choose, let's say, the name attribute of this meta title inside single quote or double quotes, the meta key. And finally, we have to put the meta value. The meta value that the value what we enter inside this input type text box. So simply by using this name attribute, and I will call the global variable of PHP that is post square bracket and here. So successfully, once we save our data by clicking on publish button, so successfully by getting this title, we have a meta key and post ID, and by the help of that, we are saving our data inside database table. Now, if you have a question like in which table we are saving, so simply update post meta already works with post metadata table. Let's go inside our database first. If I go, so we can see that here we have two tables called WP underscore post and here WP underscore post meta. So whenever we work with update post meta or add post meta, it will work with this post meta table. Now let's go to editor. Now in the same way, what we did for this post meta title, now let's do for the meta description. So again, I will call update post meta. Then we have to pass post ID and I will use the meta key as the name attribute value. So let's copy, put it here and inside this global post variable and put it here. So successfully, on the basis of this post ID, we are saving two meta keys inside WP underscore post meta table. Save all these changes. Now let's go to editor and let's do a quick unit testing. And if I go inside WP underscore post meta, and if I go and let's say descending order, so we can see that we don't have any our custom keys. If I go for pages, let's reload this first. And I think that behind the scene we have some error. Let's go first and we can see that undefined array key p meta title and it is coming from if I do some zoom, so it is coming from our plugin means main plugin file or line number 42. So first let's fix that line number 42 and here it is and here it is. So what I will do first I will go and here let's say if each set, so in that case this code will be executed. It means form will be posted and also if each set this description, put it here, let's cut from here and paste it here. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload and also, and I think that we have some more errors. And this is undefined array key, p meta description on line number 46. Go inside line number 46, p meta description. Okay, here we have to add each set function of PHP. So each set, and here is the concept. So save these changes. Let's go and reload and hopefully I will see that will not have any error. Okay, now let's do some entry here. So what I will do, let's say my custom Metabox. Let's add page here. This is sample content. I will go inside our custom Metabox. Let's add a meta title. So my Metabox title and here let's say my Metabox description. Save these changes. I will go and click on this publish button. So click here, publish. So successfully as we can see that page has been saved and if I go into our table, let's reload this meta means metadata table. Now you can see that inside this table we have two custom keys entries and that is p meta title and p meta description. Again, it is really amazing. Now next what we have to do, we have to read these two keys values and we have to populate over these pages. So if I go and reload, Now here friends, we can see that we are getting our page title, page description, but the values are missing of this custom meta title and custom meta description. But as we know that these values also exist inside our table, that is inside key p meta title and p meta description. So how to get these values and render with along all these values? So to do that, let's go to editor. I'll go inside that callback function where we have created that layout, and here it is like page metabox.php. Now this function is also going to accept a global post variable. So simply once we passed here like post, if I pass here, let's go inside .php file. Like inside here, inside this callback function, this is the file. So go inside it and here at top, let's say PHP tag and here post ID equals to by the help of that variable that what we passed inside that function that is post, I will copy put it here and call ID as a key. So it will return means this is going to return ID of that page. So simply let's copy post ID or what I will do if it is empty. Also we can check here. Let's say it's set. So it is okay. Otherwise an empty value. So let's copy this post ID. Now we have to get these two values. So by using a WordPress function called let's say first for title equals to get post meta, we can see that inside this function means WordPress function, first argument we have to pass the post ID and post ID we are getting here. So let's copy post ID, put it here. Now next we have to pass the meta key and this is the key we have saved inside our table. Pass it here and we want only a single value. So for single value, let's pass a true here. Now if I save these changes, let's copy this code, put here, this is for description. It's a description and the key we have saved called p meta description. Put it here. And finally, let's copy this title, add a value attribute, and I will go here. Let's say PHP tag, ego, and title. In the same way, let's copy this description here. I will go inside it. Let's say value attribute, and here it will be something called PHP echo and description. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload this page. And as we can see that along with our page title, page description, now this time also we are able to get our custom meta title and custom meta description. Now what next? Simply after saving all these data, if we want to render, let's open this page. So I will click on this link, open that page, go here. Now what we want to render this meta title and meta description. Let's go into source code. So view page source because we have added some SEO prospective meta fields like meta title and description. So those fields will go inside this head tag. So right here inside this head tag, I want to add two meta tags like with the value of meta title and description. So what to next? Let's go to editor. Let's go to plugin main file. And here, as we know that we want to display this meta title and description inside our head tag. So I have to use one more WordPress action hook and that will be called add action and it will be wp underscore head. It means the callback function, what we are going to attach, what the code we are going to write, simply those code will be added inside our head tag. So here, let's mmp my metabox plugin underscore add underscore head meta tags. Let's copy this callback function and here let's add meta tags in head tag. So I will go here, let's say function name. So first inside this callback function, we need to check that if it is a page, because as we know that inside WordPress, we have post type equals to post or page, or it may be any custom post type. So we want to display this meta title and description only in case of page. So first I will use a WordPress function that is called each page. It means if it is a page, let's go inside it and I will call the global constant of WordPress and not globe, it will be global and it will be post variable. Now from here, let's get the post ID. So post ID equals to global post variable and ID attribute. Now here, let's set title equals to, we have to use the same concept, that is get post meta, and inside we have to pass our post ID. So let's copy post ID, pass it here, and the meta key we have called for the title called p meta title. I will copy, put it here, and the meta value, we want a single value obviously, so it will be true here. Now next we have to get the description. So description equals to get post meta, and here post ID, and this time the key we have saved. Let's go to database. So this is the key we are talking about. So let's copy this meta key, and for description it is okay here, and we want only a single value, so true here. Now after getting this title and description, now let's add meta tags. So here what I will do, let's if title, this variable have any values, so in that case let's echo inside this single quote, let's add a meta tag name equals to, and here let's call it as title, content equals to, and here inside this double quotes let's concatenate with this title value. So I will put it here. Now in the same way we have to do for the description. So let's copy description. I'll go here, let's if not empty description. So in that case, it will be echo single quote, let's say meta, close here, name equals to, let's say description, and here content equals to double quotes, single quotes, and concatenate with this variable. So simply now we have done output as well inside head tag. Let's do a quick unit testing. So I will go here. Let's go to the source code of this my Metabox page 2, and if I reload, so hopefully if we search, let's say for title, let's say meta name equals to title, and we can see that here we have my Metabox title and also inside description my Metabox description. So this concept is really cool if we want some type of like SEO prospective plugin. So simply by the help of this concept we can create a SEO plugin so that we can enter the values like title, description, keywords, and all those things for our separate pages inside WordPress. And one more thing, additionally, I would like to give some more beneficial concept here. Let's go inside our save function. Right here, where we are saving our values. Now here, we can add some checkpoints. First of all, let's add a security point. So here, let's check and verify nonce value. And here, check and verify autosave of WordPress. So first thing first, what is the meaning of nonce value? So inside WordPress, nonce stands for number used once. It means that we'll generate a unique number for each action, and that number should be validated with request inside that callback function. So here, before saving these values, first we'll check that nonce value. If it will be verified, then we'll go and save these values. And second, as we know that WordPress also supports auto-save functionality, it means that whenever do any type of like content creation inside WordPress, so by default WordPress performs like save in draft automatically. So in like auto-save function, we don't want to do any these activities, like we don't want to save these values inside database. So first, let's work with this nonce value, how to generate and how to verify. So to generate, let's go to this layout, and here let's say WP underscore nonce field. Look at here, first parameter we have to pass the action name, and the second we have to pass the name attribute. So the first, what will be the action name? So action name is nothing. Which function we are using to save our data? So this is our action name. So I will copy, go here and put it here. Now next, let's pass any of the name attribute value. So user defined means it will be user defined. So what I will do, let's mmp underscore, let's say save p metabox underscore nonce. Save these changes. Let's copy this name attribute value. I will go here. Now we have to verify. So I will use one more WordPress function, and that is if WP verify nonce. We can see here it will take the first nonce value, and this value we will get from this name attribute. So by using global post variable and this post key and the second value we have to pass the action name. Action name is nothing, the function name, and let's pass it here. Now, if everything is okay, it will return a true value. Otherwise, in case of any error, in case of any return value as false, simply we have to return that. Now, successfully, here we have generated a nonce value, and here we have successfully verified that. Now, let's go here and check and verify for autosave. So, inside WordPress, we have called a WordPress constant that is doing autosave. So, first, we need to check that if it is defined here and also doing autosave, we can see that. So if it is defined and if it is available, it means that this function is triggered with this called doing autosave. So in that case, also we have to return that. So we don't want to save our data when our nonce verification will be failed or in case of doing autosave of WordPress. Save these changes. Now let's do a quick unit testing. So I will go here. Let's reload this page and here it will be. Let's reload this page and let's update some values. So my Metabox title, let's say updated. I will add here, let's say updated. Let's click on save button. So successfully, as you can see that data saved. Now let's reload to verify that our data is coming or not. We can see it is coming updated. Let's go to table and let's verify here. So click on reload. Now you can see updated. And finally, if I go to the source code, let's reload here as well. And if I search for meta title, let's say search for meta name equals to title. So we can see that my Metabox title updated. So successfully, friend. Now inside this sixth plugin, we understood all about the concept of Metabox inside WordPress. What is a Metabox? What is the use of that? How to create, how to register, how to handle the save function, and also how to render those data inside of frontend. So finally, friends, now we have completed one more plugin inside this interesting, amazing plugin development series. Now let's move to our seventh plugin development where we'll discuss about login page customization. Yes, friends, we'll create a plugin. Inside that plugin, we'll have some options like to our change the logo, to manage the text values, color values, as well as the background colors. And by the help of those options, those values, those settings, how to customize our admin login page we'll see and discuss inside that plugin development. So let's jump into our seventh plugin development course. Alright friends, now inside this video topic, we'll discuss our seventh plugin of this course and that is Login Page Customizer. Yes friends, what I will do, let's go and first logged out of this admin panel so we can see that this is the admin login page. Now we want some customization like to change this logo, to change like this text color as well as like the body color of background color. So how to do that? So simply we'll create a plugin. By the help of that plugin, we'll have some settings and by going through those settings and its values, we'll customize this icon URL, it means logo URL, text color as well as background color. So this topic, this plugin development will be very interesting in comparison of Rust plugins what we have developed. So first, let's go and log in. So admin, I will go to editor and here let's go inside WP content plugins folder and let's create a folder something called WP hyphen login hyphen customizer. And let's go inside that. I will create our main plugin file that is WP hyphen login hyphen customizer.php. Not customer, it will be customizer. So I will right click, let's say customizer. Now let's quickly add some PHP comment lines, which is the most important part of this plugin development. That is plugin name, login page customizer, description. This plugin will customize logo, text color, and background color. Now here, let's say author, plugin URI, WP login page. customizer, author URI, and let's pass version number. So version is 1.0. Now successfully, this is our basic settings of this plugin. Now let's go and add if is not defined. I'll use the WordPress constant called ABS path. If it is not available, so in that case, it will exit here. So what we want when we activate this plugin, we want to create a menu page. So already we had seen that concept that how to create a menu on plugin activation. Now this time we want to create a sub menu. Let's say inside this settings menu, like here we'll have some option, or we may say like we want to add some menu inside this tools page, like inside this users menu. So how to do that? So simply, these are the parent menus by default provided by WordPress. So what I will do, I'll use, so first, let's say add action, and here it will be admin underscore menu. And the callback function will be, let's say, WP login customizer. This will be the plugin prefix underscore, let's say, add sub menu page, or simply, let's add sub menu. I will copy this callback function. Let's go here. So function name, and here this time we have to add a submenu inside settings page. So what I will do, add submenu. We can see here we have to pass a parent slug here. So if I talk about the parent slug, what will be the parent slug in this case for the settings? Let's click on it. Now we can see that inside this URL we'll have options-general.php. So this is parent slug. Let's copy. I'll go here and put it here. Now in the next argument, we have to pass the page title. So let's say that WP login page customizer. Next we have called the menu title. So same, I will just copy and put it here. Now in the next, that is capability, it means user level access. So I want that this option should be available for the admin. So manage options. After manage options, next we have to pass the menu slug. So WP underscore login page customizer, or for this slug we can use instead of underscore, let's use hyphen. And after that, here we can see our callback, which is the most important part. So let's say that WLC, it means WordPress login customizer underscore handle login settings page, or simply we can see that login settings layout. Save these changes. Now, if I save, let's go to browser, and one more thing, let's define this callback function. So function and the function name. So by the help of this function, we will create login page customizer layout. So save all these changes. Let's go here, and if I reload, and let's go inside plugins, because first we need to activate. If I go and scroll, so WP login customizer, all things are okay. Let's click on activate link. Now, after activation, if I go inside settings, now we can see that inside the settings option, now we have one more new option, and that is WP login page customizer, and is really very cool. So what I will do in some cases, now if you don't want this option right here, you want inside this tools section. So what we have to do, simply here we have the parent slug called tools.php. So instead of using options general, you have to use call tools.php. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. Now we can see that WP login page customizer. Now, if you're talking about the same option inside this users page, like inside this users module, simply here is the parent slug called users.php. So instead of using tools, let's pass users.php. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see that that option now moved from this tools here, from this user, and here we have WP login page customizer. So for the right now, what I want this option should be inside options hyphen general.php, means inside our settings page. If I go and reload, And obviously, this is not available inside users.php. Let's remove and go inside settings. Now we can see that here we have WP login page customizer. Now what we want right here inside this blank screen, inside this empty screen, we want to create some settings. And for those settings, we have to write some code of HTML. But here friends, I'm not interested to write any HTML code. Instead, I'll use the concept of WordPress functions to generate our settings page layout. Let's go to editor. Now I will go inside this callback function. So either we can write all the code inside this callback function or simply it's better. Let's go and create a separate file. So I will go inside plugin folder. Let's create a new folder called template and I will go inside it. Let's call it as login underscore page or simply login settings layout dot php. So I will go here and inside this function, let's define a form tag. This form will be submitted to this options.php and method equals to post. So here friends, it simply means that inside this form tag, we'll have some input fields and those input fields will create using WordPress settings function. And once those inputs and their values will be submitted, so we'll submit those values using post request type to this options.php. Now let's go inside this form tag. I will call PHP tag and here the first function I will use called settings field. Look at here inside this int license we have to pass a option group name. So simply let's pass WLC which stands for like WP login customizer underscore let's say login page settings field group. This is only a group name. You can specify any of your custom name. Now next let's say do setting sections and here we can see that we have to pass the page slug. It means the slug name of the page. So simply as you know that from this like add submenu page, here we have the slug. So simply I will copy, go here and put it here. And finally, we have to create a submit button. So submit, remember this function already we have used submit button and I will pass a text value as the first argument, let's say save settings. Also, we have the additional parameters like type and name attribute. But for the time being, it is okay. Save these changes. Now let's call this layout to this callback function. So I will use the concept of PHP buffer. So ob start now next, let's include this layout. So include once and here plugin dir path and here let's pass the magical constant that is double underscore file double underscore. Then we have to go inside template folder. Let's verify first template folder and from that folder let's say login settings layout.php and finally let's say we have a variable called content here and I will read all the content. So ob get contents from buffer and finally let's clean that. So ob and clean and here it's echo content. Save these changes. Now if I go and right now it is empty, let's reload here. Now we can see that here we have a settings button. Obviously we didn't register any settings so only we have a submit button. So what I will do, let's create a group here because already we have mentioned a group name as well as our page slug. So on the basis of this group name, now let's create some settings field for this group. So what I will do, I will go here and let's say register settings for login page and here I will use first an action hook called admin underscore init means action hook which fires at the admin initialization and here let's say WLC underscore login page settings field registration. Now next, let's copy this callback function name. So function name, and inside this callback, I will call the first function as register underscore setting. Look at here, we have to first pass the option group name. So simply, here we have our option group name. So just copy and put it here as its first argument. Now next we can see that here we have to pass the option name. So what basically it is, so once we create any settings for our login page customizer, once we save our values, so automatically it will go inside WP options table. So this is the option name. By the help of that, this settings value will be saved inside our WP options table. So first we want to create the option name for text color. What basically we want inside this plugin, we want to change like here the logo, text color and the background color. So the first setting, what we are creating for the text color. So it will be, let's say we are passing an option name. So WLC underscore login page underscore text color. Save these changes. Now in the same way, we have to create two more settings. So register setting, let's pass the option group name. So I will copy the same group name, put it here, and this will be the option name for second setting. So I will call it as WLC login page, and let's say background color. And finally, for the third setting, we want, let's say, register setting, and it will be the same group. And here, the option name will be WLC login page logo. Next, after this, what we have to do, we have to create a section, and inside that section, I will store all these settings field. So simply, let's create a section here, and then register, or simply we can call it as add settings fields. So simply to create a section, it will be add settings section. We can see here the first parameter we have to pass the section ID. So let's call it as login page or something the plugin prefix first. And here login page section, let's say ID. Now next, the title of that section. So I will call it as login page customizer settings. And in the third argument, we have to pass the callback function. So it will be null. Now in the fourth value, we have to pass the page slug. So here we have the page slug called WP login page customizer. So simply let's copy and put it here. Now once we create a section, so what next? Simply we have to create all settings field for all these fields like for text color, background color and for the logo, and all these fields should be stored inside this section. So here friends, now we have to create or add our settings field. So what I will do, let's call add settings field of WordPress function, and by the help of that we'll add our settings field. So add settings field. Now we can see that the first value we have to pass our field ID, and it is nothing. It's the option name. So for example, if we want to create our first like setting, like to change the text color, so this is the option name. So just copy, go here and pass it here inside this first argument value. Inside second, we can see the title of that. So let's call it as page text color. Inside third, we need to pass the callback function name, which is really very important because by the help of this callback function, we'll decide the layout here. So let's pass something called WLC underscore login page text color layout. Now here we can see that here we have to pass the page slug. So what is the page slug? This is the page slug. So just copy and put it here. Now next we can see section equals to default. So we want that this settings field should be available to this section. So let's copy this section ID. I will go here and pass it here. Save these changes. Now what I will do, let's copy this callback function of this settings field. And here, this is for text color settings. Let's say function name, and inside this function name, let's write a code to create a input type text box. So input type equals to text. Let's say name equals to, and it will be the option name. So what the option name we have, let's copy and put here inside this name attribute. Inside, let's add one more attribute that is placeholder, enter, or we can say like text color. Save these changes. Now everything is okay. If I go to browser, let's reload. Now we can see that login page customize the settings. This is our section name. If I will go here, we can see that here inside this section called login page customize settings, and here we have this settings is available inside this section, and this setting has a layout of input type text box. And look at here, this is title, so we are getting right here something called page text color. And if I inspect this input type text, we can see our that option name what we have given. So successfully, this is our first setting field for this layout. Now let's create two more, that is for background image and the logo of that. So I will go here. Let's go first inside this callback function of registration of settings field. And after this text field, like for text color, let's add for background colors. So background color, add settings field. Now here we have to pass the ID. So ID is nothing, it's the option name. So we want for the background color. So I will copy, not here, this one. Let's copy, go here, pass it here. Now next we want something for the title. So let's say page background color. Third value we have to pass the callback function. So it will be WLC underscore login page underscore background color layout. And in the fourth value, we have to pass the page slug. So page slug is here. Let's copy and put it here. And last, we have to pass the section name. So this setting we want inside this section. So let's copy the section ID and put it here. And finally, let's copy the callback function of this layout. And I will go here. This is for background color settings. Let's say function name, and here let's input type text name equals to option name. So what is the option name? So option name, if I go inside this registration field, so this is for background color. I will go and paste here, and let's put a placeholder, something called background color. Save these changes. Now if I go and reload, now we can see that here we have the second setting of page background color. Now let's put one more setting for the logo, and that logo also will contain our input type text box so that we can pass the URL of any image. So what I will do in the same pattern, I'll go here. Let's do one more setting, and this is for logo. So add settings field. Here we have to pass the option name. So the option name will be something called our WLC login page logo. I will copy, put it here. Now next we have to pass the title. So let's say login page logo, something like this. Then we have to pass the callback function. So WLC underscore login page logo layout, or let's say input here. It is okay. And the fourth value, that will be the page slug. So let's copy, put it here. And the final value, that is section. So here we have to pass the section ID. So this is the ID. Let's copy and put it here. Let's do a quick fix here, that is this is not layout, this is input here for each field. So I will call it as input here. Let's go and change it also call input here. And remember, these are the callback functions, so I have to change here as well. So instead of layout, let's call input because these are the input fields, not layout. So input here. And finally for the logo, let's copy this callback function. I will go here, and here this is page logo. So function name. And what I will do here, simply in the same way, input type text. And this time the option name will be, let's copy the option name. So WLC login page logo. I will put it here, and placeholder. Let's enter logo URL. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload. Now we can see that now here we have the setting of page text color, background color, and login page logo. Now what next? What we have to do? So whenever we fill all this information, so after save, like after this, click on this button. as we know that we are submitting all this information using post request type to options.php. So automatically this URL or this link will handle all the data and save the data inside our WP options table. So inside this database also we have a table called WP options. So once we save all these data, those data will go inside this WP options table. Now let's see all these things in action. So I will go inside this login page customizer. So for the time being, we want to see that how these values will go inside this WP options table. So simply let's pass some dummy value because obviously as we know that to pass any color inside CSS, we want some hexadecimal code. So for the time being, let's pass any dummy value. So text color, let's say red here. Background color, I will pass orange. And for login page logo, let's go inside media because behind the scene, before making this course or video, I have uploaded some dummy images inside this media library. So what I want that this logo, default logo, should be replaced with this red colored logo. Simply, I will click on it. I'll go here and let's say copy URL of this file URL. Just copy this URL and put it here. So after passing all these values, let's click on Save Settings button. Now we can see that settings saved successfully. Let's go inside our table. Let's reload. Now successfully as we can see that all those settings value of text color, background color and page logo now automatically saved inside this WP options table. So if I go and reload, now you can see that all values now lost. So what we want that once we save any value inside this table, so after save, we want these values should be auto-rendered inside these text boxes. So let's go to editor. I will go inside each of the input field. And what I will do, as we know that here we have the options table. So to get any value from options table, WordPress provides a function that is get option. So what I will do, I want to get the option value for this input field. So let's say text color equals to, I'll use a function called get option. We have to pass the option name and option name is nothing. It's the key what we have used. So for example, text color, let's copy. I'll go here and put it here. So simply, and also we can use the second argument like default value. So let's pass the default value will be an empty value. So text color, what I will do, I will go inside here inside this input tab text and let's say value equals to, let's say PHP echo and this text color. Save these changes as we know that this time we have a value for this option name. If I go and reload, now you can see that our text color. Now let's do the same thing for this background color as well as page logo. So here inside this background color, let's say bg color equals to get option and here we need to pass the option name. So what will have the option name? So simply this is what we have used. Just copy, put it here and we want the default value as an empty value. Save these changes. Let's copy this bg color. I will add a value attribute and here php tag echo and that bg color. Now let's do for this logo here. So page logo equals to get option and here I will copy this name attribute, put it here and the default value will be an empty value. Now let's copy and I will go inside this. Let's add a value attribute, php tag, echo and this is the value. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload. Now we can see that this time we saved our values as well as auto rendered here inside these settings field. Now let's change something red to blue, orange to yellow. Save these changes. Now we can see that after save, now these values automatically rendered inside these settings field. Now what to do next? Simply these settings what we saved here, we have to add these settings like the text color, background color and page logo obviously to this page because we want obviously all the customizations for this page. So once what the setting we have saved, so according to those settings, we have to change the logo, text color as well as the background color. So let's see in action. Go to editor. So I will go here and I will use one more function, sorry, action hook, and that is to render our custom settings, custom login page settings to login screen. So here, what we want, as we know that here we have the changes of background color, text color, as well as this logo. Now to handle all these things, we want that those script what we'll write should be rendered only for that login page because inside WordPress we have multiple pages and multiple sections, but we want that these settings should be rendered only on the login page. So to render our settings only for the login page, we have an action hook that is add action and it will be login into scripts. And here, let's pass the callback function name. So WLC underscore login page customizer settings. If I search this name, let's see that, okay, it is unique. So I will copy, go here, let's say function name. Now what we want, first we have to get all those values what we'll have inside our table. So first, what I will do, let's go and copy this text color. I will copy this text color option value from DB table. Now next we want for the background color. So let's copy, put it here. And finally we want for image. So let's copy this page logo. Now finally, if we have the text color, so what is the setting we have to change inside our login page? If I go and inspect for this username, not view page source, it will be inspect here. Let's do some zoom. So we can see that inside this body, here we have a div ID equals to login. So what we want to change like the text color of each text on the basis of this ID. So let's go here and also we have to check that first text color should not be empty. If it contains any value, so in that case, those text color should be updated. So what I will do, let's copy, go here and I will add style tag. Sorry, first close this PHP, open PHP. Let's add a style tag and inside this style tag, first I will check by the help of this PHP tag that if not empty, this text color. So in that case, this value should be rendered. So in that case, what I will do, I will go here and let's copy this ID. So div ID, let's go here and let's close this PHP, open PHP. I will go here and let's say div ID and in that, let's say color equals to the color value what we have called text color. So simply I will copy and put it here. So PHP echo and the text color. And finally, this is the semicolon of PHP and this is the semicolon of CSS. So save these changes. Now, if I will go and reload because this time this is going to give a blue color because inside settings we can see here we have the blue color. So let's go and reload. Now we can see that if you closely look here, so the text color of each text now changed to blue color. And also we can see here we have the lost your password. So if I check, then we can see that here we have the PID nav. So simply let's copy, go here and again here, let's put a comma. So this is P and the ID equals to nav. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now, okay, color not changed and why didn't change? Because okay, inside this div ID, also we have here and inside this anchor tag, okay, so what we have to do, simply let's copy this login and nav a, let's go one more time, or simply it will be lost password. So let's copy this anchor tag. I will go here and let's remove anchor with this class and let's add an important property so that what the CSS or what the customization will render here, it will be populated on the priority. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload. Now we can see that the text color of lost your password also updated. Now, if we want to change this also, this one also, so we can see that back to blog. So let's copy PID back to blog and here another comma, PID, back to block. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. And now this is also not going to change and why it is not changing because as per this for anchor tag. So let's go and type anchor tag here. So PID and anchor tag inside it. If I go and let's reload, now you can see that color now changed here. So this is all about the first setting. Now next we want to change the background color. So for background color, what we can do here. So let's go inside body and we can see that inside this body tag, according to this login class, here we have called a background property. So what I will do, let's go and here, if our BG color is not empty, let's copy this variable. So after that, let's create another PHP tag, let's say if not empty, BG color. So in that case, close PHP, open PHP first, and here we want body class will be login, and here inside it, it's a background property, background here, and I want to render the color of BG color, and also this is like the semicolon of PHP of CSS. This is CSS, this is PHP, and also we want to add an important property. So important here. Save these changes. Now, if I will go and reload now this time, setting seems to be yellow in color. Let's reload. Now we can see that the color of our login page now changed. So instead of using yellow, now it is not looking good. So let's change to cyan here. Save settings. I'll go here. Let's reload. Now it is much better. Now next, what we have to do, now we have to update this page logo. So already as we know that inside these settings, here we have our login page logo. So according to this logo URL, what we have to do, if I go and inspect this, so we'll see that inside this anchor tag, here we have like a background image property. And inside this background image, this default icon is coming. So what I will do simply to get that URL, what we have saved and update this background image property. Let's go here and I will go first. Let's copy our variable that is page logo. And we have to check that if it is not empty. So let's say PHP tag and go inside this. Let's if not empty. Now here inside page logo, it means we have some logo URL. So in that case, first let's close this PHP, open PHP. Now in between, let's go one more time and see like ID, it means login, ID and A. So what we can do here, that is login, it's a ID and anchor tag. And I have to change called background image. Let's say URL here. And inside this URL, what we have inside this logo URL. So simply let's copy and put it here. And let's add important here. So it will be important. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. Now as we can see that our logo URL also now updated. And I think that here we are getting some red color. Okay. This is, I think, let's go and do inspect here. Why we are getting something like this? Okay, I think on the basis of this logo image, no issues. So as we can see that this is our image now changed. Text color also updated and the background color also updated. Now let's change this image here. So I will go inside our customizer setting. Let's go inside media. I will choose this image now. So let's copy this file URL. I will go here, put it here. Now this time we want the text color should be in red color. Also we can use the hexadecimal code. Let's see in action. So what I will do, if I will go here and let's say color equals to red. Now if I click on it, so if I go and let's move our like the color pointer, so we can see that right here, we are generating a hexadecimal code. So what we have to do, let's copy this hexadecimal code or let's make some dark here, like dark in nature because we chosen like Okay, it is perfect. So let's copy this hexadecimal code. I will go here inside this customizer, put it here. Now page background color. Let's say I want something light color. So for light color, I will go inside this body and let's say background color, something background. Let's say orange and let's add important property here. And I will go and click on this icon and let's choose a very light color. Okay, so it is okay. Now let's copy the hexadecimal code only. I will copy like E5E1DA. Just copy, go here and put it here. Now this is also our updated URL. Let's copy on save settings and settings save. If I go and reload, now we can see that the text color, our background color, as well as the image has been updated. So successfully, this is the overall logic, overall concept that how to customize or how to create our settings field by using our WordPress functions. You can see that to create this layout, we didn't use any HTML code. Instead, we only use some like the functions of WordPress, and by the help of those functions, we have created and automatically how to save these data WordPress handle by using this WP options table. So inside this seventh plugin development, we have seen the concept of WordPress settings function as well as the concept of WP options table. And also interestingly, we have seen that how to customize our WordPress login page. So friends, now let's move to our eighth plugin development of this course where we'll discuss the advanced concept of like the database operations like select statement, insert statement, update statement, as well as delete statement. Along with all these concepts, also we'll see a strong concept of Ajax request. So eighth plugin development is also going to be too much interesting, which gives lots of concept about MySQL, CRUD operations, as well as Ajax requests. So let's see in action about eighth plugin development of this course. All right, friends, now let's move to our eighth plugin development of this course, where we'll discuss the complete concept of a CRUD application. It means that when we activate this plugin, so after activation, we'll have a system, and that system will be responsible to create some data, update some data, delete some data, as well as list some data. So first, I will go and write all the checklist that will create or learn inside this eighth plugin development. So let's go to editor, and here let's open a new tab. So inside this eighth plugin development, we'll follow the class-based approach. So here, follow class-based plugin development. Because so far, what we have seen, this is only to create a single file that is .php file and where we didn't use any concept of class. But here, friends, inside this eighth plugin development, we'll create a class. Inside that class, we'll have all those methods and simply on the basis of action hook, we have to call those methods. Now next here, as you know that will create a CRUD system. So obviously we need a database table. So create a DB table and also we'll learn about deactivation hook. It means that whenever we deactivate plugins, so what the table, what the data we had created, simply we have to delete that. So here we'll learn the concept of deactivation hook. Also, we'll see the concept that how to create a dynamic page while plugin activation and also how to delete on plugin deactivation. So not delete, create a WordPress page on plugin activation and also how to delete on deactivation. Now next here, after this, like creating a table, deleting a table, creating a page, deleting a page. Now next we have to see the concept of shortcode. So here on plugin activation, we'll create a shortcode and that shortcode will be dynamically put as a post content inside this created page. So here, create a shortcode and put into page that we have created. And once we put the sort code inside this fourth step, that is the page on plugin activation, simply by the help of that sort code, we will render a complete CRUD system. So what we want to create a sort code, and on the basis of that sort code, first we have to create a form, and inside that form also we have the list data. So simply we have to do some ajax call. By the help of that, we'll create some data and save inside our table. And when we save any data, simply we have to call another request to list all the data what we'll have inside our table. So simply, so after creating a sort code, we have to follow the ajax concept as well as some DB queries to perform CRUD application. So here CRUD stands for create, read, update and delete. So this is overall the MySQL operation what we'll learn inside this 8 plugin development. So friends, now we have the clear idea, clear concept that what will create inside this 8 plugin development. So first thing first, let's go to our WP content folder, plugins folder. I'll create our plugin folder first. So go inside it. Let's add a new folder and call it as wp-crud-employees. So it simply means that we want to perform all CRUD operations with employees table. So I will go inside that folder and let's create our plugin main file, and that will be wp-crud-employees.php. So I will go here and let's add the basic comment lines first. So plugin name, it will be, let's say, WP employees CRUD. Let's add a description. So this plugin performs CRUD operations with employees table. Also on activation, it will create a dynamic WP page, or let's say WordPress page, and it will have a sort code. Next go, let's put a version number. So version 1.0, author. So for the time being, let's say that these parameters are okay. Now here, let's go and let's say if not defined, ABS path, then in that case, it will be exit here. Now finally, what we want, so the first step, we want to create a dynamic table inside our database. So as we know that we have to follow inside this 8th plugin development is all about the class-based approach. So what I will do, I'll go inside plugin folder and let's create a class file and call it as CRUD employees, or I will call it as my employees.php. So simply let's go here, PHP tag class my employees, and here the first function or the method will define call a construct method, public function double underscore construct, and I will go here, let's say global WPDB, it means global database object, and here let's say private equal to WPDB. So this is the variable of this class, and this is the global variable of WordPress. So what we want to initialize our private variable of this class with this global instance or the global object of WordPress. So how to do that? Simply this WPDB, it means that this is the variable of this class equals to WPDB. And also we want the table name. So let's say that private table name. Now next here, first I will go here and let's create DB table. So public function create employees table, And I will go here. Remember, we have to generate the create statement command. So let's go to our database first and open it, localhost, phpMyAdmin, go inside our database. And let's first create the table in manual way. So I will go and create WP underscore employees underscore table. Or here, let's say we want total number of columns equals to 4, which is okay. First column will be ID, name, email, and designation. Now next, let's say name equals to varchar, email is also varchar, and designation should be varchar. So 50 characters, the max length of this field, 50 characters and 50 characters. Now this ID column will be auto increment as well as primary key. So to save all these changes and one more thing, let's say that I want that this email and designation will be optional fields. So save this, go and create. Now we can see that successfully now we have created our employees table inside this database. So next step, we have to generate the create statement. So first, let's copy the table name, go inside the SQL tab, and here, let's say show create statement table, then the table name, semicolon, control enter. Either we can press or simply go button. Now we can see that here we have the code snippet. Click on extra options, full text, click on go button. Now we can see that here we have the complete command to create that table. So let's copy. And once we copy this command, let's go to our editor and here, let's say create command equals to single quotes or double quotes. Go inside it and put it here. Now next, inside this command, we have to replace some values. So first, we have to replace this table prefix, then table name, and here is the collab value. So what I will do, let's say first table prefix, and for table prefix, we have to call our global database object of WordPress, that is WPDB. Then we have to call prefix property. So as we know that WPDB is inside WPDB inside this class variable, then we have to call prefix property. And then we want the table name. So here, let's go first and I will pass the table name something called this table name. This is the class variable equals to it's employees table. Now next what we have to do simply or what we can do here, let's go and cut this table prefix as well. Let's create a private variable. So private table prefix and here let's go and cut, let's say this table prefix equals to this WP and prefix here and simply we have to concatenate with the table name. So table prefix go here, concatenate with the table name. So successfully this line of code is going to return our global database object of WordPress and this is going to return something called our table prefix WP underscore and it will return WP underscore employees table. So what next? Simply let's copy this table name. Like these are the class variables we can see here. Copy table name. I will go here. Next, let's replace these values. So I will remove double quotes, concatenate, and this table name. Now next also we want this collat value. So simply let's say collat here equals to this WPDB and then I will call get charset collat. Save these changes. I will go and copy this collat variable. Let's remove this static value and I will concatenate with this collat variable. And finally, one more thing that we want to execute this create statement. So we have to include upgrade.php right here inside this method. So what next? Simply, let's say require once and I will go inside here ABS path. Then we have to go inside. First, let's open upgrade.php. So we can see that from this file, we have to call dbDelta function. dbDelta function we can see here, and this function is available inside this upgrade.php. So first we have to include inside our class file So this is inside WP admin includes and update.php. So it will be after this ABS path, then we have to go inside like WP admin folder, includes folder, and then we have to include call update.php. And finally, once we successfully link, then we have to call db delta function and let's pass our create command. So successfully, this is our logic to create our employees table inside database. So what next? What we have to do, let's go inside our plugin main file and first thing first, we have to link this file into this main file. So here let's define two more constant inside this and define here, let's say WP CRUD application. So it will be WCE, which is the plugin prefix. And here, let's say dir path. So plugins dir path, let's put the magical constant and next define here it will be WCE dir URL and here let's say plugins plugin dir URL and it will be double underscore file and double underscore. So it will give the directory of our plugin and it will give the means the URL of that plugin. Now simply what we want to include this myemployees.php class right here inside this plugin main file. So simply let's say include once and here our directory path variable I will copy. Then we have to concatenate because this file is present inside at the root of our plugin. So here it will be my employees.php. Next, after this, let's create an object of this class first. So here create class object and it will be let's say employee object equal to new and my employees. Successfully, after creating this object, now we can use this object to call any method from our class file. So first, I will call using register activation hook. And by the help of that function, dynamically we'll create a table inside our database. So here, first let's add some comment lines. So create DB table and it will be register activation hook function. Now next, inside this function, the first argument we have to pass the path of this main plugin file. So it will be double underscore file and double underscore. Now the next argument we have to pass the callback function and by the help of that callback function, we'll create a dynamic database table inside our database. But as we know that this time this callback function will not be a normal function. This time that method we have created inside this myemployees.php class. So what we have to do, remember inside our last plugin, simply we have something like this. What we have done, if suppose this is our function name, so inside this we have something like this, but this time this is a method of our class called myEmployees. So here friends, instead of writing something like this, we have to use array callable syntax. Now inside this array, the first value we have to pass the object of that class. So here we have employees object, copy that, go inside first index value of this array, put it here, and the second value of that method name. So simply copy and put it here. Now successfully, when plugin will be activated, so simply it will call this method by using this object. Next, I will save all these changes. Let's go to browser, go to plugins, and before that, I will go inside database. Let's delete it first. So WP employees table, drop here because this table we had created our manual way. Now I will go inside here. Let's click on plugins. Let's activate. So WP employees CRUD, click on activate link plugin activated, and if I go and load its structure, now we can see that now this time this table is created using our plugin activation hook. Now next, what we have to do, also we want that once we deactivate this plugin like deactivate, so automatically this table will be deleted from this database. So what to do, let's go to editor and here I will call, let's say, drop db table. So register underscore deactivation hook. Now in same pattern, double underscore file, double underscore, which is the main file path of this plugin file. And next we have to call a method. And inside that callback method, we have to write a code to drop that table. So what we have to do, simply let's go pass array callable syntax. And here I will pass first the object of our myEmployees class. Next we have to pass the method name. So simply let's say drop employees table. Now next, let's copy the method name. I will go inside this myemployees.php class file and here, let's say drop table. So public function, function name, and inside it, what we have to do simply, let's say delete command equals to drop table. Then we have to pass the table name and the table name we have inside our variable called table. So simply, I will copy here. So drop table curly pairs, let's say this, and table prefix, not table prefix, it will be table name. And one more thing, I will add one more case here, drop table if exists, drop table if exists, and this is the table name. Now successfully, once we write here, so simply by using our database object called wpdb, next I will call query method, and inside this query method, let's pass this delete command. So successfully, now everything has been completed. Let's go to browser. So successfully, as we can see that table exists, I will go and let's click on deactivate button. So plugin deactivated. If I go and reload, now we can see that table now deleted. Let's go and activate one more time. Plugin activated, table created. And if I will go, let's click on deactivate and table drop. So here friends, now we have the idea of registration activation hook as well as register deactivation hook. Now next, as we know that inside this CRUD based plugin, we want to create a sort code, and by the help of that sort code, we'll display a form inside our public page, so that by the help of that form, we'll create some employees data and save inside our DB table. So what I will do, let's go to editor and first I will create a sort code here. So let's say register sort code. So here I'll use add sort code function. Let's pass the tag name. So I will call it as, let's say WP hyphen employee hyphen form. And here we have to pass the callback function. So I will use the array callable syntax. First I will pass the employee object and second our method name. So here let's say that create employees form. Now simply let's copy this method name. Remember, this is our sort code, and once we paste this sort code wherever inside our WordPress pages, simply it will call this method, and by the help of this method, we'll create an employee form. So simply let's copy, go inside our myemployees.php class file, and here let's say render employee form layout. So it will be public function method name, and for the time being let's say that message equals to within h1 tag, let's say employee form, and what I will do, semicolon, and here return message. So let's go and test it. So I will copy this sort code, go here inside WordPress pages, let's say add new page, and here let's say wp employee CRUD, and here sort code square bracket and sort code. Click on publish. Successfully page saved. Let's open into a new tab. And okay, it is not working. Like here we are getting only the sort code. And why it is because let's go inside our plugins first. So it is deactivated. Click on activate. Plugin activated. If I go and reload, now you can see that employee form. So right now, this is only a static message. Now what we want to render a layout, and inside that layout, we will have some form input fields. So the same input fields we want like to create any employee we want here like name, email, and designation. Now let's add one more field here, and that will be something called profile photo. So I'll go here, let's say profile image, and varchar, let's say 220 characters. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's first deactivate our plugin. So deactivate. Let's verify. Table is not available. Let's click on activate. Go and reload, and table created. Now let's go inside it. Now we can see that inside this table, now this time we'll have one more column, that is profile image. So what we are discussing, simply instead of this static message, we have to create a form, and inside that form we'll have our input fields as like name, email, designation, and profile image. So, and one more thing, as we know that this shortcode is available inside a WordPress page, and this page we have created by using our WordPress admin. Now, what I can do here, simply in the same way like inside our registration activation hook, like here inside this method, not here, like inside this register activation hook, this method will be called when plugin will be activated. So inside this activation hook, like inside this method, I will write one more line of code, and by using that code, we'll create a dynamic page. So what simply we want to create a page on plugin activation, and inside that page we'll have the dynamic content, and that content will be nothing, it's shortcode. So let's see in action. So I will go inside this function here, and instead of calling like create employees table, let's say that create plugin activation functions, or simply let's say call plugin activation functions. So I will copy, go here, and let's rename. So create div table plus, it will create a WordPress page. Now next I will go inside this method. After that, let's create a page here. So WP page. Next after this, let's say page title equals to, and I will call it as, let's say, employee CRUD system. And here page content equals to, and as we know that inside this page what we are creating, the page content simply the shortcode. So let's copy the shortcode here. I'll go here and put inside square bracket. Now next I will call a WordPress function, that is first here get underscore page by title. We can see here, and here we have to pass the page title value. And if this page does not exist, let's add an exclamation sign. If not exist, so I will go inside this function block, and here what we have to do, simply we have to call a function called WP insert post. And here we have to pass our post array like parameters or values. So first I will pass, let's say, post title equals to, let's say, page title. Here post content equals to page content. Simply, these are the column names of database. So let's go and verify first. I will go inside WP underscore post table, go to structure. Now you can see that here we have post title and post content. Now two keys, or we want something like here, that is post type, and it will be something called page here because we want to create a page, and here post status equals to publish. So successfully, this is the overall code to create this dynamic WordPress page with this content. Let's save these changes. Now I will go here, close this file first. Let's go and reload this plugins list. Let's go and first deactivate. I'll go and let's verify. We can see that table dropped. Now let's go and activate. So plugin activated. Let's verify here. Table created. And if I go inside pages menu, and here we can see our page now created. If I click on this edit link first, Now we can see that here we have our page title as well as inside this content, here we have our sort code. Now let's open this page. So I will click on this view link and here we can see that inside this dynamic created page, now here we have our sort code content. Now it's really amazing. Now what we want simply instead of this static message, now this time we have to create a layout. So let's go inside our plugin folder here inside this WP CRUD employees. Now let's add a folder called template and inside this template folder let's add a file and something called let's say employee underscore form.php. Now simply what I will do, let's create a form tag and here p tag, let's say label, we want first for the name value, let's say input type text box. So name equals to name, placeholder, let's say employee name, let's say ID, name here. So this is our first input. Now next label, this is for email, input type email. So instead of text, input type email, name equals to email, placeholder, let's say employee email, and also one more attribute and that will be ID, let's say email. So two inputs now ready. Now let's add our third here and that is designation. So designation and here let's pass a select drop down and inside here the first option of this select and that will be let's say first let's say choose designation and here it will be let's say PHP developer, full stack developer, WordPress developer, and finally let's say Java developer. So successfully, these are some designations. So here for the name attribute of the select dropdown, let's simply call it as designation and let's copy and put it here. Now in place of this value attribute, I'll go here and let's say PHP, full here, WordPress and Java. Save these changes and let's copy this name attribute, put inside this for attribute and for attribute. Now finally, one more input we want that is for profile image. So simply paragraph tag, label, let's say profile image and here input type file. Let's pass file here, ID equals to file and finally we want a submit button. So p tag and here it will be button, let's say save data. Let's pass an ID attribute of it. So ID btn save data and it will be type equals to submit. Now successfully, this is a very simplest form without having any CSS, but we have some form input fields like name, email, designation, profile image, and a submit button. Now let's go inside this form opening tag and here, as we know that this time we'll submit our form using Ajax code. So we don't want this action attribute. Let's add an ID attribute. So frm underscore add employee. And here, as we know that from this form, we are submitting a profile image. So here, ink type equals to multipart form data. So successfully, now inside this form tag, we have action attribute, ID attribute, and ink type attribute. As well as inside this form input fields, here we have name, email, designation, and profile image. Now inside this layout called employee form.php, also we want here something a layout to list employees. So what I want simply we'll have a single page and inside that page we'll have a form. What we can see here, this is the form to create our employees as well as we want like to list all employees right here inside the same layout. So simply let's say that paragraph And all simply, let's go and add S3 tag, S3 tag, and let's say list employees. Now here, I will use table tag, let's say simply T head, let's say TH. First will be, let's say ID, it means employee ID. Now next we have not TD, it's TH. Something we want like the name value, TH, let's say email value, designation, profile image, and finally our action. Let's add a hash here. So has profile image and action. So after adding all these columns like inside this T head, now let's go inside T body. Now here for the time being, let's add a dummy row inside it. So TR, first TD, it will be let's say one the employee ID, second TD, I am adding my name here. TD, we have the email value, example @WordPress.net. The fourth value, we have the designation. So I will call myself as WordPress developer for the time being. And here inside the next value, let's leave empty. It is the profile image. And here, let's say for the action value, so we want two links here. That is first will be edit link and second will be delete link. So I will make here, let's say button, let's say edit here, button and delete here. Let's add some class here. So class btn underscore edit underscore employee. And here, let's say btn underscore delete underscore employee. Now, so successfully, here we have the table and here we have the form. Now, one more thing, I will copy this h3 tag. Let's add comment line of HTML. So this is list employee layout. So I will copy these two lines, go here before this form tag, and let's add this will be add employee layout, and here it will be add employee. And let's go and close this form tag, close this table. So we have the complete layout. So I will go and cut all this content. Now this file is totally empty. Let's add a div here, which is the parent element. I will add ID here. Let's wp underscore employee CRUD plugin. And inside this parent div, let's put all those content. So successfully. Now if I save all these changes, let's go to browser. And here, if I reload, okay, nothing is coming. And let's see that why it is not coming here. If I say okay, because this is the layout, now we have to link this layout right here inside this callback function. So let's remove and here ob start. Now here, what I will do, include once. Let's go inside our plugin main file. I will copy the constant name that is dir path. Go here, put it here. Now after this path, let's concatenate with template folder, and from that template folder we have to call employee underscore form.php. Now here let's say template means template equals to ob-get contents, ob and clean, and here return template. Save these changes. If I go to browser now, instead of static message, let's reload. Now we can see here we have the add employee form as well as list employees table. But right now we can see that we don't have any CSS for this form as well as for this table. So to implement the concept of CSS, what I will do simply let's copy or this layout means complete layout. I'll use the concept of ChatGPT here. So let's go to browser and open a private window, ChatGPT. Click here. Try ChatGPT means I want to add some CSS. So instead of writing simply, I'll go inside this prompt, put it here, and let's pass some input here. So please write, please update our code and add CSS to create this layout, to create into eye-catching layout. This page, this page is a template and a part of WordPress front-end page. Let's hit enter. Now you can see that we have provided the complete layout as well as we have some input here, that is please update this code to write some CSS to give some eye-catching layout. So simply as you can see that now it is writing code for us. So wait for a while. Now this is the CSS. So first what I will do, let's copy this entire HTML. So copy code, I will copy, go here, let's remove, put it here. I think that code is same as it is. Now let's use some CSS. So I will go and let's copy this CSS code. So copy code, go to editor and let's go at the top of this file and simply let's add a style tag. Instead, also we can create a separate file, but for the time being, let's add all the CSS to the top of this file. Save these changes. Now, if I will go and reload, now we can see that now it has created a like much better layout. Like here we have the add employee as well as list employee. All right, friends. Now let's say thank you to ChatGPT AI tool, which has given us a eye-catching layout of add employees as well as list employees. So what next? As we know that here we have add employee form. Now this form will be submitted using Ajax request. So if you're talking about the concept of Ajax request, so already we have the idea from existing plugin. So first thing first, what to do? We have to create a file, something called style.css, so that will separate all these CSS code. And also we want a script.js file. So I will go inside our plugin folder and let's create a folder named as assets. And inside this folder, I will create a file called style.css and also script.js, not j. Let's add s here. So JS. So first I will open style.css. I will go inside this layout file and let's cut all these code of this style tag. I will go and put it here. Let's go and remove this style tag from here. Now let's go inside this script.js and here let's say jQuery document dot ready function block here, and for the time being let's add console.log welcome to CRUD plugin of employees. So if we save all these changes, let's go here and if I reload, now as we can see that CSS is missing, and that's why because style.css file is not linked with this layout. So what we have to do, we have to go inside our plugin main file and here let's say add action wp underscore in q scripts, and here we have to pass our callback function. So I will use array callable syntax and employee object. Let's say add scripts to plugin, or we may say like add assets to plugin. Save these changes. Let's copy this method name. I'll go inside our class file. So here add CSS and JS file. So it will be public function method name. And here let's add first our style sheet file. So I will use wp underscore enq underscore style. Now we can see that we have to pass the handle ID, which is the unique identifier, and it will be, let's say, employee hyphen crud hyphen css. Now we have to pass the source file path. So I will go and copy this constant, that is dir URL, copy that, go here Then we have to go inside assets folder, and here let's say style.css. Save these changes. Now if I save, go and reload, now you can see that CSS is successfully linked with this plugin page. Now what next? In the same way, we have to link our script.js. So this is for JS files. Now here, wp underscore is in queue underscore script. Let's pass employee hyphen CRUD hyphen JS. Now here, let's copy the same constant, put it here. Then we have to go inside assets folder, and it will be script.js. And also let's pass the dependency. So as we know that this file is dependent on jQuery, so jQuery in the next parameter version equals to false. So let's say I am passing something called 3.0 version of this file. Save these changes. Now if I will go, let's inspect first, go to console tab, and if I reload, now you can see that welcome to cut plugin of employees. So it means successfully now we have linked this style.css as well as this script.js file. And one more thing, let's go to browser first. So here we can see that here we have the form, and right now there is no implementation of validation. So what I will do, I will go and implement all about the concept of client-side validation using a jQuery plugin file. So to implement that, simply let's open a new tab and search for validate.mean.js. Let's click on this first link. Now successfully, we are on jQueryvalidation.org website. If I scroll here, so we can see that here we have sample demos. Let's click on it. Now here we have a form. Click on submit button. Now we can see that this type of validation we want to implement with our custom form. So what I will do, either just press Ctrl U to get the source code. Click here inside this jQuery.validate.js. Now you can see that this is the CDN link of this library file. Or simply, let's go to browser and search for validate.mean.js CDN. Now here, if I click, so we can see that this is our link here. So here friends, what I will do, either we can copy the third party URL directly from here or from here. So one more thing, instead of linking this third-party URL into our plugin, what I will do, I will download this file into my local system, then I will place into our assets folder, and they'll call inside our plugin file. So as we can see that already I have downloaded here, that is jQuery.validate.mean.js. Simply right click, click on save as. Now let's go here into our folder structure. Here is the file, so I will go and Control X to cut, go inside WP content, plugins folder, and here we have our folder called WP CRUD employees. Go inside assets folder, and I am putting it here. Let's go and click on this medium icons. So here is the file. Now next, what I will do, let's go to editor, go inside plugin main file, and not plugin main file. Let's go inside this class file. So here, right here inside this add assets to plugin, let's add one more line comment, and this is for validation. So WP underscore in Q script, and here handle ID, so let's call it as WP CRUD employees underscore or hyphen validation. And next we have to pass the source file path. So let's copy the constant name, that will be the URL, put it here. We next go inside assets folder, and here let's go inside first, and here we have to copy the file name. So simply right click, click on rename. I'm just copying the file name and put it here. Now this file is dependent on jQuery, so let's pass jQuery. Save these changes. So once we save, if I go to browser, let's reload our front end, and where it was, and here it is. So let's reload, and if I go to the source code, so right click, view page source, or Control U to get the source code. And if I search for validate.mean.js, so we can see that this file is now coming from our WP CRUD employees. Now next, what we have to do, simply let's go to editor, go inside our employees form, and we want that this name field should be required. So let's add first required attribute. Email is also required. So required attribute. And designation is also required. So required attribute. And this profile image is optional. So what next? Simply let's copy the form ID, go inside script.js, and here add form validation. So jQuery parenthesis, this is our form ID, and I will call validate method. Remember, this method is only available if we link this third party file into a plugin file. Save these changes. Now, if I go and let's reload here, and if I click on the save data, okay, it is not working, so I am pressing or hard reload, so Control F5. Let's click on save data. Now we can see that this field is required. Now, what next? Simply as we can see that these messages are coming in black color. So we want something in red color. So this is label class with error. And if I pass, let's say color equals to red. And now we can see that color has changed. So what I will do, first let's copy this form ID. I will go here. Let's go inside style.css. So first form ID. Then we have to go and find label tags with class equals to error. Now here, let's say color equals to red. If I save these changes, now let's go and reload. Let's click on save data and again I'm pressing Ctrl F5. Let's click on save data. Now we can see that this field is required, this field is required. Now this field is also required. So successfully, now we have added one more concept into our plugin and that is form validation using jQuery plugin file. So after this form validation, now we have to work over Ajax request. So first thing first, before implementing the concept of Ajax request, we want first an Ajax URL. So what I will do, let's go to editor, go inside same function or same method. Now here, let's use a WordPress function called WP localize script. And one more thing, let's go and cut first. This is our custom JS file. So I will cut here and put after this validation. Now next I will go inside this function. So first we have to pass the handle ID. So let's copy this handle ID of this custom script file, put it here. Now next we have to pass the object name. So let's pass our plugin prefix that is WCE stands for WP CRUD employees or underscore. Let's say object. I will pass the values of this object. So inside this array, we want Ajax URL. So Ajax underscore URL. I will call a WordPress function called admin URL and it will be admin ajax.php. Save these changes. Now let's copy this object name. I'll go here. Let's reload. Right click, view page source. And if I search for, now we can see that here we have the object. And inside this object, here we have the single property. And look at here, this is our Ajax URL. Now next, we have to work over this form submission code so that this form data will be submitted using Ajax request and we have to save inside our database table. Let's go to editor. So what I will do, this is our employees form. So here I will go and copy this btn ID means button ID. Let's go inside this script.js and here let's say form submit. So simply jQuery ID of button on submit callback function and here let's pass an event object with event dot prevent default. It means I want to prevent the default behavior of form submission and after that let's create a form data variable. So form data equals to new and form data. Right here I will pass this current form. So now next what we have to do simply jQuery.ajax and inside this we have to pass some properties here that is URL. Now next we'll have data, then we have method, data type, content type, success. It will be a callback function block, and inside this function, we'll receive our server response. Now let's fill all these properties one by one. So the first value we need, that is URL. So what I will do, as we know that here we have the object that is wc underscore object, just copy, go inside URL, remove it here, dot, and the property we have called ajax URL. So simply copy and put it here. For this data, here we have the form data. I will copy and replace here. Method equals to post. We want to submit our form data using post request type. Data type equals to JSON. It means after form submission, what the response we get from server we want in JSON format. Content type equals to false, and one more property we want, that is process data equals to false. And one more thing, let's go inside this employee form and I will add a input type hidden field. Let's go here. Let's say input type hidden, and the name value will be action. Let's say value equals to WCE underscore at employee. And here, friends, why we need this hidden field, I am sure that you have some idea, because we want to capture this AJAX request inside WordPress and process all those data. So what I will do, let's copy this name value. I'll go inside this main plugin file and here process Ajax request, and it will be add action, and here wp underscore ajax underscore action name value. So here it will be wce at employees. Now let's pass the callback method which is going to handle our ajax request. So we would like to define that method inside our my employees class. So what I will do, I'll use the concept of array callable method. So here employee object, and let's pass handle at employee, or simply let's convert to camel case. So handle at employee form data. Save these changes. Now let's copy this method name. I will go inside this class file and after this add CSS and JS. Let's say process ajax request, and this is for at employee form. So public function, then method name, and here if I type let's echo JSON in code here, let's pass an array status equals to true, message request completed. Let's say data equals to all post data. And finally, let's exit or die here. Save these changes. Now let's see in action that how it behaves. Go to browser, Control F5, hard reload. Let's go and inspect first. Go inside network tab. Let's zoom out. And here, if I fill, for example, this employee name, my name here, employees, like the email value, designation, something a dummy value. For the time being, this field is empty. Let's click on Save Data. And here, the request is not coming inside Network tab. So I think that's something missing. Let's press one more time, Control F5 to hard reload. Let's quickly pass some dummy value here. So this is name. This is our email value, designation, save data, and again it is not coming. Let's go inside our script.js file. So if I check the form ID here, so we can see that this is our form ID, but what actually we have used btn save data, and this is the ID of button. So here is the mistake. Simply, first we have to copy this form ID, go here and replace with that. This is our mistake. Now let's get updated with this code. Save these changes. I will go and let's reload this web page one more time. Control F5. Let's quickly pass some data here. So I'm passing my name here. This is our dummy email value, designation. Let's pass this empty value. and click on Save Data. Now we can see that inside this Network tab, here we have the request that is admin-ajax.php. Let's click on it, go inside Preview or Payload first. Now we can see that we are sending our action name, name value, email designation, and here we have the file type. So if we go inside preview, now we can see here we have the response that we have received from server and it is in JSON format. So status equals to 1, message equals to request completed, and inside this data, this is all the data what we are sending from client side to server side. So what next? Simply by the help of these data, actually we have to capture all those data right here inside this method. And next we have to save inside our database table. So what I will do, simply let's go here first, name value, it means employee name. So I will get that name from post variable, and here the key we have, let's go here, go inside payload section. So let's copy this key name. So this is name. I will copy and put it here. So before saving this value inside our database, first we have to sanitize that. So sanitize text field, put it here. Now it will give the name value in sanitized format to this name variable. In the same way, let's copy for this email designation. So let's say that this is email here, and this is for designation. Let's copy designation. If I confirm with the keys here, so it's designation. So these are three values for the time being. File is empty. So what next here? By using this WPDB, it means global database object, I will call insert method, insert method, and inside this insert method, the first argument we have to pass the table name. So we have the table name right here inside this class variable called table name. Let's pass an array here. First we have to pass like the table column names, so name, email, and designation. Now let's pass here. So name is inside this name variable. Next we have to go and pass this email value and designation. Save these changes. Now after insertion, it will return the row ID or insert ID. So to get insert ID, simply let's say employee ID equals to this WPDB, and here it will return insert underscore ID. So what I will do, let's copy this employee ID. If it is greater than 0, it means successfully employee has been inserted. Otherwise, go inside this else block. So I will cut this echo response from here. First, I will go inside this if block. It means this is our success block. So here, let's say employee or successfully employee created. Let's remove this. Now I will go inside this else block. So here, instead of status equals to 1, this time status equals to 0. And let's go inside our message, and I will call it as failed to save employee. Save these changes. Now I'll go here. Let's reload one more time. So Control F5, hard reload. Let's go to table first. This is our employees table. So currently it is empty. We don't have any row. Let's create our first employee with no profile image. So this is our dummy email designation PHP developer. Let's click on save data and go inside this network tab. Save data, go inside preview. So we can see that successfully employee created. If I go to confirm, let's reload. Now we can see that here we have the name value, email value, and designation. Now let's discuss the concept of this profile image. So the concept is very simple. Once we upload the profile image of any employee, this image first should be uploaded inside uploads directory. So where is the uploads directory? Let's go to WordPress setup. So by default, WordPress provides inside this WP content, here we have uploads folder. So what we have to do, so once we upload any profile image of any employee, that image first will be uploaded inside this folder, inside this uploads folder. Then we have to get a path of that. It means URL of that image from this uploads folder. And then we have to save that URL into our database column. Now let's see in action. I will go here, go inside this handle method. So let's remove this comment line. So first check for file. So let's if here it set, I'll use the global variable called files. Inside this square bracket, let's pass the name attribute value of profile image. So here it is file. Now let's change to something called profile image. I will copy this name attribute value, put it here, save this file as well first. And here, let's check the name value. So if it is available, it means we have the file available, profile image uploaded. Otherwise, otherwise, file is missing. So what we have to do, let's go and create a variable called profile URL equals to empty. Let's remove this else block. We don't need this. Actually, this is only for understanding file available. So what we have to do here, I'll use the concept of a WordPress function. Let's say first file uploaded a variable like any name of this variable, and here I'll use WP handle upload. It's a WordPress function. So simply I will pass this global variable with this name attribute of our input type file button and pass it here. This is the first argument. Now inside the second argument, let's pass an array here. And here is the value called test underscore form equals to false. Now here you are wondering that what is this test form and why we have used here. So let's discuss first. So I will copy. Let's add a multi-line comment here. So when this value equals to false, it means this WordPress function is not going to check any file attributes or even file submission. But whereas if I do something like this, like in traditional form submission, we have to do like test form equals to true, which means that this function will validate form request, like we have seen the concept of nonce value. Also, it validates nonce value and other form parameters. So remember friends, this is a keyword. So what we want, simply we want to upload our profile image of employee inside uploads directory. So test form equals to false. So after getting the false value, it understands that okay, we have to get an image only and upload inside uploads directory. So that's it. Simply once this function will upload this profile image inside uploads directory, it returns the path of that. So here it will be profile URL equals to file uploaded and the key will get called URL. So what I will do, let's copy this profile URL and here the table column name called profile underscore image and here it will be called profile URL. That's it. Everything is okay now. Let's go to our browser. Reload one more time. So Control F5 hard reload. Let's go to network tab. Clear first. And here I'll create an employee. Gmail.com designation full stack. Let's upload a profile image. So I have some dummy images. Let's click on employee 2. Click on save data. If I go inside network, now you can see that employee created. Let's go inside our table and I will reload here. And now we can see that inside for this third number employee, here we have the profile image. So if I will copy the path of this image, let's open a new tab. Now we can see that this image is coming from, we can see here the path called WP content uploads folder, and automatically on the basis of current month, it has created a folder inside our uploads folder and this file uploaded and we are getting a image URL path. So successfully, this is the way that how to upload any file inside uploads directory. So successfully friend, here we have our employees table and by the help of this employees form successfully, we are saving our data into this table. Now next, what we have to do, either we can display this success message right here or simply alert here. So I will use the concept of the simplest one that will be alert. So here, let's if response.status. So what I will do, let's alert here and it will be response. dot message. Save these changes. I will go and reload one more time. So Control F5. Now let's create one more employee. And here, let's say vk@gmail.com. Designation. Let's pass a profile image. Employee 1. Click on Save Data. Now we can see that successfully employee created. So if I go here, let's reload. Now we can see that successfully here we have fourth number employee. So this all right friends, now we have the complete function to create employees and save inside our database table. Now next, what we want, so whenever we save any employee from this form, we want that all those employees should be listed inside this list employees table. So what we have to do, we have to make an Ajax request and by the help of that, we have to call that function to load all employees from table inside this table. So let's go to editor. I will go inside the script.js and at the bottom, let's define a function here and it will be for load all employees from DB table. Now here, let's say function load employees data. And here, what I will do simply jQuery.ajax. Inside this, let's pass some properties here and like URL. Then we have data. Let's put empty value for the time being. So URL data. Then we'll have an comma here. So next we have called method. Then we have data type and success. It will be a callback function block. Now here, let's response. So inside this URL, we have to pass our Ajax URL. So here we have, let's copy. I will copy and put it here. Now here, we have to pass the data. So what I will do, let's pass curly pairs and here action equals to, let's say WCE, which stands for WP CRUD employees underscore load employees data. Inside this method, let's call get request type data type. This is all about the response type in JSON. Now here for the time being, let's log here and I will write response. Save these changes. Now what I will do, let's copy this function name here. I will go and inside this, let's close first this form submit and here render employees and simply call that function inside this document.ready block. So what we have to do next, simply let's copy this action value. I will go inside this plugin main file and we have to add one more action that is add action and it will be WP underscore Ajax here. Then we have the action name and this one array callable syntax. So it will be employee object and then handle load employees data. So let's copy this method name. I will go inside this class file and at last of this file, let's here load DB table employees. Now next, let's say public function name and here let's say employees equals to this WPDB. I will call get results method of WordPress and here let's pass our query. So simply query will be simplest because we have to pass any condition here. So simply it will be select all data from table. Select all from the table name like this and then we have the table name. And also we want that all those data should be in associative array format. So simply let's pass the second argument of getResults method and it will be array. So here we have written a simplest query to select all those data from this table, and those data set will be returned inside an associative array format. Next, after this, what I will do, as we know that we have to return all the data in JSON format. So if you remember, so inside our previous method, like inside this add employees, we can see that we have returned into JSON format by using this JSON encode function, and it's a PHP function. Now this time we would like to return the same data set in JSON format, but this time I will not use JSON encode. Instead, I will use a WordPress function, and it will be something called wp underscore send JSON. We can see here we have to pass response here, so let's pass an array status equals to true, message equals to, let's say, employees data, and here let's say data equals to, or we may say employees equals to and employees. And finally, let's exit here, so it will be returned wp send JSON. Save these changes. Let's go to browser, and if I go and inspect here, go to console. Now let's reload this page. So once we reload automatically by using our script.js, means this is the file, this function will be called, and automatically this function is going to load all the data inside our console tab. So let's go and reload, and okay, we are not getting anything. Let's reload. So hard reload, control F5. And now we can see that inside this console here we have status equals to true, message equals to employees data, and here we have total employees inside our database table equals to 3. Now if I go inside network tab and if I scroll, so we can see that this is, let's go inside first header. So it is using get request type. Inside payload, we are passing only the action name, and inside preview, we have all those data. So successfully, now we have data. What we can do here, after getting all these data, simply we have to bind these data to our table. So let's go inside employee form, and here this is our HTML. So let's go and cut this tr tag, and let's pass an ID inside this t body. So ID equals to, let's say, employees data t body. So we don't have any data. Let's go inside a script.js file, and here if I put our HTML here. So this is the HTML we have to repeat for each employee. So what we have to do, I will go inside this load employees data method, and here instead of console.log, I will go and use about each method of jQuery. So by using each method, simply we have to iterate over each data of employees array. So here jQuery dot each method, and here response, let's copy, and from this response we have to go, let's go inside console. So we have to go inside this employees keys, so let's copy these keys. So response dot employees, let's define a callback function, and here employee and index. Here index will be the first key, so index and single employee. Now here if I go and write for the time being, let's say log here, and we want something like employee name. So we can see that inside this employees, here we have three objects. Inside each object, here we have ID, name, email, and other values. So we want like this name value. So simply single employee, this is the key employee dot name. If I save these changes, let's go to browser and let's open into a duplicate tab. Let's go and inspect here. Go to console. Now we can see that here we are getting all the employees name. So what we have to do, simply we have to iterate inside this each method, and we have to use this HTML. So here I'll go and let's define a variable, something called let here or where here. So where employees data HTML, it will be empty. Let's go inside this each method. So employees data HTML concatenate. I'll use backtick symbol, And inside this backtick symbol, what I will do, let's copy all this HTML, cut from here. Now go inside this about inside each method and put it here. So here, first we want like employee ID. So employee, let's copy this single employee. I will go here and I will use the concept of this syntax. So this is dollar curly pairs and here employee dot ID. Now next we want something called the employee name. Let's copy, go here, put it here, and this is employee dot name. For email value, I will go here, dollar curly pairs single employee dot email, and designation, I will go here. Let's remove this static value. So employee dot designation, and here we have like two double dash. It means that this is a profile image. So for the time being, let's leave empty. I will go then for this edit and delete button. So what I will do, let's go and add data ID attribute. So data ID equals to dollar curly pairs and here employee dot ID. So let's copy this data ID attribute from here and put it here. And one more thing, friends, I am thinking that maybe you have some confusion right here inside this syntax that what basically it is. So let me tell you that this is a string value and this whole string value we have written inside this backtick symbol. Backtick symbol you will find right here with tilde sign. So backtick symbol, this is our complete string value and inside this complete string value we are using JavaScript expression. It means some value of JavaScript inside this string value. So this syntax is known as template literals or template string values. Now successfully we can see that this is our complete HTML with dynamic data. So now next what we have to do, let's go inside our employee form. I will copy this ID attribute value, go here, and after this, like this, each method, let's bind data with table. So here, jQuery, let's pass an ID of that tbody, and here, HTML equals to employees data HTML. So if I save all these changes, let's go to browser, and here, if I do hard reload, Control F5, so we can see that now this time inside this table we have all these data and these data is coming from our database table. Now let's quickly add some more data. So I will go here, employee name, email value, designation, no profile image for the time being. Let's click on save data. So employee created, press OK. And one more thing we want that. Let's go here and I will call this load employee data method. Let's go inside our add employee, open that. So here after alert, let's load or call this function to load our data inside table. And also we will do some changes here. So save for the time being. Let's go here. Let's reload. So we can see that this is our seventh number employee ID. Now let's create one more here. Email value, designation. So we can see that seventh number ID is the last ID. Let's click on save data, alert here, OK. And if I go, now we can see that automatically will without reload, now that data is opened inside this table. Now next what we have to do, so simply as we can see that inside this profile image, this column is empty. So we have to use a image tag and what the data we get inside our image URL, we have to bind that data with that image tag. Now let's go to editor and here let's go inside load employees data function. And here instead of using two dash, now this time we have to use our image tag. So before that also we have to check that if image exists then it's okay, otherwise this is a valid. So what I will do here, let's say that here let employees Our employee profile image, let's say initially it will contain a two dash symbol, and here it's if employee, our single employee, and here I will call, if I go into our network tab, let's first find that what is the key, and let's go inside network. There is no request and response. So I will go and let's make comment of this line. Otherwise we'll get some error inside console. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Now if I click on this admin Ajax inside this employee, now we can see that here we have for like the image, the key is profile image. So let's copy. I will do some zoom here. So we can see that profile image. So I will copy, go here, and let's uncomment this line. So employee dot profile image. If we have the value, so go inside it. So employee profile image, I'll go here equals to, and what the value we have, like this is an URL. So what I will do inside backtick symbol, I will use one more HTML tag, that is of image tag src double quotes, and here let's use the syntax of template literal, and here I will copy this employee.profile image and put it here. Save these changes, and one more thing, let's add some height and width. So height equals to, I will put let's say 80 pixel, and here width equal to 80 pixel. Now let's copy this employee profile image. I will go here and instead of using this blue dash, let's use again template literal concept, and here is the value. Now next, save all these changes. Let's go to browser. I'll close this inspect here. Let's reload this page. Now successfully we can see that inside our first three employees, here we have the profile image. So it is coming, and for other two employees, it is coming as a blank value. Now next what I will do here, so as we know that after creating this employee, we are getting an alert here. So let's go and create one more employee to understand much better. Designation, WordPress developer, let's choose a profile image. So I will select this employee 2, click on save data. So we can see that we are getting a alert here. Let's click on OK. So we can see that here we have the new employee added, but one more thing we can notice here, that still we have the old values. So what we can do, so instead of getting these old values, what we can do here, let's go to editor, and inside this add employees, after getting a positive response inside this alert, let's go and remove this line of code, and here now use set timeout. Let's use callback function, and inside this, let's say location dot reload. I want to reload our page, and here after let's say 1500 milliseconds, which means 1.5 seconds. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. Now let's add one more employee. So designation, full stack developer, profile image, let's say employee 3, click on save data. And after 1.5 seconds, now we can see that page reloaded. And here we are getting our 10th number employee. So successfully, now we have completed like one more function, like this first one is already completed. And here we have the second function, that is of list employees. So what next? As we know that inside this table, here we have two action buttons, that is edit and delete. So first, I will go with this delete functionality. So what this is, so once we click on this delete button, simply it will ask from a confirmation that I'm sure that this record will be deleted if I press like OK button. So successfully, this employee will be deleted from our database. So what I will do, let's go here inside our employee form first, not employee form script.js. I will go inside our function, and here As we can see that here we have the class, and by the help of this class and this data ID, which is employee ID, so by the help of this employee ID and this class attribute value, simply we have to add an Ajax request here, and by the help of that Ajax request, simply we can delete that. So let's copy this class value. I'll go here and this is for delete function. So jQuery, I will type first document dot on, and it will be click event, and then our class selector. So this is the class value callback function, and here first I will ask for confirmation. So if inside if, let's pass confirm function. Let's say, are you sure want to delete? If user press OK, so on pressing OK button, it will return a true value. Otherwise, like cancel, it will return a false value. So I will go with the OK button. It means true value. Let's go inside this if block. So here, jQuery dot ajax. So URL, data, method, data type, and success. So simply, let's first pass this action URL. So here we have the URL. So I will copy, let's copy, go here and put it here. Now next here we have the data. So inside here, let's create an object, an action equals to, let's say WCE underscore handle, or simply let's say delete employee. I'll go here next. Let's say method equals to, let's say get request type, data type equals to JSON, and inside this success, let's response here. So I will copy this action attribute value, go inside our plugin main file, and here, let's say add action, let's say WP underscore Ajax underscore, and then action name. I'll go here, array callable syntax, so employee object, and here let's say handle, delete employee data. So I will then copy this method name. Let's go inside our class file, and after this, let's say delete employee data, and here it will be called function, not function. This should be public, so public function, and the method name. And one more thing here, we want that also we want like employee ID. So here, let's emp ID equals to employee ID will get from data ID attribute. So here it will be where employee ID equals to jQuery. This here, let's say data and ID. So here friends, what we are doing simply the button what we are clicking on the basis of that we are getting its data ID attribute value. So let's copy this employee ID and pass it here. So here I will copy this key called emp ID. Let's go to our class method and here we have some error. Okay, spelling mistake, so it will be function. So public function, and here let's employee ID equals to, and this time as we know that we are firing our Ajax request using get request type. So here it will be get, and this is our key here. So successfully, now here we have the employee ID. So what we have to do simply by getting this employee ID, we have to delete that. So here, this WPDB, I will call delete method. The first argument we have to pass the table name. So it will be called table name. And then we have to pass the condition. So inside this array, let's ID equals to employee ID. And once it will be deleted, so here let's return WP underscore send JSON. I will go here. Let's say status equals to true message employee deleted successfully. and finally exit. So I don't think so that we have to write exit here because we are returning right here from this response. So I think that also we have to change here. Let's go and remove exit from here. Save these changes. Now after getting this response, let's go inside our JS file. So here, what we have to do simply if response. So here first, alert here. So response dot message. And after few seconds, let's say for 1.5 seconds, so simply set timeout location dot reload. It means we are just reloading our current browser tab. So here it will be 1500 milliseconds. Save these changes. Now if I go to browser, let's reload. So Control F5 hard reload. Now I will go and let's delete this seventh number employee. Click on this delete button. So we can see that here we have the confirmation. If I press cancel, it is returning a false value and no activity. We can see here. Now let's click again on delete. Okay, now this time it will return like a true value, and after getting true value, it will go and delete this employee from this list as well as from database. Let's go and click on this OK button. So we can see that employee deleted successfully. Let's click on OK button. Now, OK, we can see that the seventh number employee now deleted from table as well as from database. Let's go and confirm from database. So I will go inside employees. Let's reload. And here, seventh number employee now deleted. So successfully, overall, we have completed like this create operation, read operation, like to list all those data, and finally our delete operation. Okay, friends, so what next? So we have to work on edit button functionality. So what basically we want, simply whenever we click on this edit button, we have to open a layout, something called update employee layout, and that layout will be in place of this add employee layout. And also we have our update data button, like update employee button, as well as our existing data inside these input fields. Let's go to editor. Now here, what I will do first, I will go inside this employee form.php, and here let's copy this, add employee layout, put it here, and this time let's call it as edit employee layout. Let's go inside it. It will be edit employee, and here inside this form, let's call it as FRM edit employee. I will go inside it. Let's add an action here. I will update something called WC edit employee, and all these things will remain same. And also we have to update the ID of these input fields. So here let's call it as employee underscore name, employee underscore email, and also let's update the name attribute value. So the same value I will copy and paste it here. And one more thing, let's copy and paste inside this like for attribute, copy here and put it here. Now let's change about this designation. So here it will be something called employee designation. I will copy, put it here and put it here. And finally for profile image, so here let's say employee underscore file, and let's copy this employee underscore and I will put it here. And also let's replace here. So let's copy and put it here. And instead of calling save data, let's call it as update employee. And here btn save data, this time this will be btn update data. So finally, here we have just copied this add employee layout, and according to our adjustment, we have updated this edit employee layout. Save these changes. Let's go to browser and reload this web page. So here friends, let's scroll, and now we can see that here we have edit employee layout. So what I will do, let's go to editor, go inside first inside style.css. Let's open it here and let's create a class called hide underscore element. And inside here, let's add a simple property of CSS, that is display none. So first I will copy this class, go inside this employee form, And right here, this is like add employee layout. I will add it here. So height element and height element. Save these changes. If I go and reload and let's press Ctrl F5. Now we can see that only we have the layout of list employee. So what we want a button here called add employee. So whenever we click on add employee, we have to open our add employee layout. So what I will do, let's go inside this list employee layout and before this H3 tag, let's add a button tag here. So it will be, let's say, add employee. I will go inside this button tag. Let's add an ID attribute and it will be something btn underscore open add employee form. Let's copy this ID value, go inside the script.js and first of all, let's close all these functions. And here, this is to open add the employee form. So here, jQuery document on click event and this is ID of button callback function. I'll go here and inside it, what we have to do simply we have to remove this height element class from this add employee form. So what we have to do, just go here and let's add a class here, something called add employee form. Let's close that and here let's add edit employee form. So let's copy this class value of this div container. I'll go here, let's say jQuery. This is class here and here toggle class and inside here let's pass the class name called height element. So simply this line of code means that if this class exists inside this class, so it means it will go first and remove if it exists, otherwise it will add there. Save these changes. Let's see in action. So I will go here. Let's reload. So Control F5. And one more thing, I want this button right here. So let's inspect first. And this is our button here. I'll go and let's add a style that is float equals to right. And it seems okay. So I will copy this CSS property. Let's go inside editor and inside this employee form. Where is the button? So here it is, style tag and put it here. So save these changes. Let's go to browser and Control F5 to hard reload. Now we can see that this time this CSS property is coming from our code. So what next? Simply let's click on this add employee button. So whenever we click on this button, so simply as we know that here we have the height element class inside this add employee form should be removed. Let's click on it and instead of removing it has added a new class called height-element. So I think we have some error. Let's go inside script.js. So instead of adding height-element, we have to add height underscore element because this is the class what we have created here. So save these changes. Let's go and reload one more time. Close this inspect. Now let's click on this add employee. And now we can see that here we have our add employee form. So after opening this form, what we want, also we want here a close form button so that whenever we click on that button, this form will be closed. So what I will do, let's go here inside employee form, go inside this add employee layout and right here before this add employee s3 tag, let's add a button here and this will be, let's say, close form and here its ID equals to btn close employee form or simply close at employee form. So let's copy this ID value, go inside script.js and here close add employee form. So jQuery document on click event to this button with ID callback function and here it will be again let's copy this code and put it here. And one more thing that here we have to hide this form as well as Like whenever we open that form, so first we have to hide this button, and whenever we close this form, this button should be visible. So what we have to do here, so I will go here and also let's say jQuery, this it means current button. Let's add a class, and here it will be height underscore element. Next I will go here and let's copy this code, put it here, and this time this will be called remove class. Save these changes, not here this time it will be btn add employee form. So let's copy this and put it here. So what we have done, simply whenever we are clicking on this add employee form, simply we are displaying our form and also hiding the current clicked button. And whenever we click on close add employee form, so simply on clicking of that, first we have to hide our add employee form, as well as we need to display our add employee button. So save these changes. Let's go and reload this web page. And if I click on add employee, now you can see that here we have close form, and also we don't have any add employee form. And whenever we click on this button, so we can see that add employee button. So it's working. Now let's add a CSS code inside this close form, and it will be float equals to right. Save these changes. I'll go and reload. So here add employee, close form, add employee, and close form. Now in the same way we have to do for this edit button. So whenever we click on this edit button, we have to open our edit employee layout. So I will go here, and for edit employee layout, the class we have something called edit employee form. And also inside this form, what I will do, let's add first a button tag. So button, it will be, let's say, close form, and here ID, let's say btn underscore close edit employee form. Save these changes. Let's copy this ID value. I'll go here. Let's go inside script.js and here first. And one more thing, let's go inside our this ID, and this is bind inside at the footer. So here we have the class called btn edit employee. So just copy. I'll go here like inside this same file script.js. So first we have to open our edit layout. So it will be jQuery document on click event, and this is the class of edit button function. So inside this click event, what we have to do, we have to open our edit employee layout. So the class of that will be called edit employee form. So simply we have to implement the concept of toggle class. We have to remove if it exists, otherwise we have to add here. So let's copy this parent class. I will go here. So jQuery class here, and simply toggle class hide underscore element. Save these changes. Now here close edit layout. So what I will do, here we have the button. Let's copy and let's add style here, that is float equals to right. I will copy this ID of button, go here, let's say jQuery document on, click here, and it's an ID function. And here what we have to do, first we have to close our form. So it's the same code, let's copy the same code, put it here, and also on closing of edit employee form, also we have to display our add employee button. So the ID of add employee button, if I go and check that, so here it is. Let's copy, go here, and ID, let's remove class hide element. And also once we open our edit employee form, so in that case, this button should not be visible. We have to hide that. So let's copy and put it here, and instead I will use add class. Now save all these changes. Let's go to browser, Control F5 to hard reload. Let's close this inspect. So here, first I will click on this add employee. Now you can see that at the employee layout, close form button, close form. So it is working. Now next I will click on this edit employee button. So edit here, we can see that edit employee layout, close form. And also we don't have any add employee button. Let's click on this close form. So it is working. So successfully, now we have implemented the concept of layout behavior. So what next? Simply as we can see that whenever we click on this edit employee button, there is no data. So what we have to do, and also I think that here we have some spelling mistake inside this add employee. So first let's correct that. So inside this add employee. So what next? Simply as we can see that this form is totally empty. So whenever we click on this edit employee button, simply by the help of, if I go inside our code, so we can see that inside this edit employee button, here we have the employee ID. So by the help of employee ID, we have to use the concept of AJAX request here to get all those data of that employee ID. So what I will do, let's copy and I will go inside our click event of that class and here it is. So also we have to use the concept of AJAX here. So simply get existing data of an employee by employee ID, and this time we have to get the employee ID from this data ID attribute of this button. So what I will do, I'll go here and simply where employee ID equals to jQuery current button dot data, and here is data ID. So either we can write this syntax or simply also you can do something like this, something called jQuery this here dot attr, and we can write data ID. So either we can use this method or this method. So simply it will return the current clicked employee ID. So what next? Simply jQuery dot ajax. Let's pass all properties here. So I will go inside here and let's copy the syntax of ajax. So I will copy, go here. Let's replace with this. So here we have the URL. It is okay inside this data and action. So this time we have to use call get employee data, and also we have to pass the employee ID. So emp ID, and this is the variable called employee ID. We have to use get request type data type JSON. It is okay, and here for the time being let's use console.log, and here let's print those values first. So console.log response. So what next? Simply let's copy this action value. I will go inside our plugin main file and here add action wp underscore ajax underscore action name, and here it is array callable syntax. So first we have to pass our class object and here handle to get single employee data. And one more thing, friends, that what the concept we are using here this time, this will only work when the user is logged in. So it means that this will work when user is logged in. If we want that, if user is logged out, so the same concept will also work if we make these action hook like this. So if I copy, paste here, so in that case, user is logged out, or simply we may say no login of WordPress. So in that case, simply wp underscore ajax underscore no priv. I will go here. Let's add underscore no priv, means no privileges, underscore no priv. Now this time our Ajax request will work for both cases, either login or without login. So let's make comment to these lines for the time being. So we have to focus over these functionalities. So let's copy, go inside our my employee class. So here what I will do, simply let's close these functions first. And here, let's say read single employee data, and here let's say public function, and the function name we have something like this. So here we'll get the employee ID first. So let's copy this emp ID key. I'll go here. So here employee ID equals to, and we are using the concept of get request here. We can see get request here. So it can be received using this get here. So put it here. So if employee ID, if employee ID, not email, employee ID greater than 0. So here, otherwise, let's go inside this else block, return WP send JSON status, status equals to false, message, please pass employee ID. Let's go inside this if block. It means employee ID exists. We have some value. So in that case, let's say employee data equals to this WPDB. I will call the method called getRow, and inside here select all data from table names. So curly pairs this table name where employee ID, it means ID equals to, and here we have employee ID. And finally, we want data in associative array format. So it will be array underscore a. Now let's return that. So send JSON, and here status equals to true, message employee data found, and here let's say data equals to employee data. Save the changes. So if I go to browser, let's reload. So Control F5 to hard reload. Let's inspect first. Go to console and let's click on this fifth number employee. So click on this edit button. Now here we can see that inside this console, look at here. Here we have the data status equals to true, message equals to employee data found, and here data equals to, and we can see that all employee data. So successfully, what we have to do after getting this data object, we can see here we have to read each property, and once we read, we have to put those values inside this edit employee layout. So what I will do, let's go to editor, go inside script.js. So here instead of console.log, we want, let's go first employee form. Inside this edit employee, first we have to put the value of this employee name. So let's copy this ID, go here. So inside this success block, what I will do, let's say jQuery ID of that name field, and here value. So response, if key exists, call name, data, if key exists, name value. So if I save this change, so simply this syntax means that inside our response variable, we have data key if it exists. So also we are checking that if name property exists. So if this exists, so simply by getting the name value, we are putting inside our name field. Save this change. Let's go and see in action. So let's click on this first employee, fourth number employee, click on this edit button. So we can see that the name value. Now the same thing we have to repeat for this email, designation and profile image. So what I will do, let's go here. I will copy, put two more times first. Second one is for employee email. I will go and put it here for designation. Let's copy and put it here. So here, if I go inside our network tab, so inside this response, let's copy the whole response. If I zoom out, so no need. So here we have the email value. So I will copy, put it here. And for designation, let's copy and put it here. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. So let's click on this edit button of this fourth number employee. Now we can see that here we have the name value, email value, and the designation. So I will next click on this, let's say sixth number employee, click here. So this is the name value, email value. So we can see hopefully, okay, and here it is, that is, and I think that here we have some issue that if I click on this, they say that this is the employee of this ID. So if I click on this eighth number ID, we can see that form is hidden. And again, if I click, then it is visible. So it means we have to remove our toggle behavior from JS code. So let's go inside the script.js file, and inside this click event, first we have to check and simply remove class height element. Let's go and see in action. So if I reload this page, let's close this inspect first. So I will click on this fifth number employee. We can see that our details of fifth number employee. Click on this sixth number employee, and here we have details of sixth number employee. Close form. It is also working. Let's click on this ninth number employee, and it is working. So what next? Simply we have to click on this update employee button, and once we click, simply we have to update the existing informations inside our database with the updated values. So I will go inside this edit employee form first, and next add an action attribute here which is already added. So what I will do here, let's copy this form ID. Let's go inside script.js, and here after this layout behavior, so submit edit function or simply edit form. So here it will be something called jQuery document on submit. Next we have to pass our form ID function. Inside this, let's pass an event object. So here it will be event dot prevent default prevent default. Now here I will use the concept of again Ajax request. So what I will do, let's copy this syntax from here, put it here. So URL is okay, and this time instead of using this data, we will use the concept of form data. So where form data equals to new and form data. Inside this, we have to pass our current form object. So simply let's copy, go and remove and put it here. So here we have used the concept of form data. So two more properties we have to add here, and that will be called content type equals to false, and here process data equals to false. And these two properties we have added because we are using the concept of form data. So what next? Simply let's go first and remove that. Let's say console.log, and here it will be response. Save these changes. So, and this time instead of using get, it will be post request type. So what I will do, let's copy this action value of this edit form. I'll go here and let's create, so add action. It will be wp underscore ajax underscore here array callable syntax. So it will be employee object handle update employee data. Let's copy this method name. I will go here inside our my employee class, and what I will do, let's close this first, and here it will be update employee data. So function, before that public function, function name, and here what I will do, so let's read the name value, and we are using post request type, so the name value will come from this employee underscore name. So I will copy, let's use post here and put it inside it. And one more thing, before saving we have to sanitize first, so sanitize text field, and put it here. Now here I will copy this name field. Let's paste two more times, that is for email and designation. So I will copy employee email. So employee email. Also we have the designation. So let's copy that employee designation. and here it will be designation. Now, after getting all these values, now let's use the concept of update method. So this WPDB, I will call update method of WordPress. First, we have to pass the table name. So table name. Then we have to pass the array of data. So here it will be called name. These are the column names of table. So email and designation. And one more thing, on the basis of ID, we have to update our employee. So also we need the employee ID to this form submitted. So what I will do, let's go inside script.js. Now along with form data, also we want like employee ID. So let's go inside employee form, and what we can do here, let's create a input type hidden field, and I will call it as name equals to, let's say, employee underscore ID, and here ID equals to employee ID. So let's copy this ID value, go here, and before that, if I go inside our, let's say, btn edit employee inside this ajax request, so here also we have to go and bind that property like employee ID dot value, and in the same way, let's copy because inside response also we are getting the employee ID. So here it will be ID. Save these changes, and for the mistake here, so let's come in to this method here. If I go and reload this web page, I will click on this edit here. So we can see that here we have the existing information. So if I go and see, so we can see that here we have the employee ID equals to 4. So what we can do here now, this is also going to submit using post request type. So let's copy this name value. I'll go here, let's uncomment that, and here ID equals to sanitize text field and post request type, and here we have the employee ID. Now this is the simplest way that how to receive our post parameters to update our data inside database table. So here let's copy this ID, and before that I will go and put like the key value pairs. So name here, this is our updated name, email, updated email value, and designation. And finally, inside this third argument of this update method about our where condition, so ID equals to our ID value. So finally, by the help of this code, actually, we are going to update our existing employee informations on the basis of this ID value. And finally, let's return here wp underscore send JSON, and here status equals to true message. It will be employee updated successfully. And finally, save these changes. Let's go inside script.js, and here, after getting positive response, what I will do, response here, I'll go here, let's say first, alert here, so response, if key exists call message, simply alert, and after that, after let's say, after 1.5 seconds, what we have to do simply, we have to reload our web page. So here 1500 milliseconds, and it will be location dot reload. Save these changes. I will go here Control F5 to hard reload. Let's go and update this. Let's say for example the sixth number employee. Click on this edit button. Here we have the edit data. So let's say that updated email value, let's say hyphen updated. So if I click on this update employee button with all this information, click here, we can see that employee updated successfully. Let's reload, means OK. And after 1.5 seconds, OK, we can see that email didn't update, but here we are getting our updated name value. So let's go to table first and see that what is the value of email, and there is no value. And why no value? Let's go inside our form first. Okay, actually inside this edit employee, also we have to update because on the basis of this name attribute, here we are updating our name value, sorry, email value. Save these changes. Now let's try one more time. Let's click on the sixth number employee, and this time instead of no value, let's say abc@gmail.com. Also, let's update this designation. So WordPress developer, click on update employee. Employee updated successfully. Let's click on OK. Page will be reload, and successfully we can see that now it has been uploaded. So here friends, the only point is left inside this plugin, and that is how to update our profile image. So what I will do, let's go to editor. I'll go inside employee form. Let's go inside our edit employee layout, and here after this profile image input field, let's create a image tag here. Image tag, let's give a name attribute, not name attribute, ID attribute, and it will be, let's say, employee underscore profile icon. And here, let's add some CSS. So style equals to, let's say, height equals to 100 pixel and width equals to 100 pixel, not 100%, 100 pixel. So what I will do, let's copy this ID value, go inside script.js, and here we can see, not here, here we can see that we are reading all those values. So obviously, also we are getting our image URL. Let's verify the key first. I will go here. Let's go inside our database. And here the column will be called profile underscore image. So what I will do here, simply jQuery, this is the ID of image tag, and here src attribute. So we have to pass called attr, and here src, it means the attribute of this ID. And what we have to do here, simply from response, first we have to check that if we have the data. If data exists, then also we have to check that if there is profile underscore image. Save these changes. Let's go to browser, Control F5 to hard reload. Now let's click on any of the employee. For example, this ninth number employee, click on edit icon. And now we can see that here we have the profile image. Now let's click one more employee. So fourth number employee, click here. And now we can see that according to fourth number employee, here we have the existing informations. Now here comes the concept that how to update our employee's profile image. So once we pass these updated informations, and here we can see that here we are getting a semicolon right before this name field. So if I go inside employee here, and here we have the semicolon. So save these changes, go here, let's reload. Let's click on fourth number employee. So what we want whenever we pass or update any existing information, and also if we upload any new profile image, so two tasks we have to done. First, we have to delete this image from WP content folder. Remember, this file or this image is going inside WP content and uploads folder. So first we have to delete this file from our uploads folder, and also we have to upload the new file and then go inside database and save that. So first what I will do, let's go here inside our script.js. We can see that when our edit form will be submitted, we are sending all those data. So here inside our class file, also we are getting our image here, and the key will be, let's go copy the name attribute value of input type file button, and here it will be, let's copy. So file image, profile file image equals to, and I will get that from files, and this is the name value. So first we have to check that, check image exists. So here, if profile image, and one more thing, simply I can put it here. So let's say it's set here, let's say name here. So if this is available, this key is present, it means we have profile image. Otherwise, we'll have the empty value. So what I will do, simply let's copy and put it here inside this if block, that is if not empty, it means we have profile image. So what we have to do, so before using WP handle upload, first we have to check that our existing file exists inside uploads folder. So here friends, what we have to do, let's go and create a private function here, get employee data, And here, let's say private function, let's get employee data. And here, while calling this function, let's pass employee ID. So employee ID, and on the basis of this employee ID, first we have to retrieve all existing informations. So here it will be employee data equals to this WPDB. Then I will call, let's say, getRow method. And here inside this first argument, let's say select here from all table name. So curly pairs this table name where ID equals to employee ID. So let's pass in curly pairs employee ID, and also the data we want inside associative array. And finally, after getting data, simply let's return employee data. So what I will do, let's copy this method name. I will go inside this function and where it is. So this will be like update employee data, I think. Okay, here it is. So now next, go inside that employee data equals to, and here it will be this. Call this function, call this method, and here let's pass the employee ID. And on the basis of employee ID, we'll get our existing informations. Also, what we can do here, instead of calling here, let's go at top here. Simply, first we need to check that if employee exists, copy. If not empty, put it here. Otherwise, let's go inside else block. It means we don't have any employee of that ID. So inside that case, return WP send JSON, and here status equals to false, and message equals to, let's say, no employee found with this ID. Now if employee exists, what I will do, simply let's cut all these code, cut from here, go inside this if block and put it here. Let's do some formatting. So here it will be. So if employee exists, we have to go inside this if block, otherwise this else block. Now let's go inside this if block. It means employee exists. I will go inside this profile image. So here first we have to check that if image exists or not. So let's copy this employee data, and here let's say profile image, or we may say saved profile image equals to employee data, and I will get that key called profile underscore image. So here it will be profile underscore image. Let's copy here, and what I will do, if not empty, it means we have some link here. So first, what we have to do inside this URL, let's copy first. I will copy any of this URL, go here. So we can see that inside our database column, we have something like this. So what we want, first we have to remove this path, like this is our WordPress project path up to this folder. Now, after that, we have to get this path like WP content, uploads. This is like the current month and the current year, and this is the file name. If I go to folder structure of uploads here, so this is here WP content, uploads, current year, current month. And now we can see that here we have, if I see the file name, that is employee1 dot, and here it will be, and here it is. So what we have to do, simply we have to get the path from this like WP content up to this, and we have to delete like by using a PHP function called unlink. So here first let's get our WP site URL, and this we can get using get site URL function. This will return the WordPress site, and this function is going to return this value, and it will be something like this. Okay, so now next, what we have to do, let's go here and let's say file path, file path equals to, and here let's copy this save profile image because it is going to contain our site URL as well as our complete URL. So here I will use a PHP function called str replace. Look at here, what the value we have to search. So we have to search this site URL. Let's copy, put it here. Now in the second argument, we have to see that what we have to replace. So we want like search this string value into this complete URL and please replace that value with this blank value. And here the main URL or the main string value. So let's copy and put it here. Save these changes. Now it is going to return our value will be like this. So this is the output of this line. Now next, one more thing. Also, we want to remove this like the forward slash before this string value. So also let's concatenate here. And once we concatenate, simply it will search this also and remove that. So now next, what we have to do simply let's copy this file path here. If file exists like PHP function, and here let's say ABS path WordPress constant. I will concatenate this value called file path. Let's concatenate or simply ABS path means ABS path. This is our means absolute path of WordPress. This is our file path. If it exists, go inside this if block and here we have to remove that file from uploads folder. And for that, I'll use our PHP function called unlink. And simply we can see that we have to pass the file name or simply we may say like file path. So what we have to do, simply let's copy this ABS path, file path and put it here. So save these changes. It means that successfully we are going to remove our existing image from uploads folder. And here, now next, let's upload our new image file. So here inside this if block, upload new image. So let's say file uploaded equals to, I will call WP handle upload. And here inside it, simply let's pass the complete file. So complete files, and let's pass the name attribute, and it will be something called employee profile image. And also inside the second argument, array, and here it will be test underscore form equals to false. Save these changes. And one more thing, after this upload, we will get our profile image URL. So here it will be, if I go and create, let's say, profile file image or here, profile image URL equals to empty, means the initial value will be empty. Let's copy, I will go here inside this. And what we have to do, simply file uploaded, means once file will be uploaded, it will return a URL key. Now save these changes. I will copy this variable, go inside this update method, and here it will be called profile underscore image equals to, and this is our new image. And one more thing, let's say that I don't want to update our existing image. Existing image is okay, only we want to update our existing informations. So if we see this condition, so it is going to remove our old value as well, because as we can see that the initial value of this variable is empty. So in some cases, if we don't want to upload our profile image, so this empty value will go and update our database value. So what I will do, simply let's copy this variable, go here inside this employee data. It means we have existing employee informations. So this is the variable. And what I will do, let's first read our existing value inside this variable by the help of this key called profile image. So if image is not going to upload, simply this value will be saved inside our DB table. Otherwise, the new value will be uploaded inside our database table. So save all these changes. Let's go and see that how it works. So if I go and let's reload this web page, click on this fourth number employee. So we can see that this is our existing image. Let's update some information. So update here, vk dot update from PHP developer to Java developer. And also I want to update this image. So let's click on this choose file, click on this image 3, click on open. Now let's click on update employee. And now we can see that employee updated. Click on OK. And here we can see that this fourth number employee profile image now updated. Click on this edit button. Now we can see that here we have the new profile image. Now let's confirm our old image from uploads folder. So, okay, here we have some confusion because with this file image, we don't have any employee ID or unique identifier. Only we have the file name. But friends, if you remember our old image, now it has been removed from this uploads folder. So what we can do here, instead of getting this confusion, let's go and add a unique timestamp with each image value. So I will go here and first I will go inside our save method so that we can apply the same condition inside our save employee method. It means add employee method. And here, before uploading this profile image to uploads folder, what we can do here, let's say upload file, upload file equals to this is, so what we can do here, let's say original file name, and here, let's say original file name equals to upload file, upload file, we want to get the name value, and from that name value, we want to get first path info, we want to get first our file name. So if we are uploading our image, let's go and copy like the image name from here. So suppose if we are uploading this image here, so it is going to return, it means actually this is the complete array of file object. This is going to return this value. So if I go and put it here inside comment lines, so this values will go and print this image here. So this variable original file name will contains this value called employee-1 because we are taking only the file name. Let's get the extension value. So here file extension equals to, let's say file underscore extension equals to path info, and here we have the file name here. Let's copy, and from this name we want to get extension, so path info and extension. Now it will return like the last value, that is WEBP. Now what we want to change the name of this employee. So here, like after employee 1, I want to add some unique timestamp value, and this will be something like this. So what we can do here, let's go and remove, and here let's say new image name equals to new image name equals to original file name. I will go and concatenate with this PHP function called time here. Let's add first underscore or hyphen symbol. Let's add underscore, and this is missing concatenation operator. And after this time value, then we have to go and concatenate with our extension. So dot here and here file extension. So it will return value something like this, our original file name, like this one, that it will go and add a unique timestamp value, something like this, a unique key dot extension, and something like this. So what we can do here, simply let's copy this new image name, and here actually we are passing this complete object here inside this WP handle method. So put it here, remove our existing name value with this new image name. Save these changes. Now let's do the same concept. So I will go and copy this, the whole code. Let's go inside our update employee method. And here, let's put it here. So save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload one more time. And what we can do here, let's create a new employee. Dot example at gmail.com. Inside designation, let's say PHP developer, choose a profile photo. So this time I am selecting this employee-1, click on save data, employee saved, click on OK button. So successfully, we have created one more employee with all this information, and also we can see a profile image. Let's click on this edit button. So we can see that the image or the profile image of this employee, let's go and confirm from uploads folder. And here we have the file that is employee1, which is the file name. Then we have the unique timestamp value. And after that, we have the extension. So here, let's go and like update profile image. So what we can do here, let's go and first I will change something like updated email value. Let's go updated. Let's choose profile image. So I will click on it. Let's say employee 3. Click on OK button. Not employee 3. Let's say employee 2. Click on open button. Update employee. So employee updated. Click on OK. And once it will be done, so we can see that here is the image now updated of that employee. So let's go and confirm from uploads folder. And here we have some issue inside this file name, and that is employee2, like the file name -2 instead of timestamp value. And why it is happening? Let's go to editor, and inside this update employee method, this is the code what we have added. Like here, profile image. Okay, let's check first the name attribute value. And for this edit employee, this is the name attribute value. So this is, I think we have done the mistake here. We can see that the image of that employee we are reading inside this key. So let's copy this key, go here inside this, call upload file, put it here, and also here inside this, replacing the new image, put it here, and already it is here. Save these changes. Now I will go, let's reload one more time. Now let's go click on this 11th number employee. So here is the existing information, and this time we can verify that this image exists right here. So what we can do, simply let's go and click choose file, click on employee 1, click on open button, update employee, employee updated successfully, go and reload. And now we can see that our new employee image, let's go and verify. So successfully, we can see that now we have removed the old image of that employee, and here we have our updated profile image. So successfully, this is the overall completion of plugin number 8 of this WordPress plugin development series. Now let's do a quick unit testing of all those functions. So what I will do, first I will go inside this database, go on operations tab. First I will empty the complete table. So empty the table, it means we want to truncate. Now we can see that we don't have any file right here inside this folder, and also I will go and delete all these employee images. All these employee images. So successfully remove from here as well. I will go and let's create our first employee. Reload it first. Add employee. So I will be the first employee of this system. Designation, profile image. So let's employee 1. Click on save data. Employee created. And successfully inside our table, now we have our first employee. If I go inside our uploads folder, here we can see our first employee. Now let's update the image of that employee. So here, edit here, update employee. I'll choose employee 2, click on update employee. Employee updated successfully. Now we can see that our new profile image, if I go and confirm, now this is the new profile image. Now let's go create some more employees. Add employee. We can see we don't have any button, close form, edit button, close form. So all things working. So click on add employee. Designation, full stack developer, choose a profile image. So let's say that initially I will not upload any profile image for that employee. Click on save data, employee saved. And here we have our second employee. Let's go and confirm about profile image. So there is no entry inside this uploads folder. Now next, I will go and update a profile image. So let's go and update. So choose profile, employee 3, click on update employee. And here, friends, okay, we are not getting the image of the second number employee and why it is happening. I think that we have some mistake inside our update handle method. Let's go to editor. So this is our handle update employee data. Okay, here are the values. Here is the existing employee information. So initially, this variable is empty. It means we don't have any image. So if employee exists inside our database, so this is like our old image. This is our new image, means new uploaded image. So if it is not empty, obviously we have some new image. So I will go inside it. And here we can see that again we are using the concept of like save profile image. And why? Because here we have already this variable. So let's go and remove this. And here let's call it as existing profile image. And this is new file image object. Now let's copy this variable. It means existing profile image. I will go here and if not empty, okay, we have new image. So save profile image. So why we are checking here? So what I will do, let's go cut all these code from here. Let's go and remove like directly inside this check image exist. So here we have the checkpoint. So what we can do here, let's copy this profile image like profile image URL because this is the saved existing data. So existing profile image. So here I will do a small checkpoint that if it is not empty, it means we have some old image. So in that case, this is going to work. So let's go and cut all these things because this is going to remove our existing image. So we have to put all these code from here and also let's change that. Now after deletion, here we have to read our old information and here. So I think that now everything is okay. Profile image URL, and here are the. So save these changes. Now let's go and see one more time. Now next, let's go and click on the second number employee to update the existing information and let's choose a profile image. So I'll upload, let's say employee 3, click on update employee. Okay. Now successfully this time we have this image URL. So if I go to confirm inside folder, we can see this is the new image. Now let's go and update one more time. So here, click on edit, employee 1, click on open, update employee successfully. So now we can see that here we have the new image. Let's go and confirm and here is the new image. Now let's create one more time employee. So add employee. What is the name? Choose designation full stack developer profile image. Let's go and select the second number employee. Click on open, save data, employee created, and successfully we can see that this is our third number employee. So finally friends, this is the overall development of this eighth number plugin. So friends, what next inside this plugin development series? So here, after completion of this 8th number plugin, now we'll see the concept of 9th number plugin of this series. And inside that plugin, we'll discuss the concept of creating custom product from custom plugin inside WooCommerce. What I mean, simply we'll create a plugin. By the help of that plugin, we'll create some product and those product will be saved inside WordPress. So there are several concepts that we have to go and see and learn inside ninth number plugin. So let's get all right, friends. Now let's move to our ninth plugin development of this series, and that will be called WooCommerce Product Creator. Simply, we'll have a plugin. Once we activate, it will create a menu here, and whenever we click on that menu, it will open a page. Inside that page, we'll have some informations to create a product for WooCommerce. So let's get started. So I will go inside editor. Let's go inside WP content, plugins folder, and here let's create a folder called custom WooCommerce product. I will go next inside this folder and let's create our plugin main file and something it will be wp-custom hyphen, 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 woocomm-product.php. Now here, let's quickly write some PHP code. It means our comment lines of this plugin. So plugin name equals to custom WooCommerce WooCommerce product creator, and here it will be, let's say, description. This plugin creates WooCommerce product, version number, let's say 1.0, author, and something called plugin URI. Let's pass a dummy value, custom WooCom product. Now for the time being, these parameters are okay. Now next I will go here, let's say if is not defined, and here I will call, either we can use our constant called WP-INC. It's a WordPress constant, like to check the path of WordPress directory if it exists. So it's okay. Otherwise, we can simply exit here. And this value should be wrapped inside double quotes. So either we can use this constant or simply we can use ABS path. Now, next here I will go, and what we have to do first on plugin activation, we have to create a menu first. So I will call a action hook call admin underscore menus. And here, let's say that our plugin prefix first. So WordPress custom product underscore add menu. Let's copy this callback function. So here, let's write add plugin menu, and it will be function name. And inside this function, I will call a WordPress function called add menu page. Now here we can see that we have to pass these arguments. So first page title. So let's say that WooCommerce product creator. Now the same page title I will use for the menu title. So let's copy, put it here. Now next capability. It means our user label, permission options. So manage options. Next we have to pass the menu slug. So let's say WooCommerce product creator. And also the best practice is that also add a plugin prefix before any slug value. So I will add here, let's say WCP, our plugin prefix hyphen and the slug value. Now next we have to pass the callback function, which is the most important. So this time I'm using the simplest code of PHP. We are not going to use any class-based concept. So it will be, let's say, WCP handle, or simply let's say add WooCommerce WooCommerce product layout, which means that by the help of this callback function, we'll create a layout. Inside that layout, we'll have our form input fields, icon URL. So for icon, let's go to browser and I will search here for dash icons. Dash icons, click on this first link, and here we have multiple icons. So let's choose any of these icons. So I will go and let's click on this icon, that is cloud upload. So simply I will click on it. Let's copy this class value, that is dash icons hyphen cloud hyphen upload. I will copy, go here and put it here, and position number. So let's pass eighth number, save these changes. Now let's copy this callback function. So here add WooCommerce product layout. So function name. And for the time being, let's echo within h1 tag, or let's say within s3 tag, add WooCommerce product. Save these changes. I will go to our admin panel. Let's go inside plugins. And first I will deactivate all existing plugins. So here I will deactivate this employee CRUD successfully we have completed. Let's click on deactivate it. And here, let's search for WooCommerce, and here it is. I'll click on this activate button. So here, friends, we can see that plugin is now activated, but I think that there will be some issues because here menu is not coming. Let's go to editor, check our action hook. So add action, admin underscore menus, and okay, it's not menus, it will be admin underscore menu. Save this change, go and reload one more time. So as plugin is activated, so we can see here we have our plugin menu, that is WooCommerce product creator. Let's click on it. So right now we have only a static message, but we want a add product form. So let's go to editor. Let's open a new tab. So inside add product form, what are the form fields we want? So we want something product name, then we want product regular price, then we want like a sale price, then we want like product description, short description, then we want something like product image, or before that stock keeping unit, a unique value of each product, and finally we want like product image. So these are the fields we want like to create any product inside WooCommerce. And one more thing, as we can see that this plugin, what we are creating is totally dependent on WooCommerce because obviously we are creating some product for WooCommerce. So we can see that inside this setup, inside this WordPress setup, we don't have any WooCommerce plugin. So we can think like how this plugin will work if WooCommerce is not available. So friends, here we have to add a checkpoint. If WooCommerce is available, then this plugin is going to work. So how to display an admin notice here? We know about the concept. Let's go to editor, and here before this action hook, let's add an admin notice. So first I will use a concept of apply filters, and one more thing, as you can see that inside this plugins list, the current activated plugins are classic widgets. This is our second plugin. So far from this list, we have two activated plugins. So from database, how to know that inside this WordPress setup, how many plugins are currently activated. So to see the list of activated plugins, let's go inside database. I will go inside options table and let's search a key. So click on the search tab, and here inside this option name, search for active underscore plugins. Let's press enter. Now you can see that inside this option, here we have some values, and these values are in serialized format. So I will copy. Let's go here and I will open a website called Unserialized Online. Let's go inside it, and here inside this text area, let's remove existing values, put our custom values, click on Unserialize, and now we can see that the output of this serialized data, here we have the first index, it means our classic widget, and second here we have our custom WooCommerce product. So here friends, now we have a rough idea that inside our WordPress setup, what basically this database is, inside this WordPress, we have only two plugins activated, that is a classic widget and second our WooCommerce product creator. So what we can do, simply we can put a checkpoint that if the official WooCommerce plugin is activated, means our main parent WooCommerce plugin is activated. If it is available inside this array, then it's okay. Otherwise, we have to display an admin notice. So what I can do here, first I will go inside our WordPress. Let's go and add WooCommerce plugins. So add new plugin, and I will search for, let's say, WooCommerce. Just type, it will automatically start the search filter. And now we can see that here we have the WooCommerce. Let's click on install now. And we can see that the installation is now started. And now next, let's click on activate button successfully plugin install. Let's click on activate. So we can see that now it has started a setup wizard of WooCommerce to this WordPress setup. So we have to basically go to a step-by-step wizard to set properly our WooCommerce plugin for that WordPress setup. So what I will do, let's click on keep guided setup, and let's choose a country here, and I will select like this India, go to my store, and we can see that all things automatically it is doing and successfully. Now WooCommerce plugin now successfully set up into this WordPress setup. So if I go into our the same key called active plugins, now let's go and reload one more time. So let's copy this option value. I'll go inside this unserialized. Let's remove, paste that key, click on unserialize one more time. Now we can see that inside this area of data, now we have one more plugin activated and this is WooCommerce, WooCommerce.php. Now here friends, it is very easy that if WooCommerce is available and here it is activated, so we have to go with our custom plugin, otherwise we have to display an admin notice. So what we can do, simply let's copy this key value. I will copy, go inside WordPress setup, go inside plugins, and I will go and deactivate that. And here, WooCommerce, let's click on deactivate. So plugin deactivated, it means that this plugin or that key is not going to available inside this active plugins. So I will go inside our custom plugin and here, let's say if I will use the concept of active plugins. So in array and here the first value we have like the path of that WooCommerce, like WooCommerce, this is the folder name of that plugin and this is the plugin file name. And I will use the concept of apply filters. So apply filters and here we have to first pass our hook name. So it will be called active plugins. And here we have to get our option values. So we have to use get option function of WordPress and here the option name. So the option name we have called active plugins. So just copy option name and put it here. Now here, what basically this will do, so this code will check that if this key by the help of this filter called active plugins, so this key is available inside this get option. If it is available, then it's okay. Otherwise, if it is not available, let's put exclamation sign here. If it is not available, so what we have to do, admin notice means admin underscore notice. Actually, here it's add action, admin notices, and here WCE WooCommerce product creator. So it will be WooCommerce product creator underscore and let's say show WooCommerce error. Let's copy this callback function and after that also we have to return equals to false or exit from here. So let's copy this callback function. I will go here and let's say that function name and inside here let's say return or simply echo single quotes. I will go inside it. Let's say div here. Inside this div, let's add some class that will be called notice hyphen error is dismissible. I'll go inside here. Let's create a paragraph tag and here please activate, please activate or here before activate. So please install and activate WooCommerce plugin. WooCommerce plugin. Save these changes. I will go to browser and as you know that currently our like WooCommerce plugin is deactivated. So and also our plugin is activated. Let's go and reload. And here we are getting some errors. So what I will do, let's go and first remove this exit because it is breaking our page here. Let's reload. And now we can see that please install and activate WooCommerce plugin. Now what we have to do, if I go and let's go and activate that plugin, so automatically now that key will be going to be available inside our options table. And in that case, we can see that we don't have any error message. Now let's go and deactivate one more time. And here we can see, please install and activate WooCommerce plugin. So it's really amazing concept. Now here, if suppose WooCommerce is plugin activated, now next, first we have to create our add product form layout on the basis of this input and further we'll handle all these input values and save inside WooCommerce. So first thing first, let's create a layout here. So to create layout, I'll use the concept of ChatGPT to generate some HTML and CSS code for our add product form layout. So let's go to ChatGPT AI tool and here it is. So first let's interact with that. So hi, how are you? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you? So I'm also fine. Now next what we want to create a ad form layout so that by the help of that form, we will create our WooCommerce product. So here I am creating, let's describe something. So I am creating a custom plugin inside WordPress. So I want a form with form fields with form fields as like product name, then we have regular price, then we have sale price, means I am simply passing all those form input fields, sale price, then description, short description, short description, or what we have like stock keeping unit, SKU, and also profile image, upload, not profile image, it's product image. So product image, upload button. So let's remove this WordPress keyword from here. Simply, I want a form with form input fields like this. So please generate HTML code with CSS. And here, all things I want inside a single page. So after passing this input value, let's press enter. So here we have some spelling mistake, but it will work. Let's press enter button. Now, as we can see that here it is generating some HTML code and along with here we have some CSS code and now ChatGPT really a cool tool. Now it is creating a form with all those input fields. So what I will do now, code has been completed. Let's go here, copy code. I will go here and for the time being, this is only a static passage. Now let's create one more file. So I will go inside plugin folder. Let's add a template folder. Here it will be add underscore form like add WooCom product form.php. Let's paste all those code here and also we want to separate this CSS. So what I will do, let's remove first this body here. Form container is okay and also h2 tag is here. So what we can do also suggest ChatGPT AI that please add a parent here. So what I will do, again, I will go to ChatGPT AI tool and here, please add a parent class, parent class like what the parent class we want something called WCP underscore, let's say custom plugin. And also like please add a parent class and on the basis of it, please write or we may say please update all CSS code. So simply, what actually we are telling, we are using a parent class and on the basis of that, we want all CSS should be updated because as we can see that inside this CSS, here we can see here inside this existing code, this is like here we have the code of h2 element. It means how many number of h2 tags inside that current page where this code is accessed. So simply all h2 tags should update on the basis of this CSS property. But what we want that only that h2 tag will be impacted, will change what have inside this page only. So for that, we have added a parent class. So let's go to our ChatGPT AI tool and if I scroll, we can see that now this is updated code. So let's copy. I'll go here and let's remove existing code and put it here. Now, if I go to verify, so we can see that now this time here we have the parent class and this parent class is now automatically added with each selector like what ChatGPT AI tool has given. So simply what we can do, first of all, let's thank you. I will go here and let's pass thank you for helping us And let's see that. Okay, you are welcome. I'm glad I could help. So it's okay. Now let's go here. So what I will do, I will go and cut all this CSS code and let's create a separate file. So go inside plugin and I will create assets folder and inside here, let's add a file called style.css. I will paste all those code here and let's remove this style tag as well as this body tag. Let's remove, let's cut this like deep here and here actually we have okay what basically happening actually we have two set of code inside this file. Let's go one more time and I will copy let's copy one more time the complete code. So copy code. I will go here. Let's make first this file will be blank and paste all the code. If I see style.css, now all code is okay. So let's step by step remove. So first I will remove this style tag. Let's remove this body tag from here. Close this div. Let's cut this div and remove this closing body and HTML. So we can see that now here we have the complete HTML code of add product form. So without adding any CSS, if I go inside our plugin main file, let's use the concept of PHP buffer. So ob start and here let's say include once. I'll use plugin dir path and here the constant here. Now next to here we have to go inside template folder and inside template folder we have to call this file called add woocom product form.php. Now let's read all these content inside any variable. So let's call it as template equals to obget contents. And here first I will clean the buffer. So ob and clean and simply echo template. Save these changes. Now next I will go inside our layout. Click on this plugin menu and without any CSS, now we can see that here inside this product form, name field, regular price, sale price, description, short description, stock keeping unit, and a product image. Now let's add our CSS. So how to add simply, we have to create this file link with our plugin. So I will go here. Let's add an action hook. So here, let's say add style.css. So add action it will be actually we want only for the admin panel. So here admin underscore enqueue underscore script and here what we have to do simply let's pass first our plugin prefix underscore add style sheet. Let's copy. I'll go here. Let's say function. I will copy this call by function. So function name, and I will call it as wp underscore in queue style and here it will be admin queue scripts. So admin queue style. Now in the first argument, we have to pass like the unique identifier. It means the handle ID of that style sheet. So I will call it as WCP-style. Now the next parameter or the argument we have to pass the source file path. So plugin dir URL and here a constant value. Now next, I will concatenate with assets folder. Then we have to call style.css. Now next we have to pass any dependencies. So I will pass a blank array value and left all those empty. Now save this change. Let's copy this wcp-style and I will go here. Let's reload. So Control F5 to hard reload. Okay friends, so here we can see that our CSS now successfully applied with this form, but this form is taking too much height. So let's inspect first and go to its parent class, something called WCPE custom plugin. And inside this, here we have height. So let's first uncheck that. Margin, uncheck that. Now, if you see, now it seems like the form is now okay. So what I will do, let's go to editor inside style.css. Let's go inside this parent class and I will remove these two CSS properties. And one more thing, I will drop like each plugin what we have developed inside this full course. I will drop each plugin code into my GitHub repository. So simply whenever you want any help from any code, simply go to GitHub and download that plugin source code. So just remove two CSS properties from here, save this file, and if I reload Control F5 to hard reload, now we can see that now this time this form is okay. Like here we have the product name, regular price, sale price description, short description, stock keeping unit, and product image. And also here we can see please install and activate WooCommerce plugin. So let's go inside our plugins first. And I will activate, let's say, WooCommerce plugin. It is taking time. So now we can see that plugin activated. And also if I go again to our custom plugin, so hopefully we can see that we don't have any error message. Now next, what we have to do, so whenever we pass any information to this form, simply we have to create this product into WooCommerce product section. So right now we can see that inside our WooCommerce, initially it will be blank. So once we create any product from this form, we want to set up that product with all these values, all these attributes to this product list. So what are the steps to create a normal product to a WooCommerce product? So here comes the concept of WooCommerce product class. So once we install WooCommerce into any WordPress setup, it is going to provide lots of functions, lots of classes. So I will use one of the class and few methods. So on the basis of that class and properties and some methods, we can easily create any product to a WooCommerce product. So first, what I will do, let's put some like the basic validation by using the required attribute. So inside this form, let's add required. Now let's copy this required attribute. I will go and put it here with this regular price, with this sale price, description. So description is optional, stock keeping unit, and it is required, and profile image is also optional. So this is only to add a very basic HTML5 attribute for basic validation. So what you can do if you have some time and also want to implement like to advanced concept of validation, so simply use the concept of jQuery validation, what we had seen inside our previous plugin development. Inside our previous plugin development, remember, we have used the concept of validate method. So by using jQuery.validate.mean.js, that was the file that we have added and also added like the client-side validation by using that plugin. So also you can use that concept with this form as well. So for the time being, it is okay. So what I will do next, let's go inside this form tag and here I will add action attribute, leave blank as it is. Now next, let's say method equals to post request type. And here, if you are wondering that inside this form here we have a product image upload button. So also we have to pass ink type multipart form data. But this time friends, we are not going to upload any image from system. Instead, on clicking on this button, we want to upload our image from media library. So what basically I mean to say, simply let's go to browser first. So as we can see that this is our form and inside this form here we have our product image upload button. So instead of selecting any image from local system, what we want, as we can see currently whenever we click on it, it is selecting our image from our local system. But instead of opening this model or selecting any image from local system, what we want, so whenever we click on this button, I have to open this media library and so that I will select product image from this gallery. And once we select, so here we have the file URL. Now this URL, first we have to upload inside WooCommerce product repository and create our WooCommerce product image. So this is the concept what we have to follow to create any product from our custom plugin add product form. So step by step, first of all, we'll see the concept that how to save like name, regular price, like all these informations to create our first basic product inside this WooCommerce product section. So let's go to editor and here let's first change some parameters here. So what I will do instead of this simple name, I will call it as WooCom product underscore name or simply the plugin prefix that is WCP underscore name for regular price. Here, let's say WCP underscore regular price. Let's go here. This is for sale price. So WCP underscore sale price description. Let's copy this plugin prefix, put it here. I'll go then for the short description, put it here. Now instead of hyphen, let's add underscore WCP underscore SKU profile image means sorry product image. So as it is, we are not going to add anything right here because we have to work over this product image in a very separate way. So these are the things what we have updated. Now next, let's go to our plugin main file and here I'll use an action hook that is admin init. It's add action. It will be called admin underscore init whenever our admin panel initializes. So it will be WCP underscore handle add product form submit. It means this function will call whenever I will submit our custom form. So here, let's say function handler. So function name, and inside there, what I will do, first I will go here. Let's add a name attribute to this button. So it will be btn underscore submit WooCommerce product. Let's copy this name value. I will go here. Let's add if post. If it is set, let's cut from here. If it is set, it means let's echo form submitted. So for the time being, let's wrap this message inside our S3 tag, form submitted. And also, friends, we can use the concept of nonce value here. Let's go inside form tag because this is a really very important parameter for security concerns. So PHP tag. Next, inside this PHP tag, let's call a WordPress function called WP underscore nonce underscore filled. Let's first pass the action name. So the method, this method where we'll submit our form. So let's copy. I will go here, put it here. Now next we have to pass the name of this nonce value. So I will call it as WCP underscore nonce value. Save these changes. Let's copy this like the name attribute value. I will go here and inside this submitted form first verify like the nonce value. So what I will do if I will call WP verify nonce and here we can see that the first value we have to pass the nonce value. So nonce value will get from this post variable. This is the name attribute and in the second argument we have to pass the action name. So the action name we have of this method name. So simply let's copy and put it here. So if not verified, I will go here. If this nonce value fail to verify, so simply exit. Otherwise, we have to go and let's say form submitted. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload this form. Control F5. And if I click on the submit button, we can see that here we have our basic validation. Now let's pass some information. So the main information I am passing for the time being. Short description, stock keeping unit. Now let's click on the submit button. And okay, I think form submitted. If I see, let's go and inspect here. Let's press Ctrl U and hopefully if I search inside this code that is form submitted, let's copy and search here. Now we can see that form submitted, but it is coming behind this like left sidebar. So it's not an issue. Actually, the thing is that now we are able to submit our form. So now next what we have to do simply we have to capture all post data. So simply let's remove let's echo PRE tag and here let's say print our post variable. Save these changes. Now again if I will go here, let's reload one more time. Let's pass our information to this product form. So I am passing some dummy values and here it is. Let's click on submit button. And we can see that okay, so for the time being what I will do, let's go and die here. Control F5. Let's pass again Click on submit button. So here friends, we can see that now we are getting all the product data inside our post variable. So what we have to do, we have to use a concept of a class of WooCommerce, and by the help of that class and its method, we have to bind all these values to create a product inside WooCommerce. So what basically that class is, let's go to editor and here. So first I will check that if class exists, it means our WooCommerce now successfully installed and activated. So after activation, it will provide a class. So before using that class, first we need to check that if that class is exist or not. So here I'll use a PHP function called class exist, and here I will call WooCommerce stands for WC underscore product underscore simple. This is the class. So let's copy or cut here, double quotes, put it here. If this class exists, I'll go inside here. Let's create a product object. Product object equals to new, and this is our class. And this class is coming from WooCommerce. If I press Ctrl and click into this class link, now we can see that this class is extending WooCommerce product, and this overall the class concept is coming from WP content plugins folder, WooCommerce folder, and includes folder. And also, if we want to see the folder structure, simply let's click to close first. I will go inside WooCommerce folder, and inside WooCommerce, here we have includes folder, scroll, scroll, and scroll means lots of scroll. Now we'll see a class file that is class hyphen WC, which stands for WooCommerce product simple.php. Let's open it. Now that class is available here. So what I will do, I'll use this class and call its methods by using this product object to create our simple product into a WooCommerce product. So first, like our product properties, product parameters, and here first product object I will call set name method. And one more thing, as we can see that once I am typing anything like class name, method name, it is auto completing. So what you can do, simply go inside your VS Code like editor, inside these extensions. Simply you have to install one more extension for that, and that will be called WooCommerce snippets and autoco. So once you install, you can see inside its demo, once you type any like name of it, simply it will auto complete that. So let's close. I will go here, so set name, and here inside it, let's say post here. If I go to browser, let's copy, paste the name value and put it here. So this is how to set our name value. Now next we have to set our regular price. So set underscore regular price, we can see post variable. And inside here, let's get our regular price value from this variable. I will copy and put it here. Now next, product image, set sale price, post variable, and inside this post variable, sale price copy and put it here. Now next, product image, set underscore sale price, and here I will pass post variable, not sale price. Let's say set underscore ASCII u value is it means stock keeping unit, and this value we can get from this key. Let's copy, post here, and put it here. Now the other two parameters we missed, that is product object, set description, and here it is come from like post variable, and here we have our description value. So copy and paste. Next we have product image, set underscore short description. Go inside it, and here what we have to do, this is for short description, just copy and put it here. So successfully now we have all these parameters and set inside this product object. So what we have to do, finally let's call product object and save method. And one more thing, we want to publish this product, so here let's say product object set underscore status, and here I will call publish. So successfully Only the thing is missing about product image. Now, apart from product image, here we have all these informations to create our normal product, the WooCommerce product. So once it is saved, what I will do, let's go here. So echo, I will add a div tag. Let's close div tag. I will add a class here, that is class here. Notice hyphen success. I will go here. Let's add a p tag and let's say successfully product has been created. Save these changes. Now let's go to browser and let's go back. Let's do a quick unit testing. First of all, zoom out. Now it is okay. So we can see that inside this product section, right now we don't have any product. Let's create our first product from this form. So Control F5 to hard reload. Now here, let's say product 1, regular price is something 199, sale price, let's say 99. Description, this is a product created during first unit testing. Short description, this is a very short description. Then we have the stock keeping unit. It means the unique value of this product. Here we have the spelling mistake, so description. So let's call it as product hyphen 1 hyphen like the 8th month, and this is the value. So we are not uploading any product image. Let's click on submit button and it is creating. So we can see that okay, so, but here if I inspect here, we can see successfully product has been created. If I go here, let's reload. So successfully, we can see that now we have created our first product inside this WooCommerce product store. So what I will do, let's click on this edit link of this product item. And here we can see that product title is coming, product description, product regular price, sell price, short description. It means that all those informations what we have passed from this custom form, now all those informations are coming inside this WooCommerce product store. Now let's click on this view link. Now successfully we can see that here we have a correct layout to sell our product via WooCommerce. Now everything is okay. Now the missing part is that of this product image. So what we can do, let's go to editor, and before that if I will go inside here, so this is product image. Let's copy this label. I will go inside our layout, that is form here, search here. So instead of input type file, what I can do, I can add a button here. So let's copy this submit button for the time being, put it here, and instead of submit, let's say upload product image. And here, let's change the name attribute and it will be called. Actually, we don't need this name attribute. Let's add instead, want to use called ID. So btn underscore upload product image. And also let's remove this type, or simply let's call it as a button. So what I will do, first let's check inside browser that how it looks like. And here we can see upload product image. So on click on this button, simply we have to open this media library. So what we have to do, first we have to call a WordPress function. So let's go inside our plugin main file. Inside this WPC style, here basically we have attached a style sheet. Now after that, what we have to do, simply we have to call one more function, and this will be called WP Media. Once we have used, now we have some object and methods available. By the help of that, we can use the concept to open our media library. So before that, what we have to do, simply let's create first a JavaScript file. So I will go inside this plugin folder and here go inside assets. Let's create a file called script.js, and also this file should be attached here. So without time wasting, let's go and add JS here. So WPNQ script here, it will be our plugin prefix hyphen script here. Now let's call like plugin dir URL, and here let's pass the constant. Next we have to go inside assets folder and let's add script.js. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's say jQuery document ready function block, and inside this function block for the time being, let's say console.log, and here let's say welcome to WooCommerce product creator plugin. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. And before that, let's inspect here. Go to console, reload here. And now we can see that welcome to WooCommerce product creator plugin. And one more thing that as we know that this file is going to dependent on jQuery. So let's add a dependency array here and it will be jQuery. So now next let's go here and what we want simply on click on this button. We want to open our media. So here let's say where image equals to, and before that let's go and copy this id attribute value because we have to bind with a on click event. So here document dot on click event, and where it will be inside this button. So whenever we click on this button, simply what we have to do, let's say var image equals to, or we may call it as image file equals to wp.media. Remember, this is only available if we have included this is wp-enq media. Now here, next inside this wp.media, let's pass an object here. Title equals to, let's say, select product image. We want to upload only one product, means one image for per product. So multiple equals to false. I will go and click on, means open our media gallery. For media gallery, we have to select any images like on select function. So after selection, I will go then inside this callback function block. Let's say where uploaded file equals to, this is the file, or we may say, let's say file info. Let's copy file info dot state dot get selection. It means what the file we have selected, get selection dot first here, and simply here let's say where file object equals to uploaded file dot to json dot URL. So if we want to get only the URL, simply this is the way to get the URL. Otherwise, what we have to do, simply if I go and console.log, let's say console.log, and if I pass file object, save these changes, let's go here, Control F5 to part reload. And here let's go and open. So click on this button. Now we can see that we are able. Let's go first, close that. So upload product image. Now we can see that we are able to open this media library. So here we have select product image, and this is the title. This title we have passed right here inside this title key. Now next, what I will do, let's go inside media library. Already we have some images here. Now let's go and inspect here. Let's go inside console. Now, when we select any of the file, so let's click on this first file. Let's go and click on select button. So once we click to the console here, and here we can see that we are getting a proper object. And inside this object, here we have ID, title, file name, URL, and all other parameters. So what we want only this, the URL of that image. So simply to get that URL, what we have to do, let's remove that. So where product image URL equals to file object dot URL. And here, let's go to our form and I will create an image tag src alt. Let's add a ID attribute and call it as product image preview. Let's add some style here. So height equals to, let's say, 100 pixel. and width equals to, let's say, 100 pixel. Save these changes. I will copy this ID attribute value of this image tag. Let's go here and here jQuery image ID, and this is our URL. So here, let's say attr src, and this is the value. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload one more time. So as we can see that currently it is empty. So that's why we are getting a blank value. Click on this upload product image. Let's select our product here. So I will select, click on select button. Now we can see our product image. So for the time being, it's a logo, but hopefully we'll upload some product images as well. Let's click on it. Choose our second image. This one, click on select. And here we have the second image. So successfully now we have the form data as well as this product image. Now what we have to do simply this product image we have to upload with product data inside WooCommerce. Now here comes the most interesting part of this development, that is how to save this product image with this product data. So this is very simple concept to save that. Let's go to editor. I'll open first this JS file, go inside here, and what I will do, let's say console.log, and I will type file object. Let's save these changes. Again, go here. Let's reload means hard reload, Control F5. Let's inspect this form. I will go into console tab. And what I will do, let's click on this button. Choose any product image. For example, this one, click on select. Now you can see that here inside this console.log, here we can see that here inside this object, here we have multiple properties like ID, title, URL, and all other values. Now, the most interesting thing is that we have to read only this ID value. So what I will do, let's go here inside this, like add product form. Let's create input type hidden field. So input type, let's say hidden, name equals to, let's say product underscore media ID. Let's pass an ID attribute and same I will copy and put it here. Let's copy this ID of this hidden field. Go here and what I will do, jQuery. This is ID of that field and value equals to file object dot ID. So what we have done simply by the help of this file object, we retrieved the ID value of that media and put it inside this hidden field. Now next what we have to do, simply go here and I will go inside this product simple. Let's add like first what I will do, let's go and remove this dollar sign and here let's say print r, print all values, die here. Let's echo query tag, save these changes. So I will go here. Let's reload one more time. So Control F5. Let's close this inspect. So I will fill, let's say, product 2, regular price so is 199.99. Let's say sample. I will copy sample here, something a dummy value. Click on upload product image. Let's select this one. Click on select. Click on submit button. And now we can see that inside this post data, here we have our product media ID. So let's copy this key. Remember, this is the media ID. It means product image ID. So let's copy that. I'll go here and what we can do, let's remove first. So here, after this publish or before publish means anywhere inside code, let's say product object here, I will call set image ID. We can see a method and here we have to pass, let's say post and this key value. So successfully, the product image ID we are passing inside this method. Save these changes. Now let's go here and go back. Let's reload this web page and I will go inside this product section. So we can see that right now we have only a single product. Now let's create one more here. So here it will be, let's say product 2. Regular price is 299. I want to sell into 199. So this is second product with image. And here, let's say second product item. and stock keeping unit, let's say product 2, and I will upload an image of that. So click here, select this image, let's say this one, click on select. Now this image, click on submit, and now we can see that product created. If I go and reload, and now we can see that this time we have created our product, and here we are getting our product image. So let's see in action. So I will open into a new tab. So view link, and here we can see that our product is coming with our product image. So successfully, now this is the very easiest concept that how to bind our image with WooCommerce product. So now next what we have to do, as we can see here that this success message is not coming proper. So what we can do, let's go here, and so instead of using this static message like this, let's use admin notices, and once we save any product inside WooCommerce, it will basically returns a product ID. So what we can do here, let's copy, put it here. So if product ID greater than 0, it means product successfully created. So I will go here, let's say add action, I will use admin notices, and here instead of passing callback function like the function name, let's define here directly, and let's copy and cut this echo. I will go inside this function block and put it here. Save these changes. Let's go and try one more time. Let's reload here, and this time let's say product number 3, regular price is 399, 249. So sample product. So this is third product with success message. So let's say third product. I will pass stock keeping unit. Let's say this time product hyphen 3. Let's select a product image. Now this time let's say this one. Click on select. Click on submit. So successfully we can see that successfully product has been created. I will go here. Let's reload. Now here we can see our product number 3. So successfully, now we have completed one more course, one more plugin inside this plugin development series, and that is for WooCommerce Product Creator. Now let's move to our next plugin development. We will discuss the concept of product importer. Yes, friends, we'll create our next plugin that will be our CSV uploader, and inside that CSV, we have multiple products that we want to import inside WooCommerce. So let's see in action all these concepts into our next plugin development. All right, friends, now let's start our 10th number plugin development. We will discuss the concept of product importer. Inside this plugin development, what basically we want to create a plugin. By the help of that plugin, we'll upload a CSV file. Inside that CSV, we have multiple products that we want to import for our WooCommerce product store. So let's see in all these things in action. Let's go to editor. I'll go next inside the WP content plugins folder. Let's create a folder called WooCommerce hyphen product importer. Now go inside that folder. Let's create our plugin main file that is WP product importer dot php. Now let's quickly create some PHP comment lines. So here it will be something called plugin name. Let's say WooCommerce product importer description. This plugin this plugin will help to import products from CSV file. Let's say version number 1.0 author. So for the time being, all these informations are enough. Now next I will go here. Let's say if not defined, not defined, I'll use let's say WPINC means WordPress include folder. Let's go and wrap inside double quotes. If it is not defined, it means that will be a not a WordPress setup. So simply exit here. Now next what we want to create a menu. So here let's add action. Add action, it will be admin underscore menu. And here, let's say WPI, it means WP product importer underscore, let's say add menu. Now next here, first I will go and let's say add plugin menu. Let's copy this callback function. So function, callback function name, I'll go here. Let's add menu page and here page title. So let's say WooCommerce, WooCommerce product importer. Let's copy this page title. Now the same title I want to make as the menu title. Next we have to pass the capability. So I will pass manage options. Now next menu slug. So let's say that first of all the plugin prefix hyphen let's say WooCommerce product importer. So it will be product importer. Let's pass alt jet for word wrap. Now next here we have to pass the callback function. So here it's a WPI underscore add product or simply let's say product importer page. Now next here we have our icon URL. So let's go to browser. I'll open Bash icons. Click on this first link and here it will be something like a cloud icon or database icon. So let's click on this database export. I will copy this dash icons hyphen database hyphen export and I will paste it here. Now next we have to pass position. So let's pass it here. Save these changes. Let's copy this callback function and here let's say function name and for the time being let's say echo WooCommerce WooCommerce product importer. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. I will go, let's click on plugins. First, I will deactivate this WooCommerce product creator plugin. So let's go and click on deactivate. Then I will go and activate over this plugin called WooCommerce product importer. And one more thing that this plugin is also dependent on WooCommerce. So what we can do, first I will go here and before this add menu, let's say if in array and I will use the path called WooCommerce forward slash WooCommerce.php. Let's go inside our product creator, go inside main plugin file and the filter we have used here. Let's copy this one that is WooCommerce, WooCommerce.php. This is the file path of WooCommerce plugin. So I will go here, put it here. Now next, let's use apply filters. And here the filter name is called active plugins. In the second parameter, I'll use get option. And inside this, I want to read the option called active plugins from database. And here we have some error and this is because actually we have to write this code inside the second argument of this array. Save these changes. If this does not exist, let's put an exclamation sign. If it is not available, simply exit here. Save these changes or instead of exit, what we can do, let's put admin notices here. So add action, let's say admin underscore notices here. Let's define a callback function and here let's echo div tag and inside this div let's add a message something called class here. Notice hyphen error. Let's define a p tag. So please install and activate WooCommerce plugin. Save these changes. Now let's do a quick unit testing. So save these changes. I'll go here and first I will deactivate this WooCommerce. So here you can see that please install and activate WooCommerce plugin. Now let's say that I will go and activate that. So we can see plugin activated, and also we don't have any error message. So I will go here. Now next, I will go inside this callback function and simply we have to create a simple layout that will contain only a input type file and a submit button. So what I will do, let's go and use ob start and here let's say include ones and before that, let's go inside plugin inside this product importer. Let's create a folder called template and inside this folder, let's say that WooCommerce product importer.php or simply we can say like import layout import underscore layout.php. I will go here, let's create a form tag and inside this form tag label, let's say that upload CSV file, upload CSV file and after this label, let's add a input type file button. So it will be input type file name equals to product underscore CSV. Let's add an ID attribute product underscore CSV. And what I will do, I will go and cut these two lines of code and put inside this p tag. And also we want like a submit button. So here p tag, I'll use the WordPress function and let's say submit. So here we have to pass the text value. So let's call it as upload CSV products or here we can see or let's say that choose CSV file, save these changes and also we can provide like the name attribute value. So primary is okay and for the name attribute value, let's say btn upload or btn import, let's say CSV products. Let's go inside this form tag. Action will be blank. Let's say method equals to post request type. Save these changes and also here ink type equals to multipart form data. Let's go here inside this plugin main file. So include once. It will be plugin dir path. Put our constant value. Go inside next inside templates folder. Sorry, template here. And it will be import underscore layout underscore php. And here it will be template equals to obgate contents ob and clean and simply here let's echo template, save these changes. I'll go here and let's reload first. So WooCommerce product importer, let's click on it. Now we can see that here we have the simplest layout, that is choose file like CSV, and here we have the submit button. And one more thing, let's add a heading here. So what I will do inside this import layout, I will go before this form tag. Let's add S3 tag and let's call it as WooCommerce product importer. Under here, save these changes. I'll go and reload. Now it is much better. So what we have to do, simply we have to create a CSV file and inside that CSV file, we have the columns as, let's say, first of all, product data will be something called product name. Then it will contain like regular price, sale price. Then we have something, description. Then we have sort description. And finally, we have stock keeping unit value. So we want like these columns inside our CSV file and all their data. So successfully before making this video or this plugin, if I go into this folder structure, so I have already a file called products.csv. So we can see that here we have the title, it means product title, regular price, sale price, description, sort description, and stock keeping unit. And also we can see that here we have multiple data. Each row is each product of WooCommerce. So what we want, simply we want to import this products.csv to upload inside our WooCommerce. So what I will do, let's go inside main plugin file and here I will define, let's say, add action, and here let's say admin underscore init, and let's pass the callback function that is WPI underscore handle form load. I'll go here next inside this import layout. Let's create our nonce value first. So PHP tag WP underscore nonce field. And here first we have to pass the action name. So the method name will be something like this. So if I copy function name, so I will copy this method name, sorry, function name, go here, put it here. Now inside next argument, we have to pass the name attribute value. So it will be WPI underscore nonce value. Let's copy this name attribute value. Remember, we are sending or we are submitting this form using post request type. So go here and here, let's say if each set post, and let's first copy this attribute name attribute value of the submit button, put it here. So if form submitted, so first we have to verify our nonce value. So nonce value, and if WP underscore verify nonce here, first we have to pass our nonce value, and that value we can get using this name attribute. So copy, put it here, post, and the second value we have to pass the action name. So this was our action name. So copy and put it here. So if nonce verification will fail, let's put exclamation sign. So in that case, let's say exit or simply return from here. Next, after this, what we have to do, we have to read our CSV file, what will upload and read each product one by one and upload inside WooCommerce product store. So I will go here and here. Let's first CSV file equals to files, and inside this files, let's put our name attribute value, and this is, so let's copy, put it here, and here let's pass our temp name. And one more thing, first we have to check that if it is exist. So here, if let's pass name here, I will cut and put inside each set function. So if file uploaded, otherwise go inside this else block. And what we can do here, simply let's say add action, admin notices. Here let's say callback function. Let's put echo. Let's create a simple div first. And inside this div, let's put a p tag. Please upload a product CSV file. So product CSV file. And also let's go here inside this div tag. Let's add some classes, that is notice hyphen error. I will go and cut this, save these changes. I will go inside this if block. It means file uploaded. So it will be something like CSV file. Now what next? I will use the concept of fopen. It means of PHP function. So fopen, and inside here we have to first pass the file name. So it will be CSV file. We want to read all the data from file. So simply it will be in read mode. Let's put handle here. This is the file pointer like handle. Now here, what I will do, I'll use the concept of while loop to iterate over each product of this CSV file. So let's go here and I will pass it as a parenthesis. Let's say data equals to, I'll use one more PHP function, and that will be get CSV. It means get CSV. And we can see that we have to pass our file pointer. So let's copy this handle, put it here as the first argument. Then we have to pass the length value. So maximum, I will pass, let's say 1000, and each value is separated with comma here. Now, if it is not equals to false, so what I will do, I will go here and let's say, and one more thing, as you can see that inside the CSV file, the first row is basically our CSV header. So obviously, we don't want to create any WooCommerce product with this information. Like here, from line number 2, we have all this product what we want to create as WooCommerce product. So what we can do here for this first row, let's go here and I will define a variable called row equals to 0, which is basically for headers. And I will go and add a checkpoint here, that is if row equals to 0. So in that case, what we have to do, row plus plus and continue. Now next I will go after this if block. It means we have some data from this second line. Okay, I have closed that. Let's open product.csv. So after this if block right here, it means that we are inside this second line number. So for the time being, let's say print r. I will put data here. Let's say echo PRE tag and let's die here. Semicolon missing. Save these changes. Let's go to browser and here I will click on this plugin menu called WooCommerce Product Importer. Let's go to folder structure and here we have products.csv. So simply I will drag and drop it here. And one more thing before uploading this file, let's say I will go and reload. Now this time without any file upload, let's click on this upload CSV products button. And here we have some error that is like file path, like path cannot be empty. Add this line number into this file. So let's go to editor at line number 55 and we can see that right here and white is coming inside. Let's go and print first of all. Let's product CSV. So echo PRE tag. So print R and die here. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. Control F5. Click on continue. And okay, we can see that here we have array. The keys are available. One more condition we have to add that is not empty. So what I will do, I'll go here. Let's remove these two lines here and let's copy this file's name. And here let's add logical and operator and not empty. So here friends, these two conditions simply means that if this key is available and if this key is not empty, so in that case, this if block will get executed. Save these changes. Let's go to browser and let's reload one more time. So Control F5, press continue. And as we can see that without any file, now we have some error that is please upload a product CSV file. Let's go and reload one more time. And if I click without having any file, click on this button. Now we can see please upload a product CSV file. Now this time, let's go here and I will drag and drop it here. Click on this button again. Now this time we can see that we are getting our second number 9 from product.csv file. So what basically these data are, if I go to our product.csv, so the first value of index, that is index number 0, this is our title. The second value, that is 699, this is our regular price. Here it is. The third value we have called the sale price and so on. And one more thing, from where we are getting these data. So if I go into our code, so we can see that here we have print r, so data and die here. So that's why we simply read only the first value, that is the line number 2. So here, what I will do is that instead of print r, we have to call our WooCommerce class to create these products inside WooCommerce product store. So here it will be called product object equals to new. This will be wc underscore product simple. It means WooCommerce product simple. Now next, in the same pattern, we have to call all those methods to create a WooCommerce product. So here, let's say set product attributes. Let's say product object. I will call set name method. And here, as we know that like the title is nothing, it's the product name, and we'll get that value at 0th index. So here it will be something data and 0th index. Let's copy, not copy here again product object. Let's say set regular price and here data. If you go inside this CSV file, so regular price is at index 1, so data and index 1. Now here product object set sale price, and here let's say data is at second index. Now next product object, I'll then set description, and for this description it is at, if I count, let's say 0, 1, 2 and 3. So it is at third index, so it will be 3. Now next let's say product object, I will call set sort description, and it is at the fourth index. Now finally, after this fourth index, here we have our stock keeping unit value. So here product object, let's say set SKU, and here data equals to 5. And finally, product object, I will call set status method, and inside it let's say publish, and finally product object and save method. So successfully, by going through each data of this CSV file, simply we are creating this instance, and step by step we are saving all those data inside our WooCommerce product store. Save these changes. I will go here and let's go back. Let's zoom out. If I reload this page, let's go to folder structure, and here I will drag and drop this product.csv, and before that let's click on this product menu. So we can see that right now we have only 3 products. So here let's click on this upload CSV products button. So successfully, no message, but if I go here, let's reload, and now we can see that there are lots of products now we have created using our CSV file. Let's go here and add a success message after this while loop. So here it will be called add action, admin notices, callback function, and inside this callback function, let's say echo, let's copy the same line of code, put it here. So instead of notice error, this time it will be notice success. And here, let's say successfully products from CSV uploaded. Save these changes. If I go again here, let's reload this web page. Let's click on this choose file, or simply I will drag and drop it here. Click on upload CSV products. And here we have some error that is invalid. Okay, actually we have already uploaded our CSV, so that's why some validation inside our stock keeping unit value we can see here, that is duplicate of SKU ID. So what we can do, again I will go inside this file and let's quickly change about this ID value. So I will call it as, let's say 150. I'll go here, let's say 151, and after changing first 2 rows, let's remove all existing one. Now here we have only 2 products, and their IDs will be, let's say, at the end 150 and 151. Save these changes. I'll go and let's reload this page. Now this time we will insert only 2 products. Let's go and drag this CSV file, drop it here, click on upload CSV products. And now this time we can see that hopefully that products will be inserted. If I go and see, and here we can see that 150 and 151, but also we can see that we don't get actually any confirmation message, like any success message. And if I go inside this file, so here we have add action, admin notices. Okay, here we have some spelling mistake. Let's go and try one more time, but before that let's go and change this stock keeping unit value. It will be something like 153, 154. Again, 2 products. Let's go and reload. I will go and drag this file, drop it here, click on upload button. And now successfully we can see that our product has been uploaded. If I go and reload like 15, now hopefully it will be 17. Now we can see that 17. So successfully, now we have completed one more plugin inside this plugin development series, and that is how to import our WooCommerce product from a CSV file. Now let's move to our 11th number plugin, where we'll understand a unique concept to create any custom WordPress plugin into a very easier way. Alright friends, now inside this video topic, we'll discuss a unique concept to create a WordPress plugin into a very easier way by following a WordPress plugin generator tool. So I am on a website that is wppb.me. If I copy the link of that website, let's go here, open a new tab. So the URL will be something called wppb.me. Now it's a tool, like a very useful tool. By the help of that, we can generate the skeleton of a WordPress plugin. Let's go to this website, and here we can see that WordPress plugin boilerplate generator. It means the basic skeleton of plugin. Now here it will ask some information like plugin name, plugin slug, then plugin URI, author name, author URI, author URL, email, and plugin short description. Let's quickly pass some information here. So before passing any plugin name here, first we have to decide that by the help of this tool, what type of plugin we are going to create. So simply, I want to create a sample plugin to understand the concept that how the folder structure of this plugin generator works. So simply, let's say that custom WordPress shortcode. Now this is only a sample plugin, and here let's say custom hyphen WordPress shortcode. I'll go then here plugin URI. So for example, https example.com /custom WordPress shortcode. I'll go then here author name. So let's pass my name here, author email, example at gmail.com, like author URI. So let's pass our blogging website URL. And here is the plugin short description. So this plugin is basically to create dynamic DB table, add plugin menu, and create shortcodes. Now let's click on this build plugin button, and also we can see that at right hand sidebar there is something, a preview of all these informations. Let's click on this build plugin button, and now we can see that automatically it has downloaded a zipped folder right here inside my like download directory, we can see. So this is a zipped file. So first of all, before working over this plugin generator tool, we have to unzip that, and inside that unzipped folder we have multiple files and multiple folders. So what I will do, first we have to understand about its folder structure. Now next I will go to the folder structure. So here we have our zip file like what we have generated. Let's right click, extract here. So first we have to extract, click here, and successfully we can see that this is the folder. So I will go, and we can see that here we have our plugin folder, and inside this plugin folder we have multiple files and multiple folders. So what I will do first, let's go and cut this plugin folder, go inside WordPress, inside our setup, WP content, inside plugins folder, and paste it here. Let's go and view as large icons. So this is the folder what we have generated. So I will go inside our Visual Studio Code. Let's go inside plugins folder. And if I scroll down, so where is the plugin? And this is like custom WordPress shortcode. Now, if I go and open this folder, now we can see that here inside this plugin folder, here we have multiple folders like admin, includes, languages, public, and here we have multiple files. So what basically this folder structure means, so first we have admin, which means that if any function of plugin is associated with admin panel, those functions will be defined, will be handled inside this admin panel. Like inside includes folder, if our plugin have like any core classes, that classes is responsible to handle some functions of admin, some functions of front end. So those classes will go inside this includes folder. And also, if I go here, we can see that inside this includes folder, here we have multiple files like activator. It means first time when plugin activates, what the function we want, those code will go inside this activator file when plugin deactivates. So on the case of deactivate, what functions we want to execute, those codes will go inside this deactivator file. And here we have our main file. So as I told you, like we have some common functions which is responsible to handle some functions of admin, some functions of front end like public. So those functions we can define inside this main class file. And also all the sort codes or even all the action hooks we will define inside this class file. Now, if I go next, here we have the languages. So right now we don't have any like language-based concept, but in some cases, let's say that I want to work over a plugin which supports multi-language support, like with the help of this plugin folder structure. So all those languages files that is .pot extensions will be stored inside this languages folder. And here we have public folder, which simply means that all the functions which is responsible to handle the functionality of front end, so those functions will go inside this public folder. So first let's open our plugin main file of this folder structure. So here it is called custom-wordpress-shortcode.php. We can see that inside this .php file, here we have multi lines of comment, and these are the basic lines of comment which introduce this plugin to our WordPress setup. And now next we can see here that here we have a WordPress constant. If it is not defined, so simply die here. Now next here we have our, let's say, our plugin version that is 1.0.0. Next here we have a class file which is called from includes folder. So if I go, it is activator. So let's go inside first inside includes folder. Let's open this activator, and as we can see that inside this activator, here we have a static method, and this static method will be responsible on plugin activation. It means if we want to create a dynamic database table, even if we want to create a dynamic WordPress page, all those code will go inside this static method called activate. And let's go our plugin main file, and as we can see that after inclusion of this file here, we are calling this activate method by using this class name, and it is because it's a static method. Now in the same pattern, here we have our deactivator file. It means like on plugin deactivation, if we want to delete like the dynamic table as well as our database WordPress page, so those cases, those functions will be defined inside this deactivate method. Now this is also a static method inside this class file. Next, after this deactivate method, we can see here we have activation hook function as well as our deactivation hook function. So as we know that this function will be called on plugin activation. Now this function is calling this callback function, and this callback function is calling activate method from this class file. In the same way, on plugin deactivation, we can see here this function is calling this callback function, and this callback function is calling deactivate method from this class file. So there are lots of concepts inside this plugin janitor. Let's understand about each concept step by step. So first we'll see about the concept of admin notices, like how to display admin notices using this plugin boilerplate. So what I will do, as we know that to display any admin notices, we have to use an action hook called admin notices. So what I will do, I'll go here and let's say first I will see, let's say admin notices. So here we have to use an action hook called admin underscore notices. Let's go here, and first I will go inside this includes folder. Inside this includes folder, I will open this main class file, and here if I scroll down, we can see that here we have the construct method. Here we have load dependencies. Now next here we have set locale method, and here define admin hooks, and here we have define public hooks. So as we know that to display any admin notices, we have to go and create our admin hooks. So here inside this class file, go inside this private function, private method, and here let's say for admin notice. So here this loader, this is the syntax of this plugin. Like we have to call any method, any filter, like add action, add filter, we have to use called this loader. So this loader, like add action, or let's go and remove first. So add action, Normally, inside our existing plugins, we have used this pattern of code like add action. Here it will be admin notices, and here we have the callback function. Now here, what I will do in terms of this plugin code, simply let's add this loader, add action. It is okay. Now this is using class-based concept, so we have to use array callable syntax. So here, instead of this function name, let's pass an array here. We have to first pass the object of this class. So object is here called plugin admin, put it here, and then we have to pass our callback function name. But here we can see that this function, if I click on this function, so this function is custom defined inside this, our plugin generator. So instead of using array callable syntax, what we can do here, like inside the second argument of this add action, we have to pass our object value, and inside third argument, we have to pass the callback function. So here, let's say that simply custom, like custom WordPress shortcode display admin notices. So this is something the callback method. Now here comes the concept that where we'll define this callback function. So simply let's copy first. And as we know that this will go and display our admin notices inside admin panel. So after copy, go inside this admin folder because this is a part of admin. Let's go and collapse first. WP content, plugins, our custom WordPress shortcode. I will go inside this admin folder. Let's open this main file from this folder. And here I will scroll down. We can see here we have enqueue styles, enqueue scripts. Now after that, remember this is inside admin folder. Let's say display admin notices. Now what I will do, let's say public function method name, and here in the same way let's echo inside this div here, let's say class here, it will be something notice hyphen success. Let's say inside this p tag, this is our first message. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's reload our admin dashboard. And before that, we have to activate that plugin first. So let's go inside our plugins menu. First, I will deactivate this WooCommerce product importer. Let's go and first deactivate. And we have to activate like custom WordPress shortcode. So custom WordPress shortcode. So I will go and click on activate button. So once plugin will be activated, it will create an admin notice. And hopefully after activation, now we can see that this is our first message. So successfully on the basis of this like plugin generated code, now we have handled our first case to display an admin notice inside this admin panel. Now let's quickly create a shortcode. By the help of that shortcode, we'll display a custom message. So I will go here. Now first we have to call an action hook or the function. So let's go inside our main class file. Remember, this is the main class file which is inside this includes folder, and inside this class file we write like all the action hooks, all the filter hooks, as well as all the WordPress functions. And one more thing, before working over any functionality, first we have to decide that that functionality is a part of admin panel or it's a part of front end panel. So for example, in this case, we'll discuss the concept of shortcode. So as we know that shortcode is a part of front end, so it means the action hook and the functions will go inside public folder. So first, let's define our action hook. So this is a part of front end. So we have to go inside our main class file, which is inside includes folder, go inside this public hooks. And after that, let's add a shortcode. So to add a shortcode, we have to use a WordPress function called add shortcode. Look at here. First, we have to pass the tag, which is the shortcode name. So let's call it as CWS custom WordPress shortcode hyphen, let's say display message. Next, after this shortcode, let's pass our class object and it will be plugin public. Then we have to pass the callback function. So it will be CWS, let's say display message. Now, friends, comes the twist here. Twist is that this time we are calling this add action by using this loader instance. Now, this is an object. By the help of this object, we are calling add action method. And inside this method, we have three arguments. Like first is the action hook name, second is the class object, and third we have the callback method. But this time this function we are not calling using this loader, so that's why we have to pass only two arguments. That is, first is the sort code, and second will be array because we are using the class-based concept. So a array, and inside this array, our class object and method name. So this is array callable syntax. So remember, if you are working with this boilerplate structure, so simply whenever you are calling any action hook like add action, add filter, any method, I mean by using this loader, it means you will have three arguments. And if you are working with WordPress functions without using this loader, it means you have to work as it is what you had seen inside existing plugin development. So what next? Let's copy this method name. I will go inside, and as we know that this sort code is basically for front end, so we have to define this method inside our public class file. So let's copy, go inside this public folder, and inside this public folder we can see here a class file. Let's open that, scroll down, and after this in Q script, let's say display static message, and here public function method name, and here let's say return inside s3 tag. I will write something like that, something this is a very basic message. Save these changes, and let's save these changes. So here we have our like add action, like sorry, add sort code, our sort code here, and this is the callback method which returns a static message. So here let's copy this sort code. I will go to WordPress setup. Let's create a page here. So add new page. Let's call the page title will be something, let's say custom WordPress sort code CWS. Let's add a sort code here. So forward slash sort code, square bracket, our sort code. Let's click on publish, publish. So successfully page has been published. Let's open into a new tab. Now successfully, as we can see that now this time this message coming from this class file. So this is the use that how actually we can work with the folder structure of this generating tool. Now let's see one more concept that how to create a dynamic database table on plugin activation. So first thing first, let's go into our database, and I want to create a table like on plugin activation. So here, let's say WP underscore, let's say create devices. Now, or let's say devices table. So devices underscore TBL. So this is my table name. Let's go, and number of columns equals to 4. Click on create button. Instead of devices table, let's call it as books. Now here, let's ID book underscore name. Here, book underscore author and book underscore price. We have four columns. So ID equals to int type, book name is varchar, book author is also varchar, book price is also varchar. It's a 50 characters, 50 characters, 10 characters. Let's say null value will accept these three columns, and the first row, that is ID, will be auto increment as well as the primary key. So what I will do, let's click on save button. So successfully, table has been created. Let's copy the table name. Click on the SQL tab. First, let's generate the table code. Show, create table, table, and then table name, semicolon. Click on go button, or simply control enter. Just press control enter. Not control enter actually. I pressed control plus. So control enter. Now you can see that here is the code. So extra options. Click on full text, click on go button, and here is the complete code. So what next? I will go here as we know that to create a dynamic database table, we want to use a function that is register activation hook and also inside our call method, first we have to include like upgrade.php and once we add upgrade.php, then we have to call db delta function. So as we can see here, let's go inside our plugin main file. So inside this file, already we had seen that here we have the function called register activation hook, which is calling this like the callback function. And this function is calling a static method like activate from this class. So what I will do, first I will go inside this activate method and I will make like from a static method to a non-static method. So what I will do, let's go inside admin because this time we want to work over to create a dynamic database table on admin panel. So we have to go inside admin folder or before that, as we can see that this activate method is coming from this class file and this class file is inside includes folder. So we don't have to go inside admin. Instead, we have to go inside includes folder, activator. Now, as we can see, it's a static method. So just remove this public function activate and now here we have to call if I go inside our plugin main file now this time this is a non-static method so instead of calling class table first we have to create an instance of that so let's go and cut here and call it as table activator equals to new and this is the class. Now next let's copy this object. I will copy and instead of using scope resolution operator, let's put arrow operator. So successfully, now this method is now converted from static to non-static. Now let's go inside that class. So simply, let's go inside this class, go inside this activate method. Now here, let's write our code to create table. So create table code and here single quotes or backtick symbol. Let's go inside it. And what next? Let's copy this MySQL code. I will just copy in the same way what we had seen inside our existing plugin development. Let's copy. Okay, let's copy. I will go here inside this activate, inside this create table code. Let's put it here and here. What I will do, let's go and cut instead of using backtick symbol, let's use single quote. So go inside it, put it here. Now next here we have the collat value. So I will go and remove inside this activate method, let's say global WPDB, global database object. Let's say table name, table name equals to WPDB. I will call prefix property and we want the table name called books here. Now next, let's copy this table name. I will go and replace this static value, put a single quote, concatenate with this value and collat value. So collat here equals to WPDB and here get charset collat. Let's copy this collat value. I will go concatenate, so single quote and put it here. Now after these things, what we have to do, we have to add upgrade.php. So it will be fine. Let's first find upgrade.php. So this file upgrade.php. Now this file is inside we can see wp admin includes folder. So what we have to do, let's say includes once, it's the abs path, our WordPress constant. Then we have to go inside this wp admin, then we have to go inside includes folder, and then we have to add call upgrade.php. And once we add, if we go and search for db delta, so we can see that this function is available. Let's copy, paste here, and inside this function, I will pass create table code. Successfully save these changes. Now, once plugin will be activated, automatically this method will be called, and this method is going to create a dynamic database table into our database. So let's go here, and first I will drop this table. So where is the table? So WP Books, let's go and click on this drop link. Table dropped. There is no table. If I search for WP underscore books, we can see that no tables. Now next, if I go and first I will go and deactivate this plugin. Plugin deactivated. Let's go and click on plugin activate. So successfully plugin activated. If I go and reload, and now we can see that WP underscore books dynamically created on plugin activation. Now next, let's discuss one more case here to create plugin menu. Let's go to editor. So before working over this function, first we have to decide that at which section, at which file we have to write the logical code to create a plugin menu. So as we know that to create a plugin menu or the menu section is a part of admin panel. So once it will be decided, what I will do, I will go inside includes folder. Let's open this class file. And here, this is a part of admin panel. So I have to go inside this define admin hooks because to create a plugin menu, we have to call an action hook that is add action admin underscore menu. So what is the basic syntax? So first of all, let's write here. So add action and here admin underscore menu. Here we have to pass the object of this class and it is something called plugin admin. It means our class file of admin. It's an object of that. Next here we have to pass the callback function. So it will be CWS, let's say add admin menu page. Now as we know that this function add action we have to call using this loader. So let's copy and put it here. And once we call any function using this loader, it means we have to pass three arguments. First is the action hook, second will be the object of that class, and third will be the callback function. So here, let's copy. And one more thing, actually, I did a mistake here. The object we are passing, like this one, like this object, these two objects, like this object plugin admin of the class file of this admin right here. And if we are dealing any functions with front end, so this is an object like plugin public we can find here like inside this public folder, and here's the class file. So this is of public folder, this object is of public folder, and this object is of admin folder. So simply what we have to do, simply we have to copy this callback method. We have to go inside our admin class file and define there. So let's go inside admin, open up this class file, and here let's register menu. So public function method name, and here add menu page. It's pass page title, so CWS, let's say custom menu. Same we have to pass here, let's say custom menu capability, let's say manage options. Next we have to pass the menu slug CWS, let's say custom menu, custom menu. Then we have to pass the callback function. So here it will be like CWS handle menu event. Then we have to pass a dash icon. So if we leave the empty value, let's see what happens. And position number will be 8. Save these changes. Now let's copy this callback function defined here. So public function method name. And for the time being, let's echo within S3 tag. And this is this is plugin menu static message. Now here we have a mistake that this is a callback method, and this callback method actually we are calling from this class file. So instead of passing here like this way, we have to use array callable syntax. So array syntax here like a square bracket, simply this keyword it means the object of this current class, and this is our callback method. Save these changes. Let's go here, and as we know that plugin is activated. So if I go and reload, And now we can see that here we have the menu. And as we know that best icon section, it means icon URL was empty. So this is the by default icon like a settings icon automatically the WordPress has added. Let's click on it. So friends, now I think that you have some idea that how to work with the folder structure of this boilerplate generator because we had seen some cases like how to call action hooks, how to call WordPress functions, how to attach our custom functions to create dynamic table and so on. So what the concept you had seen inside each plugin development of this course, now you can apply all those cases, all those functions, all those conditions with this plugin folder structure. Now, friends, in the next course, it means plugin number 12 of this plugin development series will discuss a unique concept. By the help of that unique concept, we'll create our custom routes inside WordPress. I mean to say that we have our APIs endpoints. So how to register, how to create our APIs endpoints inside WordPress using a WordPress plugin. So let's see in action about our 12th number plugin development of this course. All right, friends, now let's discuss the unique concept of this very interesting course, and that is how to create REST APIs inside WordPress. Yes, friends, what we'll do, we'll create a plugin. By the help of that, we'll create some APIs endpoints, and by the help of that, we'll perform our CRUD operation. It means one API for create operation, one API for read operation, one API for update operation, and delete operation. So first thing first, this is a WordPress setup as we know that, and by default, WordPress supports like the JSON REST APIs endpoints. What I mean, let's open a duplicate tab of this admin panel, and I will go and remove this wp admin index.php, and I will type, let's say, wp-json. Once we type here, let's press enter. Now here inside this browser, this is Chrome browser. So I have installed JSON formatter. Now it's a Chrome extension. So we can see that once we type like after this WordPress setup, I typed WP-JSON. So automatically we can see that inside this WordPress setup, here we have multiple API endpoints. Now inside this namespace, we can see that here we have some API endpoints of this namespace, this one, and this one. So in the same pattern, what we want to create our own API endpoints, and by the help of that, we want to perform some APIs that operation. So what I will do, first let's go to editor. I will go inside WP content folder, plugins folder. Let's create a plugin file, means plugin folder, and it will be WP underscore CRUD APIs. Next, I will go inside the setup and let's call it as WP hyphen CRUD hyphen APIs dot PHP. Now let's quickly add some PHP comment lines. So multi-line comment here, plugin name. So WP API for CRUD here, description. Let's say that this plugin enables APIs endpoints to perform CRUD operation with database. Alt jar to word wrap. Let's say version number. It will be 1.0. Author. Next we have called plugin URI example.com, and it will be wp-api-crud. Now all things okay. Now next what I will do, let's say if is not defined, and here let's say wp-inc, it means WordPress include folder. So if it is not available, it means simply we have to exit here. Otherwise, let's go here, and to create or register our APIs endpoints, I will use an action hook here. That will be, let's say, action hook for APIs registration, and it will be add action. I will call it as REST API init. Now here, second argument, we can see that here we have to pass the callback function. So WP, it means WordPress. And I think that here we have some mistake inside this file name. Instead of CRUD, here we have CRUS. So let's change. It will be CRUD APIs. Now here, WordPress CRUD APIs. So WCP underscore handle APIs endpoints. Let's save these changes. I'll go and create a callback function. And in some cases, if you're not interested to create like this callback function like this, so simply what you can do, let's go and remove this like the callback function name, and simply we can define something like this here. Now let's do the same concept here. So what we want to create like CRUD APIs first for like create operation, then we want like for read operation, then we want for update operation, and finally for delete operation. And one more thing, before doing all these activities, actually first thing first, we want a database table. So what I will do before working over these APIs and pods, now let's quickly create a database table on plugin activation. So register activation hook file here. Now let's call WCP means WordPress CRUD APIs underscore, let's say create students table. And here, let's copy this callback function. I'll go here, let's say function name. Now next, I will go inside our database. Let's go inside database. Right here, table name. So I will call it as WP underscore students table. Something like this. Number of columns equals to 4. Let's click on create button. So table name, and here, let's say ID. Then we have name here, email, and phone number. Now next, let's choose data type. So ID is OK, name is varchar, email is varchar, and phone number is also varchar. 50 characters in length, let's say 50, and 25 characters in length. I will go then here, and for this ID, let's auto increment, and index will be primary key. Now let's say that like the phone number is optional parameter, so check it here. Go and click on the save button. So successfully, now the table has created. Let's copy the table name, go inside the SQL tab, and here let's say show create table. Then we have to pass the table name, and here is the table name, semicolon. Now next, either we can click on this go button or simply control enter. Now here, let's click on extra options, full text, go here, and let's copy this complete command. I'll go next here, and let's say students table equals to, let's say, double quotes, and I will put all these command here. Now next, let's say table name. So first of all, let's say global database object table name equals to WPDB. I'll use prefix property, and here we have called students table. So I will copy and put it here. Then we want the table collat value. So here collat equals to WPDB. I will call kit Carset, collat, not collage, collat. So first, let's copy this table name. I will go here. Let's remove, and inside this backtick symbol, double quotes, concatenate with this table name. Now we have to use the concept of this collage. So simply, let's copy, go here. Let's remove, concatenate with this collage. Now let's include the file that is upgrade.php. So include once ABS path, which is WordPress absolute path. Then we have to go inside WP admin folder, includes folder, and I have to include this file called create.php. And finally, db delta function. And let's pass students table variable. So once plugin will be activated, so on activation automatically this table should be created. So let's see in action. So one more thing, let's comment this incomplete code, save these changes. I'll go here and let's reload. I will go then inside this plugins here, and the plugin name in this case we have called WP API for CRUD. So simply let's copy. I will go and search here. So this is here. Let's click on activate. So on plugin activation, if I go inside our database, and one more thing that this table already exists. So what I will do, But let's go and delete this table. So simply go and drop that because this table we had created using the manual way of PHP my admin. Now let's go one more time and let's first deactivate it. Click on activate again. So plugin activated. Now if I go and reload, and now we can see that the Loopy students table. So the first phase of this development now completed to create a dynamic DB table inside this database. Now next, what we want to perform like the CRUD operation with this table. So let's go here and like to create our REST APIs endpoint. So I will go here and we can see that right now inside this namespace of WordPress, like inside this JSON, the APIs endpoints for now it is available. That is this one, this one, this one, and this one. So once we create our own API routes, so automatically the namespace will be saved inside this namespace array. Let's go here and I'll go and uncomment these lines. Let's do one more thing. So I will go and remove all these comment lines. And here, let's say registration of API routes. So here it will be register REST route. We can see it's a WordPress function. Now the first argument we have to pass routes namespace, and this is totally user defined. So as we know that we are going to perform our CRUD operations with students table, so let's call it as students forward slash v1. This is some kind API path. Now next, here we have to pass our route name. So let's say our first route will be something called students. Next we have to pass some additional parameters. So here I'll go inside it. Let's say that methods equals to get request type. It means this API we hit using get request type. Now the second parameter, which is the most important, that is callback. It means what the functions it will execute. All things will be decided by using this callback. So here let's say WordPress CRUD APIs. This is plugin prefix underscore handle students route, or here let's say handle get students route. This is the user defined function name. So let's copy. I'll go here. Let's say function name. Now inside this, at the end of this function, we have to return our JSON output. So as we know that inside WordPress, already we know about a function that is return WP send JSON. So by using this function, also we can return a JSON format response. But here, friends, we'll see one more function, and that is return. So rest here underscore insure underscore response. Now let's pass an array here. Now inside this array, the first key we have called status. Let's say true here. Message our first API. Save these changes. Now I will go to browser as we know that our plugin is currently activated. So if I go and reload, now we can see that inside this namespaces we have one more key, and that is students forward slash v1. So what I will do, if I will copy this students v1, let's open a duplicate tab. So after this wp-json, let's put forward slash and students hyphen v1. This is our API namespace. Just hit enter. Now you can see that here we have a separate page of JSON format response. Now you can see that inside this namespace, these other routes are available. So inside first route, we can see that students v1, it's nothing, it's our namespace. Now the second route we have here students v1 and students. And this is nothing like students we have registered here. We can see something like this. So whenever we call this API, simply this response will be returned. Let's see in action. So what I will do, let's copy this route here, open a duplicate tab, and after this v1, or let's copy this only route called students. So after v1 forward slash students, let's hit enter. And now we can see that status equals to true, our first API. Now, how to test this API using Postman or any of the client? So simply inside this VS Code, I have installed an extension, and that is Thunder Client. So here Thunder Client, simply you can install. I'll go then here, click on new request. We can see that something like an interface or something like Postman. So what I will do, I will copy this API URL, go here, put it here inside this URL section, and this is using get request type. Click on send button, and now we can see that status equals to true and message equals to our first API. So here friends, what I will do instead of returning this static message, now let's go inside our database table. I'll go inside this students table. Let's click on insert tab, and here let's quickly insert some data. Now here, this is something like a static value. Click on go button. Now the first student now created. Let's click on insert, and here this is our second student, and I will call it as, let's say, something a dummy value. Click on go button. So successfully inside our table, now we have two students. So what we want to list all these students into a callback method. So let's go here inside this callback function. First of all, let's say global WPDB, and here students equals to WPDB. I will call get results method, and inside this get results, let's say select all from table name. So here, let's say table name equals to WPDB prefix here, and the table name we have called is students underscore table. So what I will do, let's copy this table name, go here inside this double quotes, put it here, and we want data will be an associative array. Automatically, this array will be converted into JSON format. Now save these changes. I will copy this students variable. Then we have to go inside this rest ensure response and message equals to, let's say, students list, and here data equals to, let's say, students. Save these changes. I will go here. Let's click on the send button. And now we can see that inside this response, status equals to true, students list, and here we have the data array. So this is our first API. If I go to browser, again, the same response we can see here. Let's go and reload. Now here we have the response here. Now let's create our second API, that is for create operation. So let's go to editor. I'll go then here, and inside this, our REST API init. This is for, let's say, list students. Now next, let's create for add a student, and here register REST route, and here the namespace will be same for it. So students v1, here let's say students, sorry, single student only, and this time we'll use the methods equals to post request type. Now here inside this arguments, inside these additional parameters, now here methods equals to post. Remember, here we have students, here we have single student because we want to create a student, so we'll use post request type. Now here, let's say callback equals to WCP handle handle post student. And also, as we know that to create any student, we want some data like name, email, and phone number. So what I will do, I'll go here and add a key called cards. And inside this, let's pass an array. So what the parameters we want simply, let's list here. So we want name, email, and phone number. If we want some like the properties of these columns, so let's pass an array here. So name will be something, let's say type equals to a string, and it is required. So required equals to true. Now the same thing for this email value. So here let's pass an array here, and it will be, let's say, type equals to a string, and here let's say required equals to true. And for phone number, this is an optional field. So array, inside this array, type equals to a string, and here let's say required equals to false. Now save these changes. Let's copy this callback function name. I'll go then here. This is to list all students, and here this is add student. So function name, and I will go here and let's pass some parameters because as we know that request here, as we know that to create any student, actually we will pass some data like name, email, and phone number. And these values from request parameters will get from this request variable. So I will go here and for the time being, let's say return rest ensure response. And here, let's say status equals to true message, let's say REST API or simply student post request. And here data equals to an empty array. Now, if I save these changes, let's go inside this request tab. I will copy this URL. Let's go and again, I will go here. Let's click on new request. And here, let's paste it here. Now, this time, our request URL will be students v1 and the route we have something called student. Let's copy, put it here, student. And this time we need to hit using post request type to consent button. So we can see that inside this data, status equals to 400. So obviously we are missing some parameters while calling this API and the parameters are name and email because phone number was an optional parameter. So what we can do here simply I'll go inside this body, go inside this like inside this JSON and here let's pass something called name here. So I will pass something like this, our third student, email. So it will be email value. And also let's pass the phone number. Actually, it is optional, but let's pass that. Now, if I click on send button, so now we can see that student post request. Now next, what we have to do, we have to go inside our callback function. And here, if I copy this request, go inside data. So request here, we have to get all those request parameters. So I will use getParams method. Now here, this variable, this is a user-defined variable. So request here, arrow operator, and getParams method. Now this function is going to return all the parameters what we are sending to this callback function. Save these changes. I'll go here inside this request tab, click on send button. And now we can see that inside this data, here we have the name key, email key, and phone number. So what next? Simply after getting all those values, I will go here, let's say name, request. Now, if we want to get only the single value like the name value, I'll use only get param. Remember, this is get params and this is get param. And here, let's pass the key name called name here. I will copy two more times. This is for email and this is for phone number. Let's copy, pass it here, phone number, and pass it here. Now next, let's say global database object, global WPDB. So I will go and cut this. Let's put on the very top of it. So WPDB, and also we want like the table name. So what I will do, okay, I will go here. Let's copy the table name and here after this WPDB, put it here. So I will call insert method. So WPDB insert method insert method. Now let's pass the table name. So here we have the table name. Let's pass an array. And inside this array, first we have to pass the keys of the table. So it will be name. Then we have email, and here we have the phone number. So inside this array, the first keys are the column names of table. Now here, in place of this empty value, now let's pass this name. This is a variable which is containing our request name value. Here it will be email and this is phone number. Now here, let's go and check here that is if WPDB and I will use insert ID. It means student inserted. So whenever it will insert, it is going to return the student ID. So if it is greater than 0, it means student created. So what I will do, I will go here and write it here. Otherwise, inside this else block, put it here. So let's say status equals to false. And here, failed to create student, and inside this success block, let's say student created successfully. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's click on send button. So we can see that student created successfully. If I go into our database table, let's reload first this students list. Now here we can see that here we have one more object of this third number student. If I go and reload, now here we have our third student. So successfully, this is the concept of create operation by using our API call. Now let's see in action about update operation. So I will go here and update will be done using put request type. So let's do some discussion and what the discussion is. So basically inside API calls, we use mainly the calls by using get request type, post request type, put or batch request type, and here finally delete request type. So whenever we use get request type, so simply to get any data, to get data from database or simply read any resource. So in this case, we use get request type. Now post here, so simply to save data, to save any resource value, any source value. So in that case, this post will be used. It means we are going to submit, like we are going to post something to server. Now inside this put or patch, simply to update any data. It means update any resource. And finally, for delete operation, it means delete any data, delete resource. So inside that case, we use delete request type. So here comes the concept of update API. So we'll use put request method. So here I will go inside this API registration, and here this is for list students. Let's close all these functions first. Close here, close here. So here inside this Rust API init, this is for list students, and we hit using get request type. For this add student, we are using post request type, and whenever we try to call using get request type, let's see what happens. So this API is basically for post request type, but whenever I try to call using get request type, click on send button. So we can see that no route was found matching the URL and request method. This is automatically handled by WordPress. Now let's go here and I will call means create one more API call, and this is for update student, and this time we use put request type or patch request type. So register rest route, and here first we have to pass the namespace. So the namespace will be same called students v1. Here let's say students, the same route means sorry students same route, and here this time this route will be called using put request type. Now let's go and pass some more optional parameters. So first here I will pass, let's say, methods equals to put request type. Now the next one will be callback, and here let's say WCP underscore handle underscore put date student. So before updating any student, what types of data we need? So first thing first, we need a student ID into URL, and following, like we need also the rest parameters like name, email, and phone number inside request body parameters. So here two types of parameters. First one will be the student ID into URL, and second will be the request JSON parameters. So inside this URL, let's use regular expression so that I will pass an ID into URL. So forward slash parenthesis, question mark, capital P, angular bracket, and ID. It means that inside URL we'll pass student ID, and here backward slash D and plus here. So it means we can pass any numeric value from 0 to 9. Save these changes. I will go then here and let's pass args here. I will create an array, and inside this array, let's say while updating any student, we want something name, email, and phone number. Let's go here and add attributes of it. So the same attributes like type equals to a string, And here, let's say required equals to true. Now I will copy, let's copy this complete array, put it here and put it here. Now this time required equals to false for phone number. Save these changes. Let's copy this callback method. I will go here and here it will be for update student. So function name, and I will go here inside this function. I will receive all parameters using this request variable. Let's go here, return rest ensure response, and here let's pass an array. So status equals to true, message update student API, and finally let's say data equals to request get params. Save these changes. Now let's copy our route. So here I will copy call student. Then here let's open a new request. So I will go inside this Thunder client, click on new request, and here let's put first our API URL, put it here. At last we have to change like a student. Now this time we have to hit using put or patch request type. So put here, let's go inside our body, JSON here, and one more thing like let's click without passing any student ID into URL, click on send button, and we can see that 404, it means API route not found. So what I will do, first let's pass our student ID into URL. So as you know that inside our database or inside our table, we have the IDs as 1, 2, 3. So what I will do, if suppose we pass, let's say 10th number ID, which does not exist, click on send button. Now we can see that also the name email parameters is required. So let's go and pass first the name here. So I will call it as, let's say Sanjay Kumar hyphen updated, and the email value also I want to update, and it will be let's say sanjay.example.updated at gmail.com. Now let's click on send button. So here we have body parameters as well as our student ID. Click on send button. Now you can see that inside this data variable, inside this data object, here we have three properties, that is ID, and this value we are getting from URL, name value from JSON format data, email from JSON format data. So what we have to do after getting the student ID from URL, we have to update those informations inside our database. So let's go here inside this callback function, and here it's ID, it means student ID. So request here, either we can use the concept of like get param to read ID value, or simply we can do something like this called ID value. Let's see in action. So I will copy this ID, go here, and if I put ID equals to ID, save these changes. Let's go here, click on send button, and we can see that ID equals to 10. Let's go here. So what I will do here, first of all, let's copy two lines of code, and that is global WPDB and table name. Then I will go here, let's put here, and by using our WordPress database object, I will call update method. Let's pass the table name here, the updated data. So it will be name here, and we have to get the name value, that is request get param, and here we have the name value. Also email equals to request here get param and here it will be email. And finally inside this third argument of this update method, here we have to pass ID of data student. So successfully we have done everything. So status equals to true, and here it will be, let's say student data updated successfully. Save these changes. And one more thing, before updating any information, also we have to make sure that this ID will exist inside our database. So for that, let's say WPDB, I will call getRow method. And here, let's say select all from table name, table name where ID equals to ID. So here I will go and store into a variable, let's say student equals to, and this one. So let's copy that. If here, if not empty, so it means we have that student. So what I will do, let's go and cut this code, put it here inside this if block. Otherwise, I will go inside this else block. Let's go and copy this response, put it here. And in this case, let's say student does not exist. And here status equals to false. Save these changes. Let's go here. And as we know that, okay, ID is okay, but this ID does not exist inside our DB table. Let's click on send button and we can see that student does not exist. So let's say that I want to update the information of this first number student like ID equals to 1. So here it will be ID equals to 1. So ID is okay, values are okay. Click on send button. So here student data updated successfully. Let's go to DB table. Let's reload. And okay, the information is not updated. Let's go and see why it is happening. And as I can see that here we have some mistake that is inside this third argument of this update method. Actually, instead of passing this ID directly, what we can do, let's pass an array, the column key of DB table, and this is the value. So that was, I think, this is only the mistake. Save this change. Let's go and click on send button. Student data updated successfully. Let's go and confirm here, browse here, and now we can see that data updated. Now let's create one more API, one more route, and that is to delete any student from database table. So I will go here inside this REST API need, and the last API, let's say for delete student, and it will use delete request type. And here we have some spelling mistake. Now next, let's say register, REST route, and here students forward slash v1. Let's call student. I will pass the student ID into URL. So forward slash parenthesis question mark capital P. The parameter name something called ID and it will accept the ID value from 0 to 9. So D plus. Now here this is regular expression. Now let's pass some additional parameters which is actually very important. So here it will be methods equals to delete request type and here let's say callback it will be WCP, it means CRUD APIs underscore handle underscore delete student. Let's copy. I will go here and this time this is for delete student. So function name. Let's pass request here because we have to read the ID of student from URL. So here let's say ID equals to request and ID. First of all, we have to check that if student exists inside our database. So student equals to, let's go and copy these two lines of code, put it here, and here student equals to, let's wpdb, I'll use getRow method, and it will be select all data from table name, table name where ID equals to, and this is the ID value. Now here, let's say if not empty, it means we have some data inside this variable student exists. So else here, let's return rest ensure response. Let's pass an array and here let's say status equals to false and message equals to let's say student does not exists. Let's go here inside this if block. So what we have to do, wpdb, we have to call delete method. First argument we have to pass the table name and second the where condition. So array id equals to id. And finally, let's go and return a response here. So return rest underscore ensure response. And here, let's say status equals to true message equals to student deleted successfully. Save these changes. Let's go and open from Thunder Client one new request tab. And here, let's copy this API URL, put it here, select delete request type. I will go at last. And this one is 20 is okay. And also we have to pass student ID. So what we want, let's say that I want to delete this second number student. So what I will do, first let's pass like 20 student ID which does not exist. Click on send button and we can see that okay, here we have some error that is no route found. So students v1 is students. So what is the route here? If I go and check that, okay, here we have some spelling mistake. So student, save that. Let's go and click send again and student does not exist. Now we want to delete our second number student. So just pass value equals to 2. Click on send button. Student deleted successfully. Let's go to our table, go and reload. And now we can see that successfully, now we have deleted data students from this DB table. Now next, I will go inside this WP JSON students forward slash v1. It means our namespace of all these routes. Let's hit enter. And here, this is our namespace. Inside these routes, let's collapse. This is our first object, second object, third object, fourth object. So we can see that here, this is for read operation. This is for like here we can see that methods equals to post like post request type, and here we can see that put and delete request type. It means we have the same route where we are passing like student ID, and this route is basically supporting put request type and delete request type. So finally friends, now we have completed one more plugin concept inside this WordPress plugin development series, and that is how to create REST APIs inside WordPress. We have seen the complete concept to create our own APIs like for create operation, read operation, update operation, and delete operation. So overall, inside this course, inside this plugin development, like 12th number plugin development, we have now idea that how to create, how to register our own API routes inside WordPress. So finally, friends, now we have completed this entire course in a great detailed way. And I hope you will have the powerhouse potential to create custom WordPress plugins. And also for all the resources like source code of all the plugins what we have developed, please check the video description to get all the links of those plugins. So friends, please like this video, share this video as much as you can with your friends, and also do subscribe to motivate me. Now let's meet into my next video.